think with the dark, he goes off. So you know what? I do not like this at all. I think it should be at least be an hour and a half.
An hour and a half. That's
because you know what? Because a concert drive, the babysitter, all that. Give them a really good show because the comedy shows usually about an hour.
Allison, Beyonce. I mean, that was like a 3-hour show. I mean, I would have been okay with like 2.5. But is there a minimum amount of time that you want?
Yeah, I'm with Tony on this one. An hour and a half is perfect. And what the professional would do is they have filler time. Have some dancers dance for a few minutes. Let the band play for a second. Have some pictures on the screen. There's other things you can do because as a singer, I can tell you, it is hard to sing for a long time. But there's so many things you can do in between to give your concert a longer length.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, like Green Day, each of their albums, 10 songs, 3 minutes each. It's a 30-minute album. They could play the whole thing twice, and it still would barely be an hour.
And,
so you've got to do something. Yeah, exactly. There's a way to do it.
To get to the hour.
People spent their time, their money getting to that show. They may have traveled more than 51 minutes to get there. Thank you to everyone who joined us here tonight in the Zoom room on Fox 5 DC's YouTube page. And in the Zoom room, if I didn't mention that already, Tony and I will be back at 9 o'clock for the Live Zone primetime with that Virginia election results. Fox 5 News at 8 coming your way next.
Tonight on Fox 5 News on the Plus, polls now closed in Virginia on a high-stakes redistricting vote, what it could mean for control of Congress. Plus, D.C. leaders make a major decision on what to do about a juvenile curfew in the district to curb teen crime, but not everyone is on board. And temperatures still cooling across the region tonight. We're tracking how long this chilly spring weather will last. Fox 5 News on the Plus starts right now. First at 8, polls now closed in Virginia where voters weighed in on a high-stakes redistricting plan. The outcome could impact the balance of power in Congress ahead of this year's midterms. We have team coverage and reaction from lawmakers tonight as the votes are being counted. We start with Fox 5's Sharon Rajet live in Arlington County with what's at stake. Sharon.
Yeah, Tisha, the polls have closed here in Virginia and the wait begins. Of course, we are monitoring the early results. At last check, about 60% of the votes had been counted, and the no side is ahead at this hour, even though some of the Democratic strongholds like Arlington, Loudoun, and Prince William County back this measure. Of course, the big question, will be Fairfax County, the largest county in the state, could shift the math here. But ultimately, this was a single ballot question that could change the congressional maps and give Democrats 2 to 4 House seats in a margin that's already razor thin in Congress. Today, we spoke to voters who said that this was an important measure and something for them to come out to vote for.
People are fed up with what's going on in the country. So I dropped everything and made sure 5 minutes past 6 that I don't miss the vote. It's important. We have to be heard.
I think that many of us are feeling that gerrymandering in general is not fair, but once, some part of the team stacks their team, you got to kind of make it an equal situation so things are fair.
Yeah, this has turned into one of the most watched off-year elections in the country. Supporters say if Republicans redrew maps in states like Texas, Democrats can't afford to sit on the sidelines. Opponents say Virginia voters already chose a fairer redistricting system and should not go back. So tonight, all eyes will be on vote-rich Northern Virginia counties, again, like Fairfax County, Loudoun County, Prince William County, and Arlington County. If supporters run up the score there, that could be the difference. Rural and more conservative parts of the state are expected to favor no, so the suburbs may decide this. I just spoke with a Virginia political analyst who says the results could say a lot about voter energy heading into the midterms, and the stakes are high on both sides.
From the Republican perspective, the state Republicans in Virginia, would lose a lot of their federal representation, would be, really looking increasingly irrelevant in the state. From the Democratic perspective, they would very much like to have these 4 extra seats in Virginia kind of in their pocket as they try to flip the House.
And ultimately, after what happens here, the Virginia Supreme Court will be looking at the results to see if this plan is even legal. A lot of money was thrown into this race. We saw that. So big money, a lot of attention, even big names coming out in the final stretch. Again, we're just starting to get those votes coming in. Tisha will be monitoring it throughout the night. Back to you.
That we are, Sharon. Thanks so much. Meanwhile, a Virginia vote with nationwide consequences. We're continuing our coverage of the redistricting plan that could reshape Congress. Joining me now is Delegate Philip Scott. Delegate, thanks so much for being with us.
Oh, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here with you tonight.
On a big night, so all eyes are on Virginia. What are the national implications here?
I think what we will see tonight is if we reject this constitutional amendment, then we see that across the nation, the midterms are up for grabs. It's very important for us to make sure that we are having fair maps. And Virginia has historically been the beacon of what is right. And I think that if we can reject this, then maybe we can start seeing some measures in other states to bring true fairness to their maps that are already gerrymandered to favor one party over another.
Delegate Scott, let me ask you, how will this impact the balance of power on both sides of the aisle?
So right now, what we have seen with the redistricting that's happened across the country is things have remained pretty balanced. Last time I looked, it looked like the Republicans gained 7 seats with some of the redistricting that's happened. Democrats gained about 5 seats. So things haven't really changed. But what's going to happen here is if Virginia accepts this redistricting amendment, then there's going to be an additional 4 or 5 seats that are going to go to the Democrats. That's really going to change the outcome for midterms this November.
In an interview, I saw and heard one voter describe this as unfair to Virginians. How would you interpret that particular assertion?
So what's unfair for Virginians is to have unfair maps that don't represent the way Virginians vote. We cannot look at what other states are doing and say, oh, well, because Texas did this or because California did this, we're Virginia. We need to be an example of the way things should be. And I talked with many voters at the precinct that I was at all day today, and I know there were folks from the other side of the aisle that once they saw the way the maps were drawn, they said this is unfair for Virginia, and they were showing up to vote no.
Pretty incredible there. So why does this redistricting vote in Virginia matter beyond the Commonwealth?
I think, again, it's going to set the stage for what can be done and what should be done. If we are able to reject this, it's going to show that the conservative voice is not dead in Virginia, and therefore it's not dead across the entire United States.
And lastly, before we let you go, what happens next as we continue to watch the results pour in tonight?
I mean, it's going to be watching and waiting. We have Fairfax that we're still waiting on. I'm watching everything right now. I'm comparing to the election results from last year to see where we've gained ground. And I know the precinct that I was at today, we gained ground from last year with the governor's race. And even across all of Spotsylvania County, there was more people voting no this year than people who voted for Winsome Sears last year. So there's a good chance that we reject this, but it's just going to be time will tell, and we're just going to have to sit and wait and watch.
We'll be watching and waiting with you. Delegate Philip Scott, thank you so much for joining us tonight on this election night.
Thank you for having me.
Turning to the weather now, here's a live look outside on this election night across the Commonwealth. But we are taking a look right now at the wharf at this beautiful, beautiful sunset. Today was pretty nice. It still had a little bit of chill in the air. In fact, Caitlin, it was very cold this morning.
It was. Tisha, oh my gosh, it was a winter morning with temperatures in the 20s and 30s. So many of us fell below freezing. Those freeze warnings for a good reason, because many of you maybe thought, oh, the plants will be fine, early bloomers that I've put out because it's been so warm. But in fact, did get pretty cold for just about everybody. Milder temperatures will return starting tomorrow afternoon, actually starting to tonight, because it will not be nearly as cold overnight tonight as it was this morning. Despite beginning the day in the 30s, we made it to 62 at Reagan, 63 at Dulles, and 61 at BWI, but another below normal afternoon as we now average highs around 70. At the moment, we are sitting in the 50s, and it's not too chilly. 58 in D.C., 59 at Dulles and Hagerstown, 61 in Frederick, 53 in Baltimore, and 50 in Leonardtown with a bit of a cloud deck overhead. Warm front moves through late tonight into early tomorrow morning, so temperatures stay elevated. We only fall back to around 50 degrees. There could be some morning showers, but then afternoon sun should allow temperatures to pop. Look at those highs well into the 70s, so expect a nice warm up with the upper 70s returning Thursday and Friday. I'll have much more on the rest of the week coming up, my full 7 day. Back to you, Tisha.
Caitlin, thanks so much. We're always ready for a warm-up, right? All right, tonight the D.C. Council approving legislation for permanent juvenile curfews in an initial vote, but they'll wait until next month to vote on an emergency curfew bill that could take effect immediately. The curfews are in response to teen takeovers that have at times turned dangerous. The new curfew zones could take effect this fall. The curfews prohibit minors from gathering in groups of 9 or more starting at 8 p.m. and that all minors be off the streets nightly from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m.
They get in large groups. I mean, they, kind of egg each other on. You get that mob mentality. And, I've heard of them getting into some trouble out here. Nothing has ever happened to me personally, but night and day difference when they put the National Guard out here, even though people might not like it.
Critics have argued the curfew zones are not a solution and children need more resources. The council tabled emergency legislation that would extend D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser's emergency order through the summer. 2 adults and a teenager are in custody in connection to a car rally and street takeover in Montgomery County, which resulted in 2 police cars being damaged. This was the scene in February. Here it is, where investigators believe the group started in Prince George's County before making their way to Connecticut Avenue and East-West Highway and Silver Spring. One of the police cruisers had the rear window and windshield smashed in, while the other car was vandalized. A man accused of storming the stage at Mount Calvary Baptist Church in Lanham on Sunday and then proceeding to carjack and kidnap a man will remain behind bars tonight. Ahmed Karoma is facing multiple charges, including carjacking and kidnapping. The kidnapping victim told police he was waiting in the passenger seat of his mother's car when Karoma slid into the driver's seat and began driving. The victim eventually jumped out of the moving car before it crashed into another car.
It felt really scary. I go visit churches all the time in our county. I happened to be visiting Mount Calvary that day with Bishop Cato, and I was sitting in the front 2 pews back, so no one was in front of me between me and the church altar.
Karoma is being held without bond and is due back in court on May 20th. Fairfax County Police need your help tonight finding a burglary suspect. Police say the man in this video, there he is, used a rock to smash through a door of an Exxon gas station on Village Shops Drive in Fairfax Station earlier this month. They say the man stole cigarettes and alcohol before taking off. If you recognize this man, call Fairfax County Police. Coming up, the high-stakes fight over Virginia's redistricting plan is now nearing the finish line. We will hear from a lawmaker about concerns raised on both sides about fairness and what this could mean moving forward. Welcome back. We are back with Virginia's high-stakes redistricting vote. Supporters call it necessary and fair, while critics argue it raises questions about consistency and how redistricting is handled. We're joined now by Delegate Joshua Cole. Delegate, thanks so much for being with us.
Thank you for having me. I really appreciate it.
Let's get started. It's election night, and supporters say this plan is about fair representation, while critics argue it's politically motivated. What's your take?
I think one of the things we're looking at right now is what's happening all across the United States, right? And when we talk about fairness, I think people are looking specifically at Virginia, but we're talking about whether we have fair representation in the United States Congress, where red states are gerrymandering and going across the board with this mid-decade redistricting. We have to respond in kind to make sure that we have fair representation coming out of the Commonwealth of Virginia.
Delegate, let me ask you, are both Republicans and also Democrats playing both sides regarding arguments for redistricting?
I think one of the things that we're doing right now is, again, we're fighting back by what we see what's happening. It's no scare tactic that they're playing, but we've seen, Republican leaders come into Virginia and tell people to vote no after just being in other states, telling them to support the gerrymandering and the redistricting that other states are doing, from Indiana to Texas to Florida. So they're saying one thing when they come to Virginia, but they're doing something completely different when they're in those other states. And so we're just giving Virginians an opportunity to fight back and say, hey, we're going to fight back by what we see other states are doing.
How do you respond to those concerns about the process behind this whole redistricting effort? There was a lot of confusion initially.
Sure. I think one of the major thing is what stands out the most is we are giving Virginians a choice. We did this by a ballot initiative to amend the Constitution. And some of the other red states didn't even do that same opportunity. They went in and ran ramshod and just changed the maps, whereas we are giving Virginians an opportunity. They are going to the ballot today. They've been going to the ballots for the past, to the polls for the past 45 days, and they're going to have their voices heard by the end of tonight.
Polls close at 7, results pouring in right now. What impact do you believe today's outcome will have on voters in your district and the balance of power heading into the midterms?
Absolutely. I represent Stafford County, the city of Fredericksburg, and Spotsylvania County, which we affectionately call the gateway to the Washington, D.C. metropolitan area. We have friends and family members who have lost their jobs. We have seen people who are seeing premiums skyrocket. We have seen gas go out of control. And so by fighting back and making sure that we have more seats in Congress to put a checks and balance on what we see coming out of the Republican Party and Trump's White House, this is what the benefits are going to be for our area when we hopefully win tonight.
Delegate, we have about 30 seconds left with you. There have been some rumblings of lawsuits. Regardless of what the outcome is, what's next?
I think one of the things we're looking at right now is making sure people know they had an opportunity, right? They came to the ballot, they made their voices heard. Some things may be unclear, but we have given the opportunity for people to make their voices heard. And this is the key thing, that we are fighting back and we're protecting the folks who have lost their jobs. We're doing what we can to make sure people have access to health care. This is not really a Democrat-Republican issue. This is a fighting the issue that is coming out of Washington, D.C. And there are Republicans who are voting yes. There are other people who are standing up and saying what we're seeing out of Washington, D.C. makes no sense. And this is the opportunity we have to fight back.
Delegate Joshua Cole, thanks so much for joining us on this election night. We appreciate your insight.
Thank you.
Turning to the weather now, here is a live look outside at the National Harbor. Good evening to you. Caitlin Roth is back with another check on the forecast. After a chilly morning, hopefully warmer weather is headed our way.
Yeah, we are tracking a nice warm up, Tisha, so that will help us rebound after what has been, a chilly start to the week. Cold, in fact, this morning. Tonight will not be nearly as cold, and by tomorrow morning, we may even have a few showers around. This will quickly give way to a sunny afternoon, and temperatures really bounce up. So milder temperatures are coming in, and in fact, it could be warm enough on Thursday to even touch 80, possibly on Friday too. So a last look at the light over the Potomac here as we take a live view of National Harbor. Capitol Wheel is spinning, 58 degrees right down the road at Reagan National. Southeast winds at 13 miles an hour. Regionally, it's still chilly in New York at 44, Boston 42, Burlington 47, but you still see some 70s lingering back across the Ohio Valley as that warmer air will be on the move tomorrow. Warm front already showing up We've got some showers well to our north. We've got a bit of a cloud deck dropping in from the mountains, so that will help keep temperatures not as chilly overnight tonight. We'll start the day tomorrow around 50. So there may be some showers around. It could look a little gloomy to start, but it's going to be all about the afternoon tomorrow when we break into sunshine. And as a result, we see these temperatures warm. 74 for the high in D.C. Out to the west there, yeah, we could already be starting to see some upper 70s, 77 Manassas, 78 in Culpeper, and 75 in Marksville. Here's a look at Futurecast. Cloud cover overhead into tomorrow morning. And those first showers show up around daybreak, well to our north and west, dropping through about mid-morning. Now we need rain. This doesn't prove to be bringing much more than a couple hundredths of an inch, but it's something, enough to wet the lawn or maybe wash the top layer of pollen off your car. And then those showers move through pretty quickly. As we clear into the afternoon, we could pop a passing late day shower. Otherwise, it'll continue to be a clearing trend into Thursday. So temperatures obviously above normal to end the week as we're near 80. But then into the weekend, we're going to cool back down. And it does look like a cool spring weekend. This after, we've strung together quite a few warm ones. So this will be aided by the chance of a little bit of rain as well over the weekend. So maybe finally getting into those April showers, that pattern that we need. Showers around on Saturday. High of just 63. Sunday, it looks like it would be early showers, clearing into a sunny afternoon with that high of 61. But we might take a step back with temperatures as we continue to add daylight. Those sunsets getting later and later, 7:55 there on Saturday. And then we'll quickly make the turn to 8 p.m. sunset starting in May. The following Saturday, 8:02, and then 8:08 on May 9th. So 70s for a few days, nice warm up. Showers could come in as early as late Friday night, and they'll be with us not all day Saturday, but off and on, and then clearing into the work week where temperatures stay on the cool side in the 60s. Tisha, back over to you.
Thanks so much, Caitlin. Coming up, or right now, fishermen out in the Chesapeake are fighting to save the bay from an invasion. We're talking about the invasive blue catfish. The fish are wrecking the ecosystem and eating the beloved blue crab. Jay Fleming is a Maryland-based photographer and fisherman, and he's been using his time on the water to fight back against blue catfish.
I love to fish, number one, and I care about Chesapeake Bay. And, combining those two passions, catching these blue catfish, which are invasive, and removing them from the water is actually doing good for the Chesapeake Bay.
Maryland lawmakers this year passed a bill to explore new ways to cut down on the catfish and help anyone who wants to catch blue catfish. Now coming up, sounding the alarm on ticks. What health experts in our region say you need to be aware of, plus a major change to flu vaccine mandates for U.S. troops, what it means for service members. Those stories and much more when Fox 5 on the Plus is back. Welcome back. Members of the U.S. military will no longer be required to get the yearly flu shot. That word coming down today from Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. Hegseth called the policy overly broad and not rational. He says the new rule is effective immediately. The flu vaccine has been required yearly for military members since the 1950s. Ticks are coming out earlier this year, courtesy of a warmer spring that has vegetation in full bloom. Experts are saying it's expected to be one of the worst seasons in a while. Adding to the concern is the fact that we live in a region that puts us more at risk for contracting Lyme disease from ticks.
Lyme disease symptoms can be sort of slow and progressive and chronic, and it's really hard sometimes to actually even know that you were bit by a tick.
Long pants, sleeves, closed-toe shoes, and socks are great ways of preventing tick bites. Also, make sure to check yourself and your pets after spending time outdoors. Still ahead, a major overhaul of the nation's air traffic control system. The upgrades coming to air travel. We're back after this. Hey, bartender, pouring pop tonight to the party and the music and the truth collide. Right now at 8:30, results still coming in from Virginia's redistricting vote that could shift power in Congress. More on the high-stakes battle. Plus, a high school student in the U.S. illegally convicted of groping several girls was sentenced today. How much time he'll spend behind bars. And big changes coming to the country's air traffic control system, how they could impact your travel. Continuing coverage tonight of election night in Virginia. The polls are closed and the Commonwealth is waiting on results. Fox 5's Josh Rosenthal is live at the Fairfax County Government Center with more on this election night. Josh.
Tisha, as you know, this is typically one of the busiest election night hotspots in all of Northern Virginia. Polls closed about an hour and a half ago. Tonight, we don't have any voters still waiting in line, hoping to get inside. However, take a look over here. We do have a little bit of action. I'm told that what you're watching here, these are representatives of different Fairfax County precincts. They are pulling up, they are dropping off ballots, which eventually will be counted inside. Of course, the big issue in the hands of voters is a ballot measure. If approved, it would amend Virginia's Constitution and give the General Assembly power to temporarily redraw the state's congressional districts. Democrats are currently in control of the General Assembly, and so, broadly speaking, they're voting yes, and they say that this is in response to other states doing the same thing, whereas Republicans, who call this an unfair power grab, are voting no. Democrats currently hold 6 of Virginia's 11 congressional seats. The new map would likely give them an edge in all but one. Today, we heard from voters on both sides of the issue, and one thing they agree on is just how big of a deal this issue is.
My entire neighborhood, everyone there, we very quiet people, but everybody just seems to be, all of a sudden, this is the thing to talk about.
There's signs are everywhere. There's campaign ads all over the place. It's hard to ignore it.
Everybody's invested in this election this year.
More than 1.3 million Virginians cast ballots early tonight, and as I was just reminded by one of the officials out here, they are no longer allowed to count those early ballots until polls close. So, if you're wondering why we're still waiting on results here tonight, that and what's happening here behind me is one of the reasons why. Tisha?
Josh, thanks so much for the update. As we now know, polls are now closed in Virginia, and we are getting a look at how voters turned out, from strong early voting numbers to steady in-person voting today. All of it centered on a high-stakes redistricting plan that could have national impacts, including the balance of power in Congress. Joining me now is Senator Tara Durant. And Senator, thanks so much for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
You know, let's look at early voting compared to day of voting here on Election Day. Josh just mentioned more than 1 million voters voted early. Were there any notable differences between early voters and those who showed up to the polls today?
I think overall you just see a great amount of enthusiasm. I just heard someone just remark that this is all anyone is talking about, and that's true. There certainly is some strong sentiments. I've certainly heard from lots of constituents in conversations today about how unfair this is, and it's really quite shocking to even those that maybe not necessarily aligned with one particular party, but they recognize the power grab for what it is.
As we continue to wait for the results to come in, what should we be watching for tonight that could give us some early cues about how this all will shake out?
I think it's important to note that I, like many Virginians, overwhelmingly supported the referendum in 2020, where they all agreed that partisan gerrymandering is not a good precedent to set, and that takes the power out of the hands of politicians. And they wanted that redistricting commission to place it those type of lines, district lines, solely in the hands of of a bipartisan commission instead of whatever the majority party is in place. So it's very interesting to me to see the difference between how overwhelmingly that referendum passed back in 2020, and now we're seeing right now a lot more, I think, of very tight nights. And so we just have to closely watch and see what happens.
Senator, it appears initially the messaging and the narrative was somewhat confusing to start off, and then it became very clearer as we approached Election Day. How do you think that impacted how people voted, especially those independent voters?
Yeah, I certainly had even friends reaching out saying, I've got a couple of pieces of mail and I'm confused what's happening. And the language is intentionally deceiving. And I certainly heard people talk about that today. Restoring fairness was exactly the opposite of what they were trying to accomplish. Going from a 6-5 congressional map to 10-1 is nothing fair about that. So, and not disclosing the lines, the district lines today when people went to vote, unless they took the initiative to go to one side and see exactly for what this is, I think is pretty telling.
And that confusion, Senator, hurt who the most?
Hard to say. I think that's overall the fact that we can acknowledge there's confusion no matter which side you're on is not how elections are supposed to happen. And that certainly could be making a part of a factor into some of the continuing legal challenges that I think we're going to see after today.
Do we expect early voting or same-day turnout to play a bigger role in this race once all the ballots are counted?
Well, I think all of us are pleased to see that Virginia citizens are coming out to do their civic duty. So I love to see a strong turnout. That's always a good thing.
Senator Durant, thanks so much for joining us on this election night in the Commonwealth.
Thank you.
Judgment Day for the 18-year-old convicted of groping girls in the hallways at Fairfax High School. The judge sentencing Israel Flores Ortiz to 360 days in jail, 40 days for each of the 9 victims he assaulted. With time served and good behavior, he could get out in 6 months.
It sends a strong message that you don't touch people in the inappropriate way. And I'll say it's not just in a school setting, on a metro, at a concert, at a mall, no matter what.
The Department of Homeland Security says Flores Ortiz entered the United States illegally in 2024. ICE has indicated it would want to detain and deport him after he serves his sentence. Newly released surveillance video tonight that D.C. police hope will help find the suspects in a shooting in Southeast. The shots were fired just after midnight on March 21st along Langston Place Southeast. Officers found evidence of a shooting, but no victims. Anyone who recognizes the 2 men in this video should contact D.C. police. A reward of up to $10,000 is offered for an arrest leading to a conviction. Coming up, revamping the nation's air traffic control system, a look at the new technology coming to air travel. Trump's pick for Federal Reserve Chairman Kevin Warsh was grilled on Capitol Hill today. Republicans say Warsh is highly qualified for the job. Democrats worry Warsh is too political and has too many undisclosed assets. Meantime, North Carolina's Tom Tillis says he will not advance Warsh's nomination until the feds drop their investigation into Jerome Powell, whose term is set to expire May 15th. As of now, there's no vote scheduled for the committee to advance Warsh's nomination. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy today showing off a new $12 billion overhaul to the country's air traffic control system. The new system integrates AI more into air traffic control and includes new software to spot traffic conflicts hours before they happen. Duffy says the new $12 billion project will start at 4,600 airports.
The software that's being developed will help the management of new aircraft coming into the national airspace far more seamlessly. Again, this is the future, but think of, we're changing in this industry more so than we have in the last 50 years.
Duffy says the updates will be completed by 2028. The FAA is also pushing to hire more air traffic controllers. A bill in the Senate aims to put the airport security fees you pay to better use. The Bipartisan Safeguards Act, led by Maryland Democrat Chris Van Hollen and Kansas Republican Jerry Moran, just cleared a key Senate committee. The bill aims to prevent security fees from being diverted to other purposes and invest more money in upgraded airport screening technology. Spirit Airlines, let's talk about it. Their days could be numbered. The airline is reportedly out of cash, and it's facing a liquidation that could come in just a few days. Spirit has been struggling to emerge from its second bankruptcy in less than a year, and if it goes under, experts say travelers will likely be left to fend for themselves, even if they already paid for their tickets. The airline is reportedly looking for an emergency bailout from the White House. Top executives are expected to meet with Secretary Duffy this week. Up next, a potential tax hike in Montgomery County, the cuts on the table and how it could hit your wallet. Plus, big changes in horse racing. Churchill Downs striking a deal that could reshape the Triple Crown. Details next.
Join the team.
A public hearing today on a potential tax increase in Montgomery County. The county manager's proposed budget is $420 million higher than last year's. The increase would be funded through a proposed 6% property tax increase and a 0.1% income tax increase.
It needs to be said as many times as possible. A property tax increase will be borne squarely on the shoulders of our middle-class families.
The county must grow its way out of these pressures, even though current economic conditions make it difficult.
A second plan calls for $25 million in cuts. The council must approve the budget by June 1st. Maryland elementary schools are getting a boost in the classroom. State Superintendent Carrie Wright announced plans to hire 61 new math and literacy coaches for next school year. More than $14 million approved by the legislature, the latest budget for the statewide teacher development.
Instructional coaches are basically adults that work with teachers, literally help teachers teach. They don't do any recess duty. They don't do any hall duty. No cafeteria duty. Their main focus is helping teachers teach.
17 coaches will be specifically in Prince George's County thanks to a donation from an anonymous philanthropist. The Education Department is proposing a new rule to hold colleges and universities accountable for student outcomes. It would end access to federal student loans for programs whose graduates earn less than a typical high school graduate. The Trump administration says the goal is to guarantee a stronger return on investment for both students and taxpayers. This comes as federal student loan debt inches close to $1.7 trillion. Turning to the weather now, here's a live look outside at Frederick, Maryland. Yes, we are in spring, but it's been feeling a bit chillier, but that's all about to slow down. Caitlin Ruff back with a final check on our forecast.
Yeah, Tisha, those milder temperatures will make a return starting tomorrow afternoon. This after a chilly few days, which really was in stark contrast to so much of the month of April. We are still running well above normal. It has been a warm month. March was a really warm month, so all of those 80 and 90 degree days did add up. It felt pretty jarring to step back into the cooler weather the past few days. This as we look ahead to the second half of spring. We're only a month into the season. We've still got 2 months to go. But next up is Mother's Day in 19 days, Memorial Day, the unofficial start to summer, 34 days, and Juneteenth right before our first day of summer. 59 days away. Today, this morning at least, felt more like winter as you stepped outside in D.C. to 36 degrees. Many of us a hard freeze starting the morning in the upper 20s. We made it to 62 for the high temperature, and so far for the month of April, just over an inch of rain. We are running short. It has been quite dry. Outside right now, it's 52 in D.C., 49 in Leonardtown, 57 in Gaithersburg, Manassas, and 59 at Dulles, 55 in Winchester. Warm front just off to our north, bringing some clouds and showers. So the clouds will increase tonight, and this will keep temperatures elevated. It won't be nearly as cold. We'll fall back to just 50 degrees. So obviously no concern for any frost or freeze when the temperatures are this high. The next 2 days, all about a warm up as the 70s return. Off and on showers tomorrow, but in between that with some sunshine, temperatures will jump with a high of 74. And then Thursday looks like a really nice warm day with temperatures maxing out close to 80 degrees. Let's take a look at Futurecast, which shows those clouds overhead into tomorrow morning. By daybreak, a few showers to the north and west look to drop through during the mid-morning. This is between 10 and 11 a.m. So a bit of some rain, which we need. Not much, though, and it passes quickly. And as we clear, we'll get those warmer temperatures, maybe a pop-up shower or two in the afternoon. And then into Thursday we go, and everything looks really nice. So that severe drought has expanded into the eastern half of D.C., up into the majority of Prince George's and Anne Arundel County, signaling, we're back in that position where we need rain. And we've kind of been in and out of this severe drought for the better part of 2 years now. So along with milder, it'll be fairly dry the next couple of days, but the weekend does seem to bring a change and an opportunity for some wet weather with low pressure moving over top of us. This will also signal the return to some cooler temperatures, which you'll see reflected in the weekend forecast. Kind of different than the next 2 days. Highs are only in the 60s, 63 Saturday with clouds and showers, 61 on Sunday with showers early. Looks to give way to sun in the afternoon. So maybe a bit more of an active pattern starting. We could get showers as early as late Friday night, and then they're kind of off and on through the weekend, but not a washout. Drying out as we head into next week, but temperatures do remain on the cooler side with those highs there only in the 60s. That is a look at your 7-day. Tisha, back over to you.
Good to know, Caitlin. Thanks so much. Meanwhile, after a tough start to the season, the Washington Spirit looking to turn the page this weekend. They're preparing for a big matchup Friday at home. Fox 5's Trav Ricardo takes a closer look at what needs to change.
That's right, guys. The Washington Spirit have a huge matchup with the Kansas City Current going down this Friday right here at Audi Field. Now, this team has not gotten off to the start that many anticipated, but according to Trinity Rodman, they could be one game away from turning things around.
We're very close, but again, just like any other team, like once you get the goals flowing, then that's when you can kind of be confident on the front foot every single game.
Rodman would go on to tell Fox 5 that this team is close to doing just that. They just have to finish their opportunities. And to that point, the Spirit, they've struggled to turn strong moments into full-out results. A handful of draws and missed chances have left Washington still searching for consistency on both sides of the ball. And as a result, their current record sits at 1-3-1. At times, the attack has looked dangerous, creating opportunities in the final third. But in order to win at the level that this organization is accustomed to, Rodman and crew need to find the back of the net with more consistency. Now here comes a major test. Washington is set to face the defending champions, the Kansas City Current, a team that's quickly become one of the league's most explosive offenses. And to that point, former Washington star Croy Bethune will be making her return to Audi Field on Friday as well, only this time she'll be wearing a different jersey. So for the Spirit, this is not just another match, no, this is a chance to reset the tone of their season.
I think it's going to be a great match. I think it'll be entertaining. And as much as I hate to see Croy on the other side, she's an entertainer and she's a great player, as well as so many others on Kansas City, unfortunately. So it'll be a fun game, which it always is, especially when we play at Audi. So I think people will be at the edge of their seat the whole game, for sure.
Trinity Rodman would go on to tell Fox 5 that the key to this team's success is to continue having fun while they're out there on the pitch. So to that point, the message going into this season is simple. It's time to start turning that potential into points for the Washington Spirit. Match kicks off Friday versus the Kansas City Current. Back to you all.
Chad, thanks so much. Just in, Virginia voters approved the redistricting referendum backed by Democrats. Again, the Associated Press confirming that Virginia voters have voted yes on the redistricting measure backed by Democrats. We'll have an update on fox5dc.com, also over on Fox 5 News at 10 and 11 tonight. Meanwhile, a major merger in the world of horse racing. Churchill Downs, operator of the Kentucky Derby, has entered an agreement to acquire the branding rights of the Preakness Stakes and the Black-Eyed Susan race for $85 million. This will allow Churchill Downs to manage the rights to the first two legs of horse racing's Triple Crown. The deal is expected to close after the Preakness. Former Washington Mystics star Elena Del Don kicking off a new initiative to help make sure female student athletes have some of the essential gear they need. She's helping the Mystics and Monumental Sports launch a citywide effort to give out 13,000 sports bras to local female athletes, and it started today at Charles Hart Middle School.
This will help me very much because sports bras are very essential to just any sport in general for a girl. This is a really special event, and I'm so excited to be here representing Team USA and just being a representative here with the Mystics. But for me, I think this is so important because every girl should have access to sports bras as equipment. Hearing that confidence is so important, sport, giving back.
The Mystics bus will travel across all 8 wards with giveaways at middle and high school team practices. Very cool and important. Coming up next, he never let go of his dream, and now more than 30 years later, he's back in the game. The local 53-year-old making history in professional baseball. That's next.
I don't wanna give you the wrong impression.
Breaking news tonight, a Virginia redistricting measure projected to pass. This paves the road for Democrats to redraw Virginia's congressional maps ahead of the 2026 midterms. It'll give Democrats a 10-1 advantage. The efforts to redraw maps coming in response to Republican-led legislatures in other states that have done the same. We'll have much more on this tonight over on Fox 5 News at 10 and 11. Today, the Smithsonian announced the appointment of Linda Roscoe Hartigan as the director of the Smithsonian American Art Museum. Hartigan is currently CEO of the Peabody Essex Museum in Salem, Massachusetts. Her new position is a homecoming of sorts as Hartigan began her career at the Smithsonian, where she served as its chief curator. Her term begins at the beginning of September. The Strathmore is celebrating the 40th anniversary of its popular afternoon tea program. This year, its annual juried exhibition is titled Steeped. It'll include more than 100 works of art, all focused on tea and the taste, traditions, and emotions that surround tea time.
We've got many different themes now, everything from children's teas to tea and talks that we are now having.
Either using tea as a medium or using tea as a theme, it is really, really exciting to see such a unique concept being brought to life in the galleries in this show.
You can enjoy a cup of tea and attend one of their programs by registering online. The sessions include finger food and live music. A local standout athlete returns to the pros after more than 3 decades. 53-year-old Vincent Towns is the newest member of the Hagerstown Boxcars. The Suitland High alum was drafted by the San Francisco Giants in 1991 and spent 2 seasons playing in the minors, but he never gave up on his pro dream. Towns will start on Sunday for the Boxcars, making him the oldest player to ever appear in an Atlantic League game. Look at that. Remember, we are always on. Live Zone Primetime is up next, streaming live on the Fox Local app, followed by Fox 5 News at 10.
Thank you, everyone out there, for joining us on this very busy and breaking news Tony P. Tuesday tonight, because we just got word, Tony P., of the results in the Virginia special election. That is going to be our big story tonight. But first and foremost, thank you to everyone joining us right now, whether you're watching on Fox Local, whether you're watching on Fox 5 DC's YouTube page, whether you're watching on fox5dc.com, Tubi, Vizio, all
DC, around the country, wherever you are.
Absolutely. All of those different options. So, Tony P., the big story here in the Commonwealth today was this referendum on a plan to redistrict, and we just got the results in moments ago.
Just went up a little bit.
Right there. This is from fox5dc.com. The yeses have it. This is the ballot measure to add a constitutional amendment to redraw the congressional districts. You see 1,384,000. These results changing in real time. 384,296 yes. 50.7% of the vote, 1,344,422, 49.3% no. So, Tony P., break down for us, if you will, a little bit about what this means.
So, first of all, with the numbers today, it was projected to be pretty tight, not like the governor's race where it was a 15-point victory for Abigail Spanberger. This was projected to be about a 4 to 5 point victory for the yes option. Right now, we're at about 1.4% in the lead, almost 51% of the vote for the yes, and I think we're at 86, 87% of the vote in. So a little bit more to go, mostly in some of those northern VA counties up here in the D.C. area, so that could be some more of a boost for the yes option, but there could be some outstanding vote in the southwestern part of the state where, of course, there's a lot more Republican voters, and potentially that no vote could still gain a little bit more traction as well. But this vote today is basically about a constitutional amendment that was a part of a vote in the VA state legislature to really talk about redistricting in response to what happened in Texas, where it was started by Governor Abbott and Texas Republicans at the helm or at the whim of President Trump, who basically said, we want to get more seats. I want to be able to have my agenda grow in years 3 and 4 of his administration, because he is a one-term president limited now because of the non-consecutive 4-year terms. So that was the beginning of this. Texas is where it started. You had members of the Texas state legislature leaving the state a year ago, 2 years ago, to fight it so there wouldn't be a quorum. Then there was a lot of back and forth. The vote eventually happened. There was that redistricting. Some of the courts held it up. But then, as of today, it's going forward. Then you had in California, Governor Gavin Newsom last September put a vote very similar to this on the ballot, and California voters overwhelmingly voted to change the congressional districts in not, again, it isn't for a permanent thing. It's until 2030 in both of these cases. Because what happened in Texas was it was the beginning of what we call midterm redistricting. So redistricting only happens every 10 years usually because of the census. So populations change. That means that more congressional votes get allocated to different states depending on their population. So, for example, Texas has grown, Florida has grown, as a lot of people from California have moved more south. So that usually happens every 10 years to reflect the change in population. However, this was the first time we've seen a mid-term, mid-census redistricting, and then the cascading effect began to happen in parts of the, in more Republican southern states, as well as states like California and Virginia. And that was a major issue in the election for the governor's race, too.
Obviously a very controversial move because some people feel it's an unfair play. Democrats currently control Virginia's General Assembly, had been pushing supporters to vote yes on this measure. Supporters of the gerrymandering plan say it's in response, like you said, to the other states that have done the same thing, even the playing field. Republican critics called this an unfair power grab, encouraged supporters to vote no. Democrats currently hold 6 of Virginia's 11 congressional seats. The new map would likely give them an edge in all but one. Special elections generally have a low turnout, voter turnout, but as you can see from the numbers that we put up there, 1.386 million versus 1.349 million. The numbers keep changing live on the air. A sign of the national stakes at play here, Tony P. More than $90 million spent in this fight.
Isn't that crazy?
With much of that money coming from outside Virginia. And honestly, anyone who lives here in the DMV knows exactly what we're talking about because they have been inundated with these political ads with some big names, including former President Barack Obama.
Well, right. And Democrats and supporters of this amendment will say, well, in Texas, they just did it by state legislature vote. They didn't bring it to the voters. In California and Virginia, they did put it on the line. Even though they had majorities in the state assembly, they decided to put this to a vote, and it worked both times. So supporters will say it's not the same as the gerrymandering done in Texas and other states because that was done purely because Republicans have the power in those states. So when looking at this, you can't really take a ton of tea leaves in this case because it's a midterm of a midterm, right? It's kind of in the middle of the midterm season. We're not even in November yet. So I think overall, this is a good victory for Democrats. It was going to be very, very tight. And it looks like based on the trajectory we're on, it's going to be about a 3 to 4 point victory, which is exactly what was in the margin. And this can be an added win for Democrats. But we saw the no vote do pretty well. So the question is this a Virginia question and a Virginia type of issue, or is it around the country when it comes to the issue of gerrymandering? Because the biggest thing is the bipartisan coalition and bipartisan commission that was voted on years ago in the Constitution. So this kind of suspends it for a while, then brings it back in 2030. The question is, will those bipartisan boards be brought back? The law says yes now, and I hope they are brought back. But this was a more retroactive response to what happened in Texas. So there's a lot of things at play here. But a good, solid win for the supporters of this and Democrats tonight. They can take this as a new data point in how they pitch voters going into the real midterms in November.
All right, so I'm just checking some of our YouTube comments right now. Time 49 says, Go Dems, blue wave. Quincy Alexander, the Virginia Supreme Court will throw this out. Just a reminder, you can weigh in the comment section. You can scan that QR code if you are a Virginia voter and you want to chat about what went down today. You can scan that QR code, join the Zoom room, and talk to us all about it. In the meantime, though, we do want to talk more about today's election. We do want to talk more about what comes next. And for that, Axios Richmond reporter Sabrina Moreno hopefully joining us now live. Sabrina, it's Chris. Can you hear us?
Hi, yes. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Perfect. I'm going to make sure Tony P can hear you. Hang on 1 second here.
Oh, you have the IFB.
I have the IFB.
Told me to take it out.
Tony P can hear you now.
Yes, I can.
I forgot to turn the speaker back up. The magic of live television, everybody.
I'm like, where am I?
Thank you so much. Obviously, it's been a busy day for you. The results, first and foremost, were you surprised to see how they turned out?
Slightly. I think, in the past month, I have kept telling people this, and I've been talking to lifelong Democrats. I would catch them at the bar, I would catch them out and about at Richmond events, and there were a lot of people who were saying that they were really hesitant about this referendum. Clearly, they were not kind of the majority. Richmond, for example, was a landslide in saying yes to the amendment. And so I think maybe on the ground, some people had those hesitations, but I think we're seeing kind of across Virginia, especially in the bigger localities, it was yes. But up until, the past hour, it really was very neck and neck, and then Fairfax County kind of swept in.
Do you think that Democrats that you've been talking to on the ground view this as a very solid win for the midterms, just another feather in the cap, or do they see some slippage potentially in a situation like this with the numbers being a lot closer than the VA governor's race?
It's hard to say, right? Because I think what we maybe might see more is a long-term impact, but I think the Northern Virginia part really does make sense, right? I mean, that was a massive part of the state that was impacted, by some of the administration's actions, so that blowout makes a lot of sense. But also I think it'll be interesting to see. We've talked to some readers about whether they would feel some kind of way about Northern Virginia maybe representing the area. And readers have said that they're okay with it. But also those are some of our Democratic readers, and they've also said, we are Democrats, so take that with a grain of salt. But we also did see a pretty big pushback in Hanover County, which is a very Republican suburb in the Richmond area, and they are one of the ones that would be swept up into Northern Virginia, like one of those really long kind of new districts. So I think that is where we might see a pretty big pushback. And also, we still have that Supreme Court case to look out for and legal challenges that I'm sure will be ahead.
So, Sabrina, can you just walk us through a little bit of what the immediate next steps are?
Yeah, so the one thing I do want to make sure I clear up, because we've gotten these questions a lot, is that this does not mean that your representative immediately changes, doesn't mean that your district immediately changes, right? So your representative will still be your representative until somebody is sworn in January. And so, but this map that we have up on the screen right now, that is the map that is kind of up in the air for midterms. What I think we'll kind of be seeing in the immediate future will be a bunch of candidates coming out and more prominently saying, hey, I'm going to campaign for this new district. I think that's probably the most immediate. And then we will also see what the Supreme Court ends up deciding, because they're still weighing that case that tried to block that vote.
So we heard from some voters today across the Commonwealth that some of the language was a little bit confusing on the ballot in terms of what a yes meant and what a no meant. Did you hear any of that from readers or people on the ground today? And what was the confusion for real?
Yes, that was probably, I would say there were two major things that were causing confusion or prompting a bit of confusion, which would be one, that ballot language saying that, hey, this amendment is to restore fairness in elections. And what people were voting on today was allowing lawmakers to do this mid-decade redraw of the congressional maps temporarily, and then they'll go back to kind of that normal, commission after the 2030 census. But that is a bit different than saying, hey, we're restoring fairness in elections, right? Because what does that really mean? And who doesn't want to restore fairness? Fairness is good. And so I think that was something that a lot of Republicans also pushed back on. There were some Republicans who, tried suing over that language, saying it wasn't neutral. And then on the flip side, which I know you guys were just talking about this, are those mailers, all those text messages. I've gotten text messages and ads with conflicting ads with Barack Obama. So there was the one for redistricting saying that Barack Obama was for it. I also got text saying that Barack Obama is against this, right? And so I think for the average person, they're like, okay, hold on, what does yes mean? What does no mean? And so those were the top two things that I was hearing from people.
So what reaction do you expect on the national stage at this point? We know a lot of national attention was paid on this race. What does this mean now moving forward to the midterms and what we could see in terms of the balance of power on Capitol Hill?
Yeah, I mean, Virginia definitely is going to be at the center of this because the House is very, very closely divided. Something I'll be looking out for is to see what happens in Florida when they, gavel back in, have that special session about redistricting, to see if what that will mean for the seats that Virginia might add. But I think that there's definitely going to be some pretty big national pushback on, maybe from Republicans. They've already been really ramping up that rhetoric leading up to this election. But from what I've seen so far on social media, Democrats are cheering, right? And so I think what'll be interesting to see what happens with Florida and then what it ultimately means when the midterms actually happen, right? And these districts lean Democratic, or is there something else that's going to pop up? Virginia's always interesting that way.
So as people vote coming up for the actual midterms, is the proposed map that just passed, is that going to be what people are voting on for their new representative, or will it be similar to what they currently have? That's where I've always been a little bit confused, and a lot of folks in Gen Z as well.
Yeah, so that proposed map is, so when, let's say, for example, I'm still going to be in the 4th Congressional District, which is Richmond, right? But then there's a sliver of Richmond that is now going to be in the 5th District. And so people are gonna have, and I think that's gonna be our next wave of confusion, right? People being confused on which district they're in, and the people running for these districts, they're gonna be going for these new districts. And so when we're talking about voting for our representatives in November, we're gonna be voting for representatives in our new district. I think that's where the next wave is gonna be. But that proposed map was approved by Governor Spanberger, which means that it will be in effect. And the little caveat there, when she signed it, was this will go into effect if voters say yes to this. And so yes, but I think that's the next wave of confusion, right? Because if people are like, oh, this person running for the 5th district or the 7th district, oh, that wasn't mine, they might get a little bit confused there. But yes, the new proposed map, that is what is going to be in effect for November's midterms.
Got it. And you mentioned the legal challenges that could persist from this. What will those challenges hinge on when voters just change the Constitution, right? So what will be that situation inside the Supreme Court at the state level that they will have to decide on this, potentially?
Some that I'm going to be looking out for, let's say the Supreme Court says, the referendum, the as is, what voters decided is good to go. I can definitely see Republicans appealing that. Something that was interesting is right before I hopped onto this call, we were in that 1% margin. We no longer are anymore. But that would have been another interesting play because in Virginia, if it's within a 1% margin, whoever loses is able to demand a recount. But in Virginia, automatic recounts are not a thing. But that was something I was eyeing ahead of coming on and chatting with you guys, because if it wasn't that 1%, I could see, people from the no side going for that route. But that's kind of out of the question now. So it'll be interesting. But the Supreme Court part will definitely be the first part. Appealing it if Supreme Court says yes. Those are the immediate ones that I can think of.
And you see it mostly on the language of the ballot versus the actual outcome, or do we see it just on the idea of a referendum itself?
It's hard to say. I mean, because I think all of the above is pretty possible, right? Because we have seen Republicans sue over the language. We've seen Republicans sue over the fact that, this was not done, allegedly was not done lawfully, right? Like they've sued on kind of every single part of this. It's been struck down, then they appeal, and then that's how kind of we got to this latest Supreme Court case where it's weighing a case that wanted to stop the vote from happening in the first place, saying that this was not constitutional. And so they kind of sued on every little part of it, which is why I wouldn't be surprised if they sued on another little part of it that maybe I haven't thought of. And so I don't think we're done with those legal challenges yet by any means.
Got it.
All right, Sabrina Moreno, Axios Richmond reporter, thank you so much for spending some time with us here tonight on the Live Zone Primetime and sharing your expertise on a story that obviously not only impacts the Commonwealth, but also the rest of the country when it comes to the balance of power on Capitol Hill.
Thanks for having me.
All right, Tony P., we also just got a statement from Governor Abigail Spanberger on this redistricting referendum outcome. released the following statement. Virginia voters have spoken, and tonight they approved a temporary measure to push back against a president who claims he is entitled to more Republican seats in Congress. Virginians watch other states go along with those demands without voter input, and we refuse to let that stand. We responded the right way at the ballot box. She went on to say, I understand the urgency of winning congressional seats as a check on this president, and I look forward to campaigning with candidates across the Commonwealth, working to earn Virginians' trust and their votes. Looking forward, I remain committed to ensuring Virginia's bipartisan redistricting commission gets back to work after the 2030 census and to protecting the process Virginians voted to create.
Right, because now she will be governor until, I think, January of 2030, so right at the beginning of that redistricting. So, of course, there'll need to be, I think, in 2029 at least, some re-upping of that, or the process behind it, the mechanics, to make sure that it's back up and running if the census takes place. I think it takes place mid-year. Then you have, like in 2031, it gets implemented.
So Juan Carlos is in the Zoom room right now. Juan, I'm not sure if you joined to talk about these redistricting results. If so, feel free to throw your camera on.
Absolutely.
We'd be happy to hear your opinion on the results.
Hear from the people.
Tony P, absolutely.
Yeah, listen, this is impacting the people. We want to hear it not just from me, because I can pontificate here all night. I want to hear what it actually means for voters and citizens.
Yeah,
that are impacted by
Tony
all this.
P, in the meantime, I'm going to show this again 1 second here.
Yeah, our numbers
WHS, if we scroll down just a little bit, just to see sort of how the individual counties voted, you see that southwestern portion of Virginia where there was heavy early turnout. I know Democrats were relying on the day of turnout in order, because the early ballots were going towards no.
Right,
but you can see how
you
can see how those northern Virginia counties went on this map right now.
What you want to watch, so being someone who went to Richmond for 4 years, University of Richmond, and also was involved in politics down there, you want to look right here at Chesterfield County. So that's always a swing county in the state. It went very heavy for Abigail Spanberger last election. It was very, very close between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. That was one of the counties that I saw in 2016 and 2024 that really made me think that Donald Trump was going to win election and re-election, is counties like this. This is suburban Richmond. This is on the border of kind of like the more affluent suburbs in that Richmond area. Look at this, 53 to 46 roughly. Again, 9,000 raw vote difference, but a solid percentage win for the yes vote. A little bit less in the governor's race, but still a victory. And you look at Henrico County, very much Richmond, part of Richmond suburbs. This is basically double that vote, 62 to 37. Then looking a little bit further, this one, of course, we're talking about Hanover County. With Sabrina, we talked about that county being part of now Northern Virginia, right? Well, this vote, where is it, was 66 to 33. That's a very big difference.
Huge.
That's almost Donald Trump 2024 territory. So when you think about what this could have for an impact in the congressional districts, you're going to have maybe some of these more blue districts that are converted could be closer overall, with Hanover County taking a very, very big stake in at least one or two of those new counties proposed.
And Tony, I know we talked yesterday with J.D. Spain from the Arlington County Board, but we were talking about what Hakeem Jeffries had said, which is that he thought this vote would be close because Virginia is still purple. Is that the takeaway that you have looking at these results on this map right now?
I do, because this vote is close. It's going to be 3 or 4 points, right? We saw with Ralph Northam in 2017, a blowout win against Ed Gillespie. Then you saw 2021, basically the same type of numbers, 1.5%, Terry McAuliffe and former Governor Glenn Youngkin, and he won that race. So this means that in 2030, you could see a potentially closer governor's race, depending on how Abigail Spanberger governs in the years ahead, as well as with national political tectonic movements, right? But this really makes it clear that Virginia is still on certain issues, right? Because now some of the confusion we saw with voters, could some of these votes have changed depending on if things were a little bit clearer, right? That's one piece to look at, probably very negligible though. But when looking overall at the flow of the state, how it votes, there are a lot of independent voters that are center-left or more independent that may have voted against this because of the bipartisan nature of this. So I think this might just be a kind of vote by vote context. But it goes to show you that, again, governors shift in this state pretty often, and you also see a vote like this. So there is something to be said here. There has been also a percentage drop in approval for Governor Spanberger in the last few months because some folks feel that she hasn't been as moderate as she said she was going to be. So potentially that could have been at play here, a check on her political power maybe. But again, pretty negligible in my opinion. That could have been a factor, but I'm not sure totally about how large that is.
Well, just a reminder, we appreciate everyone out there.
Sorry, I mean to rant.
No, Tony P., this is why I pay you. This is why I keep you around.
That's all?
Shout out to everyone in not only the YouTube comment section, but also weighing in the Zoom room.
Now, this shocked
Killer
me here.
B2050 says it's hilarious as hell that Republicans were against redistricting in Virginia, but fine with it in Texas at the same time. WHS in the Zoom room, I appreciate you very much for weighing in. Not a good map, they say. Show the map that NBC is showing. I'm not sure if you know how TV news works, but we are Fox, so we're not going to show the map that NBC is showing. But right now, Jim Loke has wandered over to the area. Jim, we'll bring your expertise. We're going to share Tony's mic with you, though, but we're gonna share your expertise now. I know you talked to some lawmakers about this referendum, and some of them were a little testy about it.
Well, I think what we get. I'm gonna grab this up here. I'll spare you from being the. No, I think in the grand scheme of things, it was clearly down the party line here. You know, the Democrats thought that this is a way to do it. Republicans were certainly felt the opposite. I talked with Don Scott last night, who's the Speaker of the House for Virginia, Democrat, obviously, and I played a clip of Jason Miyares, the former Attorney General, who came on Final Five last week and played up that role. He believed that this was rigging the election in favor of the Democrats. He had said, and this has been the line from him and former Governor Youngkin and a lot of Republicans, was we didn't like them. Their line was, we didn't like the maps because it was 6 Democrats and 5 Republicans, but it was fair because of that bipartisan redistricting board that was put into place back in 2020. It passed overwhelmingly back in 2020. But when I played that for Don Scott, he goes, hey, look, voters can change their minds. And I think that's what Democrats, that's the line they're going to say right now is, hey, look, voters said they wanted to see these this bipartisan commission draw the maps up. But the reality is they say this is desperate times calling for desperate measures. They do reset in 2030. But I think what's going to be interesting, and I'm going to talk with Dan Helmer tonight on the Final Five at 11:30. He's currently one of the top Democrats in the House of Delegates. He's running for Congress in one of these new districts. Imagine this. If you are one of these politicians running in a brand new district, knowing full well that in 2 election cycles that's going away, I think it's fair for voters to be skeptical and for Republicans to be skeptical about, are you going to abide by that? Because by and large, these should be going back to what they were, or at least a new bipartisan independent map drawn in 2030. So I think that's the question a lot of people have tonight.
Now, with this vote,
go ahead. You take it back.
Now, with this vote, do you feel that maybe there could be a backlash in future elections, especially for the governor's race, given this distance in vote?
But look at in 2000. No, I take that back. 2010, Republicans had control. This is before that bipartisan redistricting panel. It was overwhelmingly in favor of Republicans back then. That was, 16 years ago.
Yeah.
I don't know if we're going to see that, but it's certainly. I think you're going to see a lot of ads playing this up. But this changes the districts for the congressional level, not on the state level. And Democrats, as we saw, they won a lot of seats in the House of Delegates last time around. By the way, Chris, you pulled this one up here, this Virginia one. I do believe this map. I think, if I'm not mistaken, they had the biggest turnout. They had the biggest turnout in the referendum in terms of early voting. And that is represented by, I think, Rob Whitman represents this district, who is a Republican. Democrats have clearly targeted that. And I think it's interesting to see it's tight, but the yeas have it.
Interesting. Now, do you think Democrats will take this as a victory for them, a feather in the cap?
Absolutely. I mean, there's no way that you're not going to see them do that victory map. They're seeing this not just as a victory over unfair maps. They see this as a victory over Donald Trump tonight.
Got it.
And that's by and large. I mean, let's be honest. That's what it's like right now. That's if the Democrats have a win, it's not a win on the local level. It's not a win on the state level. They're going to see all of this as a win against Donald Trump.
It's all national. And do you see that there could be some Supreme Court intervention here, or are some of the cases not so strong?
Well, the Virginia Supreme Court has to get involved here, but remember the Supreme Court on the federal level has paved the way for a lot of these maps to be redrawn, favoring Republicans. So I think we'll see where it goes from there.
Interesting. I think the biggest thing is this distance is a little bit surprising given the governor's race being 14, 15 points. Is that a reflection on Governor Spanberger maybe, or other items?
It could be a little bit, but I think by and large, I don't think that that's going to be... look, Republicans had a very good run over the last couple of months. Every time a Democratic delegate advanced a bill to raise a tax, and there were a lot of them, they were able to paint this as Spanberger wants to raise your taxes. Well, the reality is that's not how legislation works. Governors don't propose legislation. The House did not pass any of these tax increases. Therefore, Spanberger never signed any of these tax increases. But I think you didn't see a big pushback from the Spanberger administration at the time, and they sort of let this narrative grow and grow and grow. You had some very powerful Republican voices. Ben Domenech from the Federalist, his wife Meghan McCain. They were, I think McCain had some very unflattering and really inappropriate ways to describe the governor. And I think it really points to the relevance of Abigail Spanberger as governor and the irrelevance of Meghan McCain as a former host of The View.
Jim Lokay, thank you so much for crashing this party and lending your expertise. You can catch him Final Five right here, Fox Local, coming up at 11:30. Josh Rosenthal continuing our coverage tonight right here on Fox Local as well, live at 10 and 11. Exactly. What else you got? Anything?
No, we've got James Waukesha coming up on the 10 o'clock news tonight, so we'll talk with him and get his reaction. Yep.
So you can continue to follow this story. We are going to take a quick break, leave you with this live picture from the U.S. Capitol. The breaking news, though, Virginia voters have approved the redistricting plan. We have a lot more we want to get to tonight here on the Live Zone Primetime, including, Tony P., something I'm super excited about. Yes. We are talking about a major blast from the past. The American Gladiators are back, Tony P., and one of them has hometown ties. We are going to talk to Neon coming up in our next half hour. In the meantime, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in 2 minutes. All right, welcome back to the Live Zone Primetime on this Tuesday night. If you are just joining us in our second half hour, the breaking news that we just got at the top of the hour. Virginia voters have approved a plan, a redistricting plan that would redraw the congressional districts in the state. It was close, but the yays had it. Just about 51%, Tony P. 51.4%
Yep, to 48.6%.
to 48.6%. Those numbers coming in live. We will keep an eye on them. We will keep chatting all about this. We will bring you any new developments as we get them. In the meantime, though, we did want to switch gears just a little bit and talk about something else pretty exciting, something that takes me back to my childhood, Tony P.
I grew up watching American Gladiators. I've been training for this my entire life, and now it's my time to shine.
Dion for a great shot, stopping it, working it, side to side. Dion got one out. Oh, losing his balance. Down goes the contender. And he makes a great play.
Tony P., the American Gladiators are back, and this time around, one of them has DMV roots. We are talking about Allende Warren, a.k.a. Neon, who is a Silver Spring native. And tonight, he joins us live to talk more about his journey to superstardom, being an American Gladiator, his hometown roots, and much, much more. Neon, thank you so much for joining us here tonight on the Live Zone Primetime. A busy night, so I appreciate your patience, but I did want to make sure we got a chance to chat with you.
What's going on, fellas? Thank you guys so much for having me. Glad to be here.
Of course. First and foremost, a shout out for your hometown, will you?
Hey, man, Silver Spring, man. We in the building. Let's go, baby. DMV.
All right. So, first and foremost, how did you end up on American Gladiators, and what has this experience been like so far?
Oh, man, dude, it's been absolutely incredible. I'm super grateful for the opportunity, but it actually came at one of my lowest points where I had almost did a different show and it didn't work out, and I find myself at rock bottom trying to figure things out, and it was a time for me where I really just focused on self-development and self-work and reading a lot more books, figuring out things that I like to do, and really taking my fitness thing seriously. And so one of my boys actually sent me JP, his name is Jocelyn Patterson. I got to shout him out. That's my boy.
Love that.
He actually sent me the casting call for American Gladiators. It's just like a little flyer on social media. And he also submitted some of my info to them as well. And I ended up hopping on a call with them, killed that interview, hopped on a second call, killed that interview. And I didn't hear anything for a little while. So I'm like, oh man, what's going on? Like, I thought I was the guy for this. But I kept working out, kept staying ready just in case my name is called. And then they hit me up saying, hey, we got a combine coming up. And I'm like, okay, is this the combine that I thought I was supposed to do, 8-9 years ago for the NFL? And so, I ended up going out there and doing my thing, and fast forward, here we are. The show just dropped last Friday. We got 3 episodes out, and we're already trending number 4 top shows on Prime Video.
Wow. Now, you mentioned in the promo that you've been watching American Gladiators since you were very, very young. And, of course, you pursued the NFL, things of that nature. Was this always a consideration in your mind? You wanted to do a show like this, or, do kind of like the fitness side of things?
I always kind of knew I was destined for something big. Originally I thought that was the NFL. I've been playing football since I was literally 5 years old, and it started really because of Gladiators. My mom brought me into the room one time to watch the show for the very first time, and it was like Powerball and Breakthrough and Conquer, and I was immediately glued to the screen, and that helped inspire me to play football. And ended up, doing it my entire life, and got to play college at West Virginia State, played high school at Wheaton High School.
Yeah.
Right there in Silver Spring, right on that corner of Randolph Road and Dalewood.
There you go.
And, I had a really close shot at the NFL, man, but I got hurt, man, a couple weeks before the combine, so I never even got a chance to showcase my skills and my talents. And so, but I never really lost that hunger and drive to stay healthy and fit. So, regardless of whatever jobs that I was doing, after I got done with school, fitness was always a thing for me. It was always a priority for me to stay fit, get in the gym, stay active, stay an athlete, because it's just been such the norm for me my entire life. And so I always felt like I was destined to do something big, and I'm extremely grateful for this opportunity and for it coming back around full circle.
So talk to me about the nickname. Was Neon your nickname before you went into this? Was this one that you got to pick yourself? Was it assigned? I mean, American Gladiators has a history of having some of the greatest nicknames of all time.
Neon came about. We actually had a few different name selections, but we kind of ran into a little bit of legalities for other names. But Neon just seemed like the perfect fit because, I've been shining long before the lights showed up, and now the world is just catching on. And so every time I also step into a room, you're going to see this big smile, and I'm going to light up that room and that arena. So, that's kind of like the essence of Neon. It's a positive guy who is, who understands trials and tribulations, and, always, that guy that's able to overcome adversity. And you see that through his play and, the type of character that he is.
Are you shocked by how, again, years ago there was American Gladiators, a lot of shows then went away, there was a distance in time, now they're back, and this nostalgia era is upon us. Did this shock you at all, and do you see this continuing as a series as well as other more nostalgic shows continue in the years ahead?
It was definitely shocking to me when I first heard about it because, it was such a big thing back in the day.
Yeah.
And I remember just watching the reruns all the time. Like, I always wanted to watch them with my mom.
Right.
And, but for it to be back now, I mean, this feels like something that is going to be around for a long time. And I think the fans, the people out there who grew up watching the show and loving the show, we're all adults now. We got kids and we got family, we got, well, I don't have any kids, but, a lot of the younger generation, they're adults now and they have families, and it's going to be a big nostalgic factor, man, for them to get to watch it again, but also to see their young ones being able to watch it for the first time, and who knows what kind of positive impact that could have on them moving forward in life.
Okay, so not to give away any trade secrets, but let's say we put Tony P out there against Neon, God. Okay? He enters the competition.
I might not make it to the next show.
He's in the dojo. So, what would he have to do? What would be the secret to trying to sneak past
I'm
Neon?
also a black belt in karate, by the way, and a brown belt in jiu-jitsu. Just going to say.
It doesn't matter if you have all of the Infinity Stones that of Thanos, okay? If you step into that ring with me, okay, it might be a little bit of a problem. But no, man, to be able to compete in the Gladiator games, man, you have to be brave, you have to be strong, you have to be fast, and also you got to have heart. You got to have heart. You're going up against some big guys, some big girls. We have an incredible cast who, they are some people who have been through a lot, and they've been prepared for this moment for a very long time, and, even when we didn't really know it. And so, who knows? I would say maybe, if we come back season 3 or something, season 2, season 3, I would say submit your name and see what happens. You never know. There's all different types of people that be on the show, so, see what happens.
Chris is already encouraging me to too many bad things and bad ideas.
I just love volunteering, Tony.
You always do. Do it yourself. Now, let me ask you this: if you could take us behind the scenes of how this all works, right? What is the process like of getting onboarded into this, doing the filming, being there for all that time, the competitions? What is it like to be a cast member every day behind the scenes?
It's exciting. Honestly, it's exciting.
I can imagine.
Everything about it was just, wow, like, I'm really here. I'm really about to do this. Like, I'm really a gladiator. You have a million different cameras in your face. You have this huge arena. You have people, doing your hair. You got makeup. You have these contenders who are, have some incredible stories, man, who've been through so much. You got people on there that, waited 17 years for this kind of opportunity.
Right.
Or people that have been through some kind of adversity. I think one of the contenders broke their back at one point, never thought that she'd be able to walk again, but here she is competing on American Gladiators. And it's just an incredible experience to be able to be there and to, contribute to the success of the show.
So you've been in locker rooms with football teams. What is the atmosphere like when you're surrounded by your fellow Gladiators? Is there competition between you guys, or are you all kind of encouraging each other and pumping each other up, both physically and mentally?
It's definitely both, because iron sharpens iron. Like me and Mayhem, man, we go back and forth all the time. Even when we're just working out and we're in the gym, we're trying to compete with each other on the bench press. If I do, 315 for 10 reps, he's going to tell me, oh man, that's too light. You got to go up. All right. And we'll just go back and forth like that. But then at the same time, all the Gladiators, we're here encouraging each other, and we're all here to showcase our skills and showcase our talents, but also, lift each other up. So it's kind of like one of those things where we know this is a big opportunity for everyone, but, we're making sure we are, lifting as we climb.
What is one thing about the Hollywood streaming experience that you just went through that might surprise a lot of people back home?
One thing that would surprise me, the amount of adrenaline that's pumping through your body. Trying not to say anything crazy, right?
Right.
It's like you're on screen, you're being filmed, right?
Right.
It's happening all at once.
You got to control it.
You got to make sure that you go out there and give it your all. And, I think everybody out there is really just being themselves, and I think that's what makes Gladiators so awesome. Everybody's out there being themselves and having a good time, but also, making sure we get the job done.
All right. Well, if people want more Neon, A, where can they follow you? And B, if they want to kind of follow in your footsteps, if you've inspired anybody out there who not only wants to maybe be an American Gladiator someday, but even if they just want to get in the gym, what's your advice to them watching right now?
Yeah, so my advice to you is to, first believe in yourself and have a goal for yourself. If you want to get fit, if you want to build muscle, if you want to lose weight, if there's something that you want to do, you have to believe that you can achieve it. And then you have to create an action plan in order to do that. If you don't have an action plan, then what you can do is hire a coach like myself, where you can find me on Instagram at SwolePatrol_. And I actually have been coaching and training people for, a couple of years now, quite some time. And, where I help you not only get great results, but, teach you the things that are necessary for you to not need me in the future. I think there's a lot of great trainers and great coaches out there, but if I'm not teaching you how to do this on your own so that you can teach the next person or teach your family member, then I'm not doing a great job. So
I really just wanted to hear you drop the name of your Instagram handle. Swole Patrol might be one of the greatest of all time.
I'll tell you, because now I also watch a little bit of Joey Swole as well. I think he's a fitness guy, Joey Swole, too. I love that name, Swole Patrol. That is so cool.
Funny name about Swole Patrol. I got to tell you how I got it.
Yeah.
It started in high school. My friends actually clowned me for the first Twitter name I gave myself, which was Swag Daddy 23.
I like that. Both are good.
It was Swag Daddy 23. I can't make this up. And then my boys like, yo, Yende, you can't do that. So they start throwing out names, this and that. And they're like, Yende, how about Swole Patrol? Because you're always at the gym working out. You're starting to get swollen. We always see you patrolling the hallways, trying to get people to go to the gym with you. And so I just made that my Twitter and Instagram name, and I cranked out 50 push-ups at the time when I did that. And then when I got to college football, got into a real strength and conditioning program and started putting on lean muscle. And then when I got finished with school and eventually ended up becoming a personal trainer, it kind of just became my brand, I'm swole, and I patrol everyone out there, making sure we're staying healthy and fit. So if you are someone out there that's looking to get fit and looking to get great results, just go to my Instagram at SwolePatrol_, and just, shoot me a message or hit the link in my bio where you can sign up for online coaching.
That is incredible. My final question, you talked about something at the beginning that really hit home with me, is that this moment for you came at a time where you were pivoting and having kind of a rock bottom moment to get to this point. What would be your advice for anybody in the creative industry or someone who's doing, fitness or any type of endeavor? How do they pivot properly? How do you handle those rock bottom moments? And my question is, as you look to the future, where do you see yourself growing with this? Do you want to take this to the next level, do another show, or what does your future plans look like?
I'll say that if you're someone going through a tough time, maybe you hit rock bottom, always know that there's light at the end of the tunnel, and you just have to, believe that, tough times don't last. Tough people do. And that's been something that I've lived with for an extremely long time. I have faced incredible amounts of adversity, from not making it to the NFL and having to go through that post-football depression, trying to figure out what my purpose is in life, because I've been doing football my entire life, and then I did jobs that I was really great at, but I wasn't necessarily, I wasn't loving it. So, trying to figure that out, and then almost doing a really, I almost did a really big dating show, and then I got really close to doing that, and then that didn't work out. And then, my car was actually stolen a month before we did the combine for American Gladiators. Wow. But I still showed up as if everything was good in the hood. And, I've already been through so much, and I've built up my resilience, and I know that I'm going to find a way to keep moving forward. One thing that I've learned in college that one of my coaches taught me is the FITFO mentality. It stands for figure it the F out. You can probably plug in what F stands for.
Yes.
But find a solution, find a way to get it done, because once you realize that, hey, obviously we're probably not going to live to 150 or 200.
Who knows?
When you start looking at maybe AI, we'll see.
You're right. We're living forever now.
But when you start looking at things that, hey, maybe this might last forever, maybe I need to start looking at things just a little bit differently and just find a solution, find a way to keep moving forward. So that's my advice to someone out there, and always understand it's another day in paradise, and you are truly living the dream. If you're here, you're breathing, you have an opportunity to, make your life better. And I think to answer the second question, where do I see this going? Man, honestly, I'm just so grateful for this opportunity, and I think this is a really big highlight of my life. But something that I've been saying a very, very long time is that this is just the warm-up for Allende and Neon. I think that, I've been through so many different things, and I've learned so much, and I've acquired so many different skills, like, runway modeling down Miami Swim Week and New York Fashion Week, and, playing, college football in the past, and influencing on social media, and being able to, do commercial work. And I would love to, maybe act one day in movies, and, and also create a platform to, teach people about financial literacy and investing. And, I have my thoughts in so many different areas. I kind of like to think of myself as like a mini, Dwayne Johnson, just with a full head of hair. He's such a great guy, and he's such a hard worker.
I can tell.
You see how many different things that he's able to, put himself in. And I kind of see myself kind of like that. And so I use him as a source of information, a source of inspiration in my life. So.
And you are turning around and inspiring a whole new generation yourself.
Exactly.
Thank you so much for spending some time with us. We can't wait to see how far your star continues to shine. And just remember your friends here at Fox 5
please.
And back here in the DMV when you take over Hollywood and the world. Just a reminder, everyone, you can check out Neon on American Gladiators streaming on Prime right now. Tony P., how cool was that?
That was just like...
see, that's why I wanted to make sure we got that in.
We might be looking at potentially the next big star. I mean, he has that confidence. As someone who's not in the same space, but like adjacent, trying to chase my own dream, I'm very transparent about that. It's nice to hear someone have that type of confidence, because I've never had that kind of confidence. And I think there are times to be. I think it does, and I think there are moments where you have to have that confidence. They don't always give out prizes for being too humble all the time. You have to be willing to go take.
You got to bet on yourself,
right? And I think, and I love his just attitude about that. It is very Dwayne Johnson-esque. I like to go take some training from him.
Plus,
learn
with a smile like that.
Right. I mean, just and that resilience, and that's the Rock story too.
Tony P., we're down to our final 9 minutes.
Yes.
Let's talk about some of the other stories you have had your eye on.
Let me see if I can get this done in 7 minutes. Right? Okay. So President Trump reversed course today and extended the Iran ceasefire indefinitely, hours before we're set to expire. In a Truth Social post, President Trump said Iran's government was seriously fractured and gave Tehran more time to submit a unified peace proposal. He directed the military to continue the naval blockade of Iranian ports, and J.D. Vance's planned trip to Islamabad was postponed indefinitely after Iran refused to confirm it would send a delegation. An advisor to Iran's parliamentary speaker called the extension a ploy to buy more time for a potential surprise strike. And this also dovetails with a Pentagon intelligence assessment that is undercutting the administration's claims that Iran's military has been effectively destroyed. The Defense Intelligence Agency concluded that Iran retained significant military capabilities despite the sustained U.S. and Israeli strikes in February. The finding puts the White House in an awkward position given President Trump's repeated insistence that Iran had been militarily devastated. DNI Tulsi Gabbard has acknowledged the regime remains intact and can still threaten passage through the Strait of Hormuz. So that's one thing to look at. What does the military makeup look like in Iran? Kevin Warsh faced a fiery Senate Banking Committee hearing today in his bid to become Federal Reserve Chair. When asked whether he would be Trump's sock puppet unquote, on interest rates, Warsh said absolutely not, telling Senator Kennedy that the president never asked him to pre-commit to any overall rate decisions in this situation. The president never asked him to pre-commit to any rate hikes or decreases. He called for regime change at the Fed, including fewer meetings and a new inflation framework. But his confirmation is blocked right now by Senator Thom Tillis, who won't move the nomination until the DOJ drops its criminal investigation of Chair Jerome Powell. The DOJ announced an 11-count indictment of the Southern Poverty Law Center today on wire fraud, bank fraud, and money laundering charges. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche said the SPLC paid at least $3 million to 8 individuals between 2024 and 2023, and some affiliated with the KKK, while publicly claiming to fight those same organizations. The SPLC called the charges politically motivated and vowed it would not be intimidated into silence. Florida Democratic Congresswoman Sheila Sherfilis McCormick resigned today from the Congress, especially this morning, moments before the Ethics Committee was set to determine her punishment. The committee had found her guilty of 25 violations, including allegations she funneled $5 million in COVID relief funds into her 2022 congressional campaign. She called the process a witch hunt, and she is the third House member to resign this month following Eric Swalwell and Tony Gonzalez. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth ended the military's mandatory flu shot requirement today, citing medical autonomy and religious freedom. In a video posted to social media, he said troops are free to get the vaccine, but will not be forced to in terms of policy. Public health experts push back, warning the policy will cost readiness and that influenza spreads quickly in close quarters. The move follows the administration's earlier decision to stop recommending flu shots for children overall. Amazon launched a nationwide GLP-1 weight management program today through its primary care arm, One Medical. The program bundles doctor consultations, prescription management, and pharmacy fulfillment all in one place, with injectable treatments like Wegovy starting at $299 a month for cash-paying patients and oral options at $149. Insured patients can access coverage starting at $25, and Amazon plans same-day delivery to about 4,500 cities by the year's end. New York Attorney General Letitia James sued Coinbase and Gemini today, calling their prediction market platforms illegal gambling operations. James said both companies allow users as young as 18 to bet on sports, elections, and entertainment events below the state's 21-year minimum. Neither company holds a state gaming license, meaning they are also sidestepping the roughly 51% gross revenue tax paid by licensed operators. Coinbase pushed back, saying the prediction markets are federally regulated, exchanges subject to federal oversight. New England Patriots coach Mike Vrabel addressed the photos of him with former athletic reporter Deanna Rossini for the first time today, calling the situation a personal and private matter. In an unscheduled press conference, Vrabel said he had already had difficult conversations with his family, the organization, and his players, and that those conversations had been positive and productive. He did not mention Rossini by name, and the NFL has confirmed it is not investigating. Rossini resigned from the Athletic on April 14th. The Devil Wears Prada 2 held its world premiere Monday night at Lincoln Center in New York, where Meryl Streep, Anne Hathaway, Emily Blunt, and Stanley Tucci walked the red carpet together 20 years after the original. Lady Gaga and Anna Wintour were also in attendance, and the film opens in theaters on May 1st. I cannot wait talked to some of our friends out west about the reaction and what's going on with that movie. I'm dying to see it because it is a moment we've all been waiting for. In the world of sports and quiz shows, ESPN Jeopardy is officially happening with Monday Night Football announcer Joe Buck set to host. The sports trivia spinoff will stream on Disney Plus and Hulu with ESPN talent competing in a tournament format for a $500,000 grand prize, benefiting their chosen charities. A premiere date has not been set yet. So, I got to tell you.
Joe Buck.
I can see it.
Now, he's got some experience, as you can see from right here. He filled in for a week.
Right.
Doing guest hosting on the OG Jeopardy back in August of 2021 after Alex Trebek died and they were going through a rotating. So he has some experience with this. Also, I just learned today there was already a sports Jeopardy spinoff that aired on Crackle from 2014 to 2016, and Dan Patrick was the host of that one.
That's a good host. He's solid.
So, they have some, obviously they spun off and they did like Pop Culture Jeopardy with Colin Jost. That's airing on like Prime Video.
Right,
Netflix, and that one has teams and stuff like that. So it's interesting how they're kind of branching out and kind of going down these new avenues.
Well, that's the whole industry now, right? You have the spin-offs of series going into movies into series. You have parts 4 and 5 of movies coming out. There's a lot of this happening, and it's a lot of recreation of old programming. I hope to see, especially in the late night space and other game shows, maybe there is a Merv Griffin moment where there's new concepts coming out. We shall see. I hope it's not a fake set like in Seinfeld, though. That's what I just hope that's not the case.
That was one of the best episodes
ever.
of Seinfeld ever.
My father makes fun of me to this day whenever I started wanting to become a host. He's like, what are you going to go in the garbage of your apartment and find a set and go do it out there? It's like, come on, man. I mean, I need a little bit of encouragement here.
Scandals and Animals.
Exactly.
It's two
Scandals and
favorites.
Animals. How about a co-host? I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that.
I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that. Thank you to everyone who joined us tonight here on the Live Zone Primetime. I think we had a lot of new eyeballs, Tony P.
We did.
A lot of people
Thank you for joining. Please come back.
The results of Virginia's special election. Thank you for trusting us to provide your coverage for you. Shout out to Sabrina Moreno from Axios Richmond for lending her expertise, and Jim Loke for popping in, sharing some of his insight. Of course, you can stay with Fox 5 for continuing coverage. Josh Rosenthal will have updates coming up live in Fairfax right here on Fox Local at 10 and 11. And, of course, Jim Loke, you heard him mention, he'll have some special coverage coming up on the Final 5 as well.
And, folks, watch that show. If you're new to Fox 5, go watch the Final 5.
Virginia Congressman James Wilkinshaw also joining at 10 o'clock right here on Fox Local.
The Final 5 is the best.
It's great. It is a phenomenal show.
It is. It's a really cool concept, and it's entertaining. It's funny. It's a little late night element and the political seriousness. Great show. Go check it out. I know it's a little late, but go check it out at 11:30.
Yeah, Crystal Bailey also a little late to be joining the Zoom room. We appreciate you logging
Come back tomorrow,
We'll
please.
come back tomorrow.
Come back tomorrow.
We're
Talk
down to
with
our
us. We
final
love it.
45 seconds of the show.
glad you're here.
WHS also in the comment section of the Zoom room. Ask Tony P. and I'll just real quick response. What are your thoughts that the results of this referendum is nothing more than a vote against President Trump?
Oh, absolutely. I think it absolutely is. I think we're at that point now where both sides of this argument are just entrenched. It's my team versus like Red Sox versus Yankees at this point. So like there's no wiggle room. I think there were probably some independent voters that may have voted for Spanberger that turned to the no vote, but that's why it's closer. But I think this is definitely a party line vote.
And I will not be shocked if we hear from President Trump coming up shortly, whether it's on Truth Social or from the White House tomorrow. So that'll do it for us here tonight. Thank you to everyone who watched on Fox Local. Thank you to even more people who watched on Fox 5 DC.
Yes.
The YouTube page will do this every single night right here at 9 o'clock. Fox 5 News at 10. Come
tomorrow on.
Right now at 10, Virginia votes yes in the redistricting referendum. What tonight's results could mean for the balance of power in the Commonwealth and beyond ahead of the midterms. A man smashes through the glass door of a local convenience store, and it's all caught on camera. A store employee talking only with Fox 5 tonight. Plus, after a few chilly days, warmer temps are making a comeback, but so is the chance for rain. Mike Thomas has more in your Fox 5 forecast. Your news starts right now.
First tonight at 10, Virginia voters projected to approve new House districts that could help Democrats in this year's midterm election.
The race was called for the yes camp a little over an hour ago. The votes are still being counted across the Commonwealth. Right now, more than 90% of the votes are in right now. About 51% of voters choosing yes. Just a little under 49% no.
Fox 5's Josh Rosenthal joins us live from the Fairfax County Government Center, where we heard from voters today. Josh?
Yeah, guys, just a few hours ago, this place was absolutely covered in campaign signs. You look up at that door, voters were going in and out. Now, though, a lot earlier than some people expected, results are in. So let's talk about what exactly this means. It's a ballot measure that has apparently now been approved by voters. And what it does is it amends Virginia's constitution. The General Assembly to redraw the state's congressional districts. Democrats are currently in control of the General Assembly, and so, broadly speaking, they voted yes. They say this is in response to other states doing the same thing, whereas Republicans, who call this an unfair power grab, are voting no. Democrats currently hold 6 of Virginia's 11 congressional seats. The new map would likely give them an edge in all but one. Tonight, we're hearing reactions from elected officials and others. Governor Abigail Spanberger releasing a statement saying, in part, Virginia voters have spoken, and tonight they approved a temporary measure to push back against a president who claims he is entitled to more Republican seats in Congress. Meanwhile, on the other side of the aisle, Virginia House GOP leader Terry Kilgore saying, in part, from the start, the process was tilted. Misleading ballot language and a massive spending advantage made this an uphill climb for voters trying to make sense of a deeply complicated issue. Now, I want you to hear from some voters who explained their positions to us earlier today.
I'm definitely here to make sure that Virginia has the best chance it can to stop what's happening on Pennsylvania Avenue. The best thing that we can possibly do to stop that is to let our voices be heard.
I think that gerrymandering is never a good thing. I think everybody, just because other states, they did that, I don't think we should be doing that. I think having an advantage on one side is never a good thing for any state.
One more thing. This may not all be a done deal just yet. The state Supreme Court is deciding whether the whole thing is illegal, in which case it would make this election essentially meaningless. Guys.
And court challenges are already in the works here. The congressional maps, though, could look much different for Virginia voters in the fall, and also much different for the people elected to represent those voters. Let's bring in Democratic Congressman James Walkinshaw. He represents Virginia's 11th district, live right now on Fox 5. It was a very tight margin tonight, but the yeas had it. I want to get your opinion and your thought on that, Congressman.
Well, look, what we wanted to do is give Virginia voters the opportunity to level the playing field after President Trump commanded Republican-controlled states to redraw their maps because he said he was entitled to more seats. We want a midterm election in November played on a fair and level playing field across the country. I think Virginia voters today have canceled out the map rigging that we saw in Texas and Ohio, Missouri, other states, and we'll have a free and fair election on a level playing field in November. And I think that's a good thing for democracy. It's a good thing for Virginians.
When you look at the map as the returns came in tonight, and it was clear early on there was a lot of interest in terms of the early votes. It was pretty much pacing what we saw during the gubernatorial campaign just last year. But clearly a lot of these other districts, the southwestern corner of the state, did not feel the same way you did about this referendum. As we move forward here, how do Democrats make their case saying this is about fairness for all Virginians when we've been talking about going from possibly 6-5 Democrat split to 10-1 Democrat split?
Well, I think it's important to remember that in Virginia, voters had an opportunity to weigh in on this. In other states like Texas and North Carolina, controlled by Republicans, the politicians just did it. Here we said to Virginia voters, here's the map that will be implemented. If you vote yes, you get to listen to the arguments on both sides. You get to weigh both sides, and we see the results. Virginia voters have decided to move forward with this for a lot of reasons. I think having to do with Donald Trump. And look, Virginia, especially Northern Virginia, but all of Virginia has been impacted by DOGE and other Trump administration policies. Folks want to see a check on the Trump administration in Congress. And to get that, we got to have a level playing field in November.
Just about have a minute to go. I want to ask you, as you look at this map here, where will you be running now that these maps have been, if they hold true, if these maps stay in place, which district will you be running to represent come November?
I'm going to be running to represent the 11th district, same district I represent now. It will stretch from McLean through Tyson's Reston out through Prince William, Manassas, Fauquier into the Shenandoah Valley. I've already been out talking to and connecting to folks across the district. I'm excited for the opportunity to do that more between now and this November.
Man, I'm sure you and I are going to be talking about that and much more coming up in the next couple of months. Congressman Walkinshaw, thank you very much. We appreciate it tonight.
Thank you, Jim. Appreciate it.
Well, we started Tuesday off with a real cold start. As we take a live look at National Harbor, the day ended up turning quite mild. Not sure exactly what's going on out there, but seems like the wheel is not turning. But it's definitely a glow. Mike Thomas.
Something with the LED lights, it appears, at this hour.
I know, and it's very centered on one part of the wheel. But with that said, no freeze warning tonight,
No
right?
freeze warning. No, we're not going to be. Well, it'll still be chilly overnight. In fact, if you stepped outside at all in the past few hours, you can know it's chilly out there. Not as cold as last night. No freeze warnings. No 20s and 30s tonight. In fact, should be 40s and lower 50s, which is about seasonal for this time of year. Temperatures right now are starting to fall back. We did hit the 60s. I'd call it comfortably cool this afternoon. Down to 53, Reagan National. Dulles at 54. BWI Thurgood Marshall sitting at 51 degrees. Do have some clouds coming across. No rain showers just yet, but if we jog the radar north and west, you see this, and this is a frontal boundary that's going to slide through here tomorrow morning. It will have some scattered showers along it. It is not expected to be an overly wet day, but you might briefly need the umbrella during the first part of it, especially kind of that window between about 8 in the morning and 11 in the morning. That's your best chance of clouds and rainfall activity. By the afternoon, we do get some sunshine back, and the other thing we get back tomorrow, how about some milder temperatures? Back to the 70s we'll go, and we'll stay there for a little bit. However, if you're making weekend plans, well, I got some news for you. We'll have the latest on that coming up in just a few more minutes. Jim?
Now we have some news just into the Fox 5 newsroom. 1 dead, 2 injured after a shooting in Southeast D.C. This happening in the 1300 block of Morris Road. 1 man was killed, another man and a woman wounded. We have no word on their conditions tonight. No description yet of a suspect.
Well, tonight, a Maryland man behind bars. This after prosecutors say that he carjacked and kidnapped a man in Lanham. Ahmed Karoma is being held without bond. The charges come from an incident at Mount Calvary Baptist Church on Sunday, where they say he stormed the stage in the middle of a sermon, and then he allegedly got into the driver's seat of a car and drove off with a man in the passenger seat.
Well, I mean, you know, the church, especially a church like ours, you know, our doors are open. We always welcome the unsaved, the drug addicts, whoever you are, you're welcome to come. We just hope and pray that they all can behave.
Well, like we mentioned, they say the man jumped out of the car at an intersection. Karoma is due back in court on May 20th.
And more stories are following on this Tuesday night. A Virginia woman accused of shooting a Columbia gas station clerk under arrest tonight. Police say Shantae Lachey O'Donnell is in custody in another state on unrelated charges. O'Donnell accused of shooting that clerk this past Sunday during a robbery attempt. The clerk suffered serious injuries.
A 19-year-old is under arrest accused of opening fire during a car rally in Kensington. Investigators say Hermes Matawir shot 2 people inside a Safeway parking garage on April 4th. Both victims drove themselves to the hospital with gunshot wounds. Matawir, along with 2 other suspects, now being held without bond.
2 adults and a teenager behind bars accused in a street takeover that damaged police cars in Montgomery County. This happened back in February. It started in Prince George's County before heading to Connecticut Avenue and East-West Highway in Bethesda. 1 police cruiser had its rear window and windshield shattered. A second police vehicle was also vandalized. All 3 suspects face multiple charges, including malicious destruction of property.
The man wanted for groping a woman inside of a Gabe's in Woodbridge was arrested. 20-year-old Kendall Miller is accused of touching a woman inside the store on Richmond Highway earlier this month before he ran off. Police found him and took him into custody yesterday.
Judgment Day for the 18-year-old convicted of groping girls in the hallways of Fairfax High School. A judge sentencing Israel Flores Ortiz to 360 days in jail today, 40 days for each of the 9 victims he assaulted. With time served and good behavior, he could be out in 6 months. His attorney told the judge Flores Ortiz initially thought groping his schoolmates was funny and just a prank.
I think it sends a strong message that you don't touch people in the inappropriate way. And I'll say it's not just in a school setting, on a metro, at a concert, at a mall, no matter what.
And this has also become a matter of immigration. Homeland Security says Ortiz entered the U.S. illegally in 2024. ICE has indicated it plans to detain and deport him after he serves that sentence.
Fairfax Commonwealth's attorney, Steve Descano, responding after a murder victim's family filed a complaint with the Department of Justice. The mother of Stephanie Minter, who was killed at a bus stop on Route 1, asked the DOJ to investigate Descano's office, alleging practices favoring illegal immigrants. The complaint said Descano's office ignored police warnings about the suspect, who is in the U.S. illegally.
I can tell you that the idea that we favor one group over another is completely wrong. You know, that has been fed by, in my opinion, purposeful misreporting and people taking things out of context for political gain. I can tell you that my job and our office's job is to keep us safe. And regardless of what somebody's status is, our job is to hold people accountable when they hurt our neighbors. And that's what we do.
Descano was called to testify next month in front of a House Judiciary Subcommittee. In Maryland, Montgomery County today passing a ban on private ICE detention centers. The ICE Out Act prohibits the kind of facility like the one that was proposed in Hagerstown. Council members today saying that the vote sends a message to ICE that the agency is not welcomed in Montgomery County. The bill does not block ICE from building its own facilities, but the agency usually contracts out to third parties. A federal judge ordered ICE to halt construction on the Hagerstown facility earlier this month.
So to come, a major vote in Northern Virginia tonight, and it didn't have anything to do with redistricting. This one has to do with the local school district and millions being cut from its budget.
And we are also going to check in on the major renovations happening right now at the Tidal Basin.
Tonight, Prince William County supervisors expected to vote on the change in the budget for schools.
Yeah, what it could mean, or it could mean a $31 million budget cut for the next fiscal year. Fox 5's Regina Ureta joining us live in Woodbridge outside of tonight's meeting. Hi, Regina.
Yeah, hey guys, and it's been a packed meeting and definitely noticing the tension there between school leaders and county officials. And as mentioned, that building inside the administration center has been crowded with school leaders. I want to unpack what this means and why there's been so much tension. So this is because of a proposal that could have left public schools facing a $31 million budget gap for next fiscal year. Many who were speakers urged supervisors to reconsider the plan, warning school programs and teacher jobs could be on the line. So now tonight's decision does come after leaders and county officials have been at odds over the budget. The plan aims to lower taxes, including real estate and meal taxes, by changing how school funding is divided. Part of that shift would have kept more data center revenue at the county level instead of splitting it with schools. Now, critics say they support tax relief, but not if it comes at the expense of students and teachers. Meanwhile, supporters, including Supervisor Yesli Vega, says schools would still see a funding increase over last year. They just won't see the projection public schools were hoping for. They argue that residents are struggling economically and need some relief. So back out here, we are waiting for that vote. As soon as we know more about those details, we'll be sure to update you. Back to you.
Thank you, Regina. Montgomery County leaders also hearing from the public today on a potential tax increase. The county manager's proposed budget is $420 million higher than last year's budget. It is funded in part through a proposed 6% property tax increase and a 0.1% income tax increase. Most of the testimony today is from residents and organizations urging Montgomery County not to pass the tax increases.
It needs to be said as many times as possible. A property tax increase will be borne squarely on the shoulders of our middle-class families.
The county must grow its way out of these pressures, even though current economic conditions make it difficult.
The county council is also considering an alternative that would require $25 million in cuts to county agencies. The council has until June 1st to approve next year's budget.
Pepco dropping its plan to hike energy rates based on predicted future costs. It comes after the Maryland legislature passed the Utility Relief Act. The change to Pepco's plan effectively cuts about $8.6 million from the company's original rate request. And while it won't lower your bill, it means increases over the next year will likely be smaller than originally expected. A major facelift of the tidal basin and Potomac River seawall is now complete. Crews reinforced more than 6,000 feet of shoreline. The newly restored area is now open to the public. The project also added wider paths and planted new cherry trees. The Interior Department says the upgrades ensure the area will be safe and ready for America 250 this summer.
I feel like it was a year ago that we were talking about the cherry blossoms.
All right.
Blossoms. So much has happened since then.
And they came and went so fast. I mean, this year, because of how warm we were, peak bloom. I mean, we were well into the 80s. We had 87.
It's such a warm start to the month. And then, I mean, I hope I can put the puffer coat away finally.
I wouldn't be so fast on that just yet.
Okay.
Look, it is still springtime. We did get a taste of early summer. It was an extended taste all of last week. But it is still spring, and that means these swings are going to continue for a little bit here, and they typically do in May, though they get less and less extreme. The last couple of days have been a bit on the extreme side. Lows this morning back to winter levels, 36 Reagan National. Dulles hit 27, BWI below freezing as well at 30 degrees. You see your average low 50 degrees. In fact, today's a special day. It's typically the final day, your average last day that low temperatures hit the 30s here at Reagan National Airport. Now, we have certainly seen temperatures get into the 30s as late as May in some years, but it becomes rarer and rarer as we head from this point forward. DC's high this afternoon, 62, Dulles 63, Baltimore 61. Less wind today, so it felt better if you were under that sunshine this afternoon. So nice to get the 60s back, and if that wasn't warm enough for you, we should do even better tomorrow. But before then, we got another chilly night ahead, down to 53, Reagan National. Same with Gaithersburg. Dulles 54, Frederick as well. Hagerstown milder at 56. Cumberland actually leading the pack tonight at 57 degrees. Chile and Culpeper 10 degrees cooler, in fact, at 47 compared to their neighbors in Culpeper. However, compared to 24 hours ago, look at that, almost 20 degrees warmer in Cumberland, 18 degrees warmer Frederick, D.C. 7 degrees warmer, Gaithersburg 15. There's a reason for that. Southern winds increasing tonight, so is cloud cover ahead of a weak cold front that's going to pass on by. It's grabbing some Great Lakes moisture as it crosses those lakes and is heading down towards D.C. We'll bring in plenty of warmth. I'm skipping ahead to Thursday, but we'll bring in plenty of warmth ahead of that front, but we'll have the chance for some showers with it as well, particularly during the morning hours tomorrow. So you might need the umbrella early in the day. Will everybody see showers? No, but they do look decently widespread enough that I would say most of the region gets some raindrops during the morning hours tomorrow. By the time we hit lunchtime, though, it's already out of here down to the south and down to the east. Now, through the afternoon, we are somewhat unstable, so we could pop. You see these little green dots? We could pop an isolated shower right through the first half of the afternoon. Those should be few and far between. You see even a rumble of thunder possible over the mountains out to the west near Elkins, West Virginia there. Once we get past lunchtime, though, the vast majority of us will be done with the rain shower activity for the day. Sun will come back out and temperatures do get a nice boost. We'll get back to the 70s as we head into the afternoon. So your two-day planner looks like this. A comfortable 74 tomorrow with some passing showers, especially in the morning. But a day on Thursday starts with a lot of sunshine, few clouds to wrap it up, but we're back near 80 degrees. I would love to tell you that that's what we're setting up for the weekend, but unfortunately that pattern always shifting around. Milder pattern exits, a wave of low pressure develops to our north and east, and it drags down some cooler air as well as the chance for some rain showers again. We'll talk more about that weekend forecast, how it could impact your plans, coming up in just a few more minutes. Jim?
Still to come, another housemaker resigning, the third in just the last week.
Also, President Trump extending the ceasefire with Iran, but peace talks to end the war are still up in the air. President Trump indefinitely extending the ceasefire with Iran. The announcement came hours before the 2-week truce was set to expire. This as Pakistani leaders try to hold peace talks. Trump says Pakistan asked the U.S. to hold off on more attacks so negotiators can come up with a unified proposal. He's threatened to continue bombing Iran if no deal can be reached.
I am glad that the president announced that the ceasefire will continue for whatever the reason. That is a good move. Everything gets harder for everybody if that ceasefire were to have expired today.
I want to make a good deal. I'm not going to be rushed. I have all the time in the world. I want to make not a good deal. I want to make a great deal.
Well, Vice President J.D. Vance was supposed to head to Pakistan for the peace talks, but his trip is postponed indefinitely. Iranian officials say they do not plan on attending either.
Florida Democratic Congresswoman Sheila Sher-Phyllis McCormick has resigned ahead of a House ethics hearing on possible punishment. The lawmaker was under investigation for campaign finance and reporting violations with the threat of expulsion looming. The ethics panel already found more than 24 violations. She also faces federal charges that accuse her of misusing millions in COVID relief funds, claims she denies. But in the last week or so, 3 members of the House have resigned, including fellow Democrat Eric Swalwell and Republican Tony Gonzalez, who are both facing separate allegations. President Trump's nominee for Federal Reserve Chair says his main goal is fighting inflation. Financier and attorney Kevin Warsh was questioned during a confirmation hearing on the Hill today. President Trump says he expects interest rate cuts once Warsh replaces current Fed Chair Jerome Powell. Warsh said that he would make those decisions independent of the White House.
Monetary policy independence is essential. Monetary policy makers must act in the nation's interest. Their decisions the product of rigor, deliberation, and unclouded decision-making.
This comes after President Trump previously criticized current Fed Chair Jerome Powell over his decisions not to cut interest rates aggressively.
Well, still ahead, more measles cases confirmed in Virginia where people could have potentially been exposed.
Plus, a man smashes through the glass door of a local convenience store. We're talking with that store employee who watched it all unfold after this. 10:30 right now on Fox 5. D.C. Council paves the way for a permanent juvenile curfew in the city amid a violent spike in teen crime.
A major overhaul to the country's air traffic control system when the upgrades are expected to be complete.
And the fishermen fighting back against an invasive species in the Chesapeake. That's all straight ahead. First up this half hour, a burglar caught on camera smashing his way into a gas station convenience store.
Tonight, a store employee is talking only with our Shamari Stone. He's in Fairfax with this exclusive.
Tonight, Fairfax County Police are telling us more about this burglary. An employee told me moments ago that the suspect broke in using a rock similar to this one right here. He tells me that he knew exactly what he was looking for, wasn't concerned about the candy, the chips, the popcorn, the beef jerky, or the cookies. No, he says the only thing that he was interested in is that he stole a Biggie, Buzzball, Grapes Gone Wild, and cigarettes. Let's show you that video. Take a close look at the suspect smashing the front door with that rock, shattering glass, dressed in all black with white gym shoes, heading straight for the smokes. April 6 around midnight. And then moments later, you can see him in the top right section of your screen, grabbing the liquor and leaving the store. On the 8900 block of Village Shops Drive in Fairfax, when an employee came to work, saw the damage, he called police. How do you feel that this happened where you work?
Very sad, very distraught.
Now, the suspect stole not just one pack, but how much? What are we talking about here?
It's about 12, 13, 14.
Packs of cigarettes?
Cigarette. And a big balls.
Fairfax County Police are offering a reward of up to $1,000 for information that leads to an arrest and a conviction in this case. If you recognize that suspect, give them a call. Keep in mind, you can also call the department anonymously. In Fairfax, I'm Shamari Stone. Back to you.
D.C. Council approving legislation for permanent juvenile curfews in an initial vote, but they'll wait until next month on an emergency curfew bill that could take effect immediately. These curfews are in response to those so-called teen takeovers that have times turned dangerous. The new zones could take effect this fall. The curfews prohibit minors from gathering in groups of 9 or more starting at 8 p.m. and requires all minors to be off the streets nightly from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m.
We had craft things going on, so there was music always. So, I mean, you just don't have, the kids don't have access to these kind of things anymore.
Council tabled emergency legislation that would extend Mayor Muriel Bowser's emergency order through May 1st.
2 confirmed cases of measles has the Virginia Department of Health scrambling now to identify people who may have been exposed. On your screen are dates, times, and locations of possible exposure sites in Stafford and Fredericksburg. Now, the patients are described as school-aged children up to 12 years old. You can report your possible exposure on the Virginia Department of Health's website. The Commonwealth has reported 19 cases of measles so far this year. A U.S. district judge delaying the criminal sentencing of OxyContin maker Purdue Pharma to allow victims to attend the court proceedings in person. Families gathered outside the courthouse in Newark, New Jersey today, where the sentencing was originally planned to be handed down. Now, the judge changed her mind after seeing some victims of the opioid crisis protesting outside of her courthouse. She says they should be allowed to attend in person, too, and moved the hearing to next Tuesday.
I'm here today to ask the judge to reject the plea deal because if she accepts it, it's done. It's over. Nobody's going to be able to sue Purdue anymore. Purdue's going to pay a fine for hundreds and thousands of lives. Hundreds and thousands of lives, including the life of my son and everybody left behind.
When the sentencing does happen, the judge is expected to order the company to forfeit $225 million to the U.S. government. This would clear the way for the company to finalize a settlement of nearly all of the thousands of lawsuits it faces over its role in the opioid crisis.
Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy unveiling a $12 billion overhaul to the country's air traffic control system. The new system integrates artificial intelligence more into ATC. It includes new software to spot traffic conflicts hours before they happen. Duffy says the project will roll out at 4,600 airports.
Our people deserve the most technologically advanced air traffic control system, and that's what we are going to deliver for the American people. These upgrades are going to make travel more seamless. We're going to make our skies safer. We're going to unleash the next wave of innovation.
Duffy says the updates will be completed by 2028. It comes as the FAA pushes to hire more air traffic controllers.
Spirit Airlines' days may be numbered. The airline is reportedly out of cash and facing a liquidation that could come in just a few days. Spirit's been struggling to emerge from its second bankruptcy in less than a year. And if it goes under, experts say travelers will likely be left to fend for themselves, even if they've already paid for their tickets.
They're going to be focused on their creditors, trying to, give back as much money as they can there. Consumers, unfortunately, fall towards the bottom end of the priority chain in a liquidation event.
Spirit is reportedly looking for an emergency bailout from the White House. Top executives are expected to meet with Secretary Duffy this week.
Positive data on Maryland's tiered citation system, which uses speed cameras in work zones. Between 2024 and 2025, work zone crashes dropped by 12%. Fatalities fell by a quarter. The enforcement's part of the Maryland Road Worker Protection Act, created after a deadly crash on the Baltimore Beltway where several construction workers were killed. This week, Maryland is observing National Work Zone Awareness Week, emphasizing the responsibility to keep road crews safe. A judge in D.C. stopping the removal of the 15th Street bike lane in Northwest around the Washington Monument. The Trump administration wanted to remove it, calling it, quote, common sense planning. The Washington Area Bicyclists Association sued to stop it, though, citing safety risks.
So to come, everybody, a potential major merger in the world of horse racing with some local implications.
And local fishermen are fighting back against an invasive species in the Chesapeake. We'll tell you more after this.
A major merger in the world of horse racing. Churchill Downs, the operator of the Kentucky Derby, entered an agreement to acquire the branding rights of the Preakness Stakes and the Black-Eyed Susan race for $85 million. Now, this is going to allow Churchill Downs to manage the rights to the first two legs of horse racing's Triple Crown. The deal is expected to close after the Preakness. This year's race is being held at Laurel Park, this while Pimlico Racetrack undergoes renovations.
Fishermen on the Chesapeake are fighting to save the bay from an invasion of the invasive blue catfish. They're wrecking the ecosystem, eating the beloved blue crab. Jay Fleming is a local photographer and fisherman. He's been using his time on the water to fight back against the catfish.
I love to fish, number one, and I care about Chesapeake Bay. And, combining those two passions, catching these blue catfish, which are invasive, and removing them from the water is actually doing good for the Chesapeake Bay.
Maryland lawmakers this year passed a bill to explore new ways to cut down on catfish and help anybody who wants to catch them.
The Strathmore celebrating the 40th anniversary of its popular afternoon tea program. It is using the 34th annual juried exhibition entitled Steeped to highlight the past 4 decades. It will include more than 100 works of art, all focused on tea, the tastes, traditions, and emotions that surround it. Some of the art was created using tea itself or vessels crafted for serving it.
We've got many different themes now, everything from children's teas to tea and talks that we are now having.
Either using tea as a medium or using tea as a theme, it is really, really exciting to see such a unique concept being brought to life in the galleries in this show.
And you too can enjoy a spot of tea and attend one of their programs by registering online. The sessions include finger food and live music.
So to come, reaction pouring in from around the Commonwealth as Virginia votes yes in tonight's redistricting referendum.
And you're never too old for a second chance. The 53-year-old getting closer to living out his professional baseball dreams. Mike?
Plus, we had a pretty cool start to the work week, but good news, warmer days are ahead, at least for the remainder of the work week. By the weekend, we're shifting things around once again. We'll give you that breakdown coming up your 7-day on the other side of this break.
Be courageous and be brave, and in my heart you'll always stay forever young.
And we're back now with continuing coverage of tonight's special election in Virginia as voters say yes to a redistricting plan that could boost Democrats' chances of winning 4 additional seats in the House as the November midterms nears. And you can see it was a very tight vote tonight. Let's break down the results with Michael Pope from Virginia Public Radio live here on Fox 5. Michael, I mean, look, we were talking all week long about what sort of margin we would see here. Certainly nobody was expecting a repeat of Abigail Spanberger's landslide victory. But when you look at that margin, that's a very slim one that Democrats are now going to have to make the case for.
Yeah, Democrats certainly were not going to see a victory like they did last year. I mean, last year they had a 15-point margin of victory. They were benefited by the fact the Republican candidate for governor was not the best candidate, and so they kind of had an edge because Winsome Earl-Sears was a kind of historically bad candidate. So they had a 15-point margin of victory last year. This year, with this election, the margin of victory, it looks closer to like 2 points, maybe 3 points by the time they got everything in. So it was pretty tight, and a lot of Democrats were doing some second guessing in the last couple of days leading into the end of the voting. But a win is a win, and they did get this constitutional amendment for now. Worth remembering, there is still a legal challenge here, and the Supreme Court of Virginia has yet to hear oral arguments in this case. Final briefs are due later this week, and so Republicans have now moved from campaign mode into legal mode and are really hoping they can get the Supreme Court to throw this thing out.
And we already saw Virginia move back the primaries a couple of weeks this summer because there was this uncertainty about what the maps would look like. But we already have candidates announcing they're running in this district, in that district. I mean, it's going to be confusing regardless if this holds for a lot of voters trying to figure out who's running where and against whom.
Yeah, it's the Democrats are eager to start running in these 4 seats. You know, because of the vote tonight, if the courts don't throw this thing out, the Republicans are probably going to lose 4 seats. That's Rob Whitman, Jen Kiggins, John McGuire, Ben Klein. They're all likely to lose their congressional careers. That gives 4 seats for the Democrats, and we already have a ton of names of people trying to fill those 4 seats. And so I think that's what we're heading into. The typical summertime primary has been moved back to August. That's when we are going to have primaries for these congressional elections. And it's already a hot race. I mean, like, these Democrats are already competing with each other for these seats that the Republicans will soon likely no longer hold.
And one of those is Dan Helmer, who's going to join us coming up at 11:30. He's running in the new 7th district. Michael, before we go now, I mean, when you look at I hesitate to use the word star power, but the big names that were rolled out here, former President Obama on the Democratic side, Republicans are bringing out Glenn Youngkin, and then President Trump was trying to make the case in the last couple of days. Clearly, voters made their say, but when you look at that map there were certainly strongholds for Democrats in Northern Virginia. And then you saw a lot of that in the southwestern quadrant of the state as well, where the no votes were pretty strong.
Yeah, one thing I was actually keeping an eye on is the exurbs, specifically the exurbs here in the Washington, D.C. area, because so many of these jurisdictions have now been drawn into Fairfax County, where they will share a congressional district with Fairfax County. We saw voters in places like Stafford County reject the amendment. Fauquier County rejected the amendment. Only Loudoun County was the only exurban jurisdiction to vote yes, and it probably is questionable whether or not Loudoun is still an exurban county or not.
Obviously, a lot to follow over the next couple of weeks and months on this one. Michael Pope from Virginia Public Radio. Hey, thanks for staying up late with us tonight. It's good to see you.
Thank you.
We appreciate it.
And after a cool and what turned out to be a comfortable day, it looks like Wednesday might bring some showers our way. Will it be a washout? Find out with Mike Thomas in just about 10 seconds.
let me settle that initial fear right away. Will tomorrow be a washout? No, we will actually have some clouds and showers in the morning that should break. Took a amount of sunshine by the time we get to, I'd say, mid-afternoon for most of it breaking out. Now, this time of year, that's still plenty of daylight, and we will warm it up nicely by the time we get to the afternoon. So, yeah, some Wednesday showers, particularly to start things off. There could also be an additional one or two that do pop during the afternoon. Those should be rather isolated. Not everybody's going to see them. In fact, most will not. Milder temperatures move in. Everybody sees that. 70s, pretty widespread tomorrow, and even more widespread as we get through Thursday and Friday, when some 80s could even mix in, especially for areas south and west of town. So not a bad end to the work week. Unfortunately, by the weekend, headline number 4 would be weekend brings back the chance for clouds, showers, and cooler temperatures. Not as cool as the last few days, but cooler than what we'll have here. Outside tonight, winds blowing a bit up there in Rockville, Maryland, Montgomery County. At Reagan National Airport, 53 degrees. Winds light at the airport at just 8 miles per hour out of the south and east tonight. Local suburbs looking like this: 53 Waldorf, 50 Leonardtown and Montrose, as well as Prince Frederick there in Calvert County. Riva to the north at 54. It's 49, though. Chile and Bowie, as well as Columbia, where it's also 49 degrees. Germantown, Maryland, 53. Leesburg, Virginia, 54. So is Lovettsville, your neighbors to the north. Fairfax, Virginia, 53. Haymarket, 49 degrees tonight. Satellite and radar showing you a little bit more cloud cover compared to this afternoon when it was almost perfect blue for much of the day with that sun shining on through. Cold front on the way. Now, it's a weakening one. It's always funny to say cold front on the way, but warmer temperatures as well. Weakening frontal boundary here. We'll grab some of that Great Lakes moisture. Thank Lake Erie for that. It's going to throw some showers down as that front passes on by. But right behind it, winds shift pretty quickly out of the south and out of the west, and that's going to allow temperatures to warm up by tomorrow afternoon. We'll call it mild, but sun should come out, and by the second half of the afternoon, it should feel quite warm, with a decent amount of the region getting into the 70s by those afternoon hours. Again, an isolated shower could pop up late in the day, but most will not see that happen. 50 early in the morning, bus stop weather. Yeah, probably going to need the sweater or the longer sleeves. 50% chance of rain early in the day after school. Not bad at all. 74 degrees, sunshine mixing in with the cloud cover. Sunset tomorrow night, getting closer and closer to 8 o'clock. 7:52 p.m. is when the sun goes down tomorrow evening. If you're taking in the Nationals game, hey, they got the job done today. Great win for the Nats against the Braves. They take them on once again tomorrow. First pitch, same time, 6:45 p.m. down at Nats Park. 72 degrees by 8:45, 67, 9:30, 66. And you see skies clearing as the game goes on. So a much more pleasant night if you had the Wednesday tickets, as opposed to the last couple of days where it has been a little chilly after sunset. Should hang on to some 60s even after sunset tomorrow evening. Warmth hanging around then Thursday and Friday, the warmest 2 days of the week. Unfortunately, by the weekend, you see that blue shifting back in from the north and from the east. We're going to pull in an eastern wind, and unfortunately, as warm as we've been, that ocean temperature, not all that warm this time of year. So anytime we get a sustained eastern wind, we are going to cool things down. So if you're making weekend plans, just note, clouds and showers look a little likely, especially front half of the day on Saturday. High of only 63. Some suburbs will stay in the 50s. It's not technically a washout. There will be some dry periods in there, but it's not the perfect outdoor day. Sunday morning hours look very similar. It's cooler at 61, but we think by the afternoon we should dry things out and get even some sunshine back. But with winds more out of the north and northeast, probably going to stay on the cooler side of things. We take a look at that 7-day forecast for you here. We get into next week. We do start getting back near 70 degrees. Monday, 66. Tuesday, 68. But the chance for some showers and thunderstorms with another frontal boundary rolling through by Tuesday afternoon. Guys?
Mike, thanks. Kenneth is here with what's coming up tonight at 11 o'clock.
Hey, guys, a new survey out ranking the top trending travel destinations for the summer. Spoiler alert, the city that took the top spot could not possibly look any less like what you're seeing on your screen. And for those of you who don't want to sit back and relax and enjoy the World Cup from the comfort of your own home right here on Fox 5, well, they're about to release a bunch more tickets. We'll tell you where. New at 11.
I bet you it's in Ohio.
That place about, okay, we'll
That's
see.
what I see on the Instagram all the time. It's like the new best place to go.
Ashtabula is beautiful this time of year, which is halfway between Erie and Cleveland, if you didn't know.
Okay, there you go.
Wow.
I like
on your way to Cedar Point, I guess.
There you go.
If you like amusement parks. All right, Kenneth, thanks a lot.
Sure.
Let's talk sports right now. The Washington Spirit hoping to turn the page as they return to Audi Field this weekend after a tough start to the season. At times, the offense has looked dangerous with opportunities in the final third, but finishing those chances has proven difficult. Defensively, some late lapses have also cost the Spirit points early in the standings, but now the major test facing the defending champion, Kansas City.
I think it'll be a tough game. Kansas are obviously really, really dangerous with the players that they've got in the midfield and forward lines, and they're always really organised and solid defensively. So it'll be a difficult game, but we're excited for the challenge. We love playing at Audi, so excited to be back in front of our fans.
Kickoff at Audi Field against Kansas City, 8:30 on Friday night.
Well, a local standout athlete returning to the pros after more than 3 decades, 53-year-old Vincent Towns is the newest member of the Hagerstown Flying Boxcars. The Suitland High alum was drafted by the San Francisco Giants back in 1991, and he spent 2 seasons playing in the minors. But he never gave up on his pro dream. Towns will start on Sunday for the Boxcars, making him the oldest player to ever appear in an Atlantic League game.
So to come, a vaccine no longer required for members of the military. That and more in 5 Things to Know.
At Mary.
Now with 5 things you need to know, beginning with questions mounting over a narcotics operation in Mexico that resulted in 2 CIA agents dying in a car crash. It happened over the weekend, killing 2 Mexican officials as well. Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum says a probe is underway because Mexican law requires foreign agents receive authorization to operate in the country.
A wildfire in northern Florida has burned through at least 4,000 acres. The railroad fire is a combination of 2 separate fires. At least 1 Amtrak train ended up stranded for more than 24 hours because of the fire, which is now about halfway contained.
Prominent civil rights organization, the Southern Poverty Law Center, indicted on federal fraud charges today by the Department of Justice. It's related to past payments made to confidential informants to infiltrate extremist groups, including the KKK. The organization calls the allegations false.
The Gates Foundation will cut up to 5,000 jobs over the next few years. The announcement comes as it opened an internal review into ties with Jeffrey Epstein. Earlier this year, Bill Gates apologized for having affairs with 2 women and said he regretted his relationship with Epstein, but added he did not participate in the sex offender's crimes.
Members of the U.S. military will no longer be required to get yearly flu shots. That word coming down today from Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. Hegseth called the policy overly broad and not rational, and he says the new rule is effective immediately.
We are going to continue our live coverage of the big vote in Virginia coming up on the Final Five at 11:30.
Your news at 11 begins right now.
Right now on Fox 5 News at 11, Virginia says yes, voters give the green light to redraw congressional maps across the Commonwealth. What this all means as we head to the November midterms. Plus, a man smashes through the door of a local convenience store and is all caught on camera. A store employee is talking only to Fox 5 tonight. And with just hours to spare, a deal reached to extend the ceasefire with Iran. An update tonight on when the next round of peace talks could take place. Fox 5 News at 11 starts now. Tonight at 11, Virginia decides yes on a major effort to redraw the Commonwealth's congressional map. The Associated Press reporting voters have approved new House districts that could help Democrats in the midterm elections. Fox 5's Josh Rosenthal live tonight in Fairfax County, tracking the latest and speaking with voters. Josh.
Kenneth, just a few hours ago, you had campaign signs absolutely all over the place out here. You had voters going in and out. Now, though, a little bit earlier than some had expected, the results are in. So let's talk about what exactly this means. It's a ballot measure that has apparently now been approved by voters, and what it does is it amends Virginia's constitution and gives the General Assembly power to temporarily redraw the state's congressional districts. Democrats are currently in control of the General Assembly, and so broadly speaking, they voted yes. They say this is in response to other states doing the same thing, whereas Republicans, who call this an unfair power grab, have been voting no. Democrats currently hold 6 of Virginia's 11 congressional seats. This new map would likely give them an edge in all but one. Tonight, we're hearing reactions from elected officials and others. Governor Abigail Spanberger releasing a statement saying, in part, Virginia voters have spoken, and tonight they approved a temporary measure to push back against a president who claims he is entitled to more Republican seats in Congress. Meanwhile, on the other side of the aisle, Virginia House GOP leader Terry Kilgore saying, in part, from the start, this process was tilted. Misleading ballot language and a massive spending advantage made this an uphill climb for voters trying to make sense of a deeply complicated issue. Now, I want you to hear from some voters who explained their positions to us earlier today.
I voted yes because we need to save our democracy from Trump, and we need to be able to take back our country from Trump.
This just seems... it's just not fair, and even the language they used in the proposal is, it's just sketchy.
One more thing to keep in mind, this may not be a done deal just yet. That's because, among other things, the Virginia State Supreme Court is considering whether this whole plan has been illegal, and if that is indeed what they find, it would essentially make this whole election meaningless. Kenneth?
All right, Josh, thank you. And we have much more on tonight's vote and what it means moving forward coming up at 11:30 on the Final Five with our Jim Lokay. Live interviews and late reaction tonight from Richmond. Again, that's coming up right after this newscast. Let's turn our attention to the weather here and get you outside alive. Look at Rockville from our Fox 5 Sky Cam, 52 degrees. Yes, it's been a chilly start to the week, but warmer temperatures are about to make a comeback along with some rain for the weekend that we're already looking forward to.
Well, come on, don't be like Debbie Downer on the next couple of days.
I got plans this weekend, Mike.
Well, I'm here to ruin them. Don't you worry about that. As we get you ready for some days that are going to be really nice. Now, look, we can have some rain showers tomorrow morning, too. I don't want that to catch you off guard, but by the afternoon, sun should start coming back out, and temperatures will get a nice boost compared to where they've been the past few days. Outside tonight, skies starting to cloud over and have a cold front, and yes, it is always funny to say cold front despite warmer temperatures coming on the other side of it. That's what's going to happen tomorrow. 62 degrees today. Kind of pleasant in the afternoon. Sun was out. It was lighter winds. Peak gust only 27 miles per hour at Reagan National, but still 8 degrees below the seasonal average. We should be above average by the time we get to tomorrow afternoon. Look at this morning's low. Now, that was well below average, 36 degrees, quite cold, and we had some suburbs waking up in the 20s this morning. That's no fun in the middle of April, especially not after that week of summer we had last last week. Temps right now down to 52, Reagan National Airport. Dulles hanging on to 53, BWI Thurgood Marshall at 51.2. Some of our suburbs going to drop into the 40s overnight. D.C. probably bottoming out right around 50, so only expected to drop another degree or two tonight. Clouds, as mentioned before, have been increasing here this evening, and big picture will show you right there. There's your cold front off to the north and west. It's got some Great Lakes moisture with it. Now, that's limited. It's not going to do much to help the drought around here, but it might annoy you during the morning commute, and you'll see why here on Futurecast. There's your cloud cover 4 in the morning, but we head towards 7, 8, 9 o'clock. There's some rain showers moving in from the north and west. Not expected to last all that long. Could come down steady for a period of time, kind of wet the ground out there, but as we work our way towards lunchtime, they're generally out of here. And I say generally because we are a bit unstable in the afternoon, meaning even if sunshine does come back out, we can still pop, and you'll see 1 or 2 are here on Futurecast right there, kind of trying to fire maybe Prince George's County. Yeah, never can predict exactly where these guys are going to fire, but there will be 1 or 2 of them on radar screen tomorrow during our evening shows. But much of the area stays dry after that morning front goes through, and then a clearer night tomorrow night. And of course, the key, a warmer afternoon tomorrow as well. So enjoy a day where we get back to the middle 70s. Just have the raincoat or umbrella ready in the morning. You may briefly need it, but by Thursday, no need for any raincoat, and shorts and t-shirt weather back as temperatures jump to near 80 degrees on Thursday afternoon. We're around there Friday too, but as Kenneth kind of teased, that weekend a little bit more tricky. We'll talk about that coming up 7 days in just a few. Kenneth?
All right, Mike, see you in a bit. Fox 5 News alert tonight. 1 person dead and 2 injured in a shooting in southeast D.C. It happened in the 1300 block of Morris Road. A man was killed, another man and a woman injured. No word tonight on the conditions of the surviving victims, what sparked the shooting, or description of the suspect. A 19-year-old is under arrest accused of opening fire during a car rally in Kensington. Investigators say Hermes Madaware shot 2 people inside a Safeway parking garage on April 4th. Both victims drove themselves to the hospital. Meantime, 2 adults and a teen are in custody tonight for a street takeover in 2 counties. Police say it started in Prince George's County in February before heading to Connecticut Avenue and East-West Highway in Bethesda. 1 police cruiser had its rear window and windshield shattered, while a second police vehicle was also vandalized. The 3 suspects face multiple charges, including malicious destruction of property. A burglar caught on camera smashing his way into a gas station convenience store. Tonight, a store employee is talking only to our Shamari Stone, who's in Fairfax with the exclusive.
Tonight, Fairfax County police are telling us more about this burglary. An employee told me moments ago that the suspect broke in using a rock similar to this one right here. He tells me that he knew exactly what he was looking for, wasn't concerned about the candy, the chips, the popcorn, the beef jerky, or the cookies. No, he says the only thing that he was interested in is that he stole a Biggie Buzz Ball, Grapes Gone Wild, and cigarettes. Let's show you that video. Take a close look at the suspect smashing the front door with that rock, shattering glass, dressed in all black with white gym shoes, heading straight for the smokes. April 6 around midnight. And then moments later, you can see him in the top right section of your screen, grabbing the liquor and leaving the store. On the 8900 block of Village Shops Drive in Fairfax, when an employee came to work, saw the damage, he called police. How do you feel that this happened where you work?
Very sad, very distraught.
Now, the suspect stole not just 1 pack, but how much? What are we talking about here?
It's about 12, 13, 14.
Packs of cigarettes?
Cigarette. And a big balls.
Fairfax County police are offering a reward of up to $1,000 for information that leads to an arrest and a conviction in this case. If you recognize that suspect, give them a call. Keep in mind, you can also call the department anonymously. In Fairfax, I'm Shamari Stone. Back to you.
Tonight, a Prince George's County man behind bars accused of crashing a Sunday church service before carjacking and kidnapping a man in Lanham. Ahmed Karama is being held without bond. Police say he stormed the pulpit at Mount Calvary Baptist Church on Sunday in the middle of the preacher's sermon. Then he allegedly got into the driver's seat of a car and drove off with a man in the passenger seat who jumped out at an intersection.
Well, I mean, you know, the church, especially a church like ours, you know, our doors are open. We always welcome the unsaved, the drug addicts, whoever you are, you're welcome to come. We just hope and pray that they all can behave.
Karama is due back in court on May 20th. A Virginia woman caught on camera shooting a Columbia gas station clerk under arrest tonight. Shantae Lachey O'Donnell is in custody in another state on unrelated charges. Police say she shot that clerk Saturday during an attempted robbery on Cradle Rock Way. The victim suffered serious injuries. The 18-year-old convicted of groping girls in the hallways at Fairfax High School will spend just under a year in jail. A judge sentenced Israel Flores Ortiz to 360 days, 40 days for each of the 9 victims he assaulted. With time served and good behavior, he could get out in 6 months. His attorney told the judge Flores Ortiz initially thought groping his schoolmates was funny, just a prank.
It sends a strong message that you don't touch people in the inappropriate way. And I'll say it's not just in a school setting, on a metro, at a concert, at a mall, no matter what.
Homeland Security says Flores Ortiz entered the U.S. illegally in 2024. ICE has indicated its intention to deport him after he serves his sentence. Meanwhile, Fairfax Commonwealth's attorney Steve Toscano responding after a murder victim's family filed a complaint with the Department of Justice. The mother, Stephanie Mentor, who was killed at a bus stop on Route 1, has asked the DOJ to investigate Toscano's office, alleging practices favoring illegal immigrants. The complaint says Toscano's office ignored police warnings about the suspect who was in the U.S. illegally.
I can tell you that the idea that we favor one group over another is completely wrong. You know, that has been fed by, in my opinion, purposeful misreporting and people taking things out of context for political gain. I can tell you that my job and our office's job is to keep us safe. And regardless of what somebody's status is, our job is to hold people accountable when they hurt our neighbors. And that's what we do.
Toscano has also been called to testify next month in front of a House subcommittee. Tonight, the D.C. Council approved legislation for permanent juvenile curfews in an initial vote, but they will wait until next month to vote on an emergency curfew bill that could take effect immediately. The curfews are in response to teen takeovers. The new curfew zones could take effect this fall. The curfews prohibit minors from gathering in groups of 9 or more starting at 8 p.m. and that all minors be off the streets from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m.
Craft things going on, so there was music always. So, I mean, you just don't have, kids don't have access to these kind of things anymore.
Critics have argued that curfew zones aren't a solution and children need more resources. The council tabled emergency legislation that would extend Muriel Bowser's emergency order through May 1st. President Trump indefinitely extending the ceasefire with Iran. The announcement came hours before the 2-week truce was set to expire. This as Pakistani leaders tried to hold peace talks. Trump says Pakistan asked the U.S. to hold off on more attacks so negotiators can come up with a unified proposal. He has threatened to continue bombing Iran if no deal can be reached.
I am glad that the president announced that the ceasefire will continue for whatever the reason. That is a good move. Everything gets harder for everybody if that ceasefire were to have expired today.
I want to make a good deal. I'm not going to be rushed. I have all the time in the world. I want to make not a good deal. I want to make a great deal.
Vice President J.D. Vance was supposed to head to Pakistan for the peace talks, but his trip is postponed indefinitely. Iranian officials say they don't plan on attending either. When we come back here at 11, major changes could be coming to our air traffic control system. We're breaking down all the proposed upgrades after the break.
There's too much confusion. I can't get no relief. Businessman there.
The Prince William County Board of Supervisors deciding against slashing the budget for schools by $31 million. But there will still be a nearly $4 million cut. Fox 5's Regina Ureta live in Woodbridge tonight, where the vote just happened. Regina.
Yeah, hey, Kenneth, and it actually started pretty tense at the beginning of that meeting, but towards the tail end, it really did seem like county officials were trying to accommodate school leaders and teachers. Now, tonight, a proposal that could have left public schools facing a $31 million budget gap next fiscal year has been stopped. Instead, leaders voted for a 3.9 reduction. And here's a reaction from parents.
I feel like we made some headway tonight. I definitely think that the tax cuts that were being offered to the residents of Prince William County were not significant enough to justify the cuts to our schools. And I think we really need to show what areas we emphasize and what's important to us as a county. And our schools are incredibly important.
And so tonight's decision comes after school leaders and county officials have been at odds over the budget. The original plan aimed to lower taxes, including real estate and meal taxes, by changing how school funding is divided. But now the question is, what does this mean for residents who were also hoping for some relief? Well, Prince William County homeowners could see their annual real estate tax bills reduced by about $56 next year under the new budget plan. While county leaders and school officials reached a middle ground, some supervisors still seemed opposed to tonight's decision.
So when I question the school budget, it's because the people that need it the most are not getting the money that is being requested.
And that meeting just about wrapped up at this point, but it was pretty lengthy. As I mentioned, it started tense, but towards the end, it did seem like city leaders, or rather county officials and school leaders, reached a compromise. Back to you.
All right, Regina, thank you. Pepco is dropping its plan to hike energy rates based on predicted future costs. It comes after the Maryland legislature passed the Utility Relief Act. The change to Pepco's plan effectively cuts about $8.6 million from the company's original rate request. While it won't lower your bill, it means increases over the next year will likely be smaller than originally expected. A new plan tonight to overhaul America's air traffic control systems. The announcement today from the U.S. Department of Transportation. The upgrades include swapping out old copper wiring for fiber optics, replacing analog flight tracking with fully digital systems, and building new radars and radios to improve communications.
These upgrades are going to make travel more seamless. We're going to make our skies safer. We're going to unleash the next wave of innovation.
Secretary Sean Duffy says the project could end up costing $30 billion. Let's turn our attention back to the weather here on this Tuesday night. A live look outside the view of the Capitol from our Fox 5 Skycam. Mike Thomas is here to tell us how that Wednesday is looking.
How about a little warmer? We'll take it right after a couple of cool days here in the D.C. region, which should probably give your ACs a break a lot at home after you had to run them much of last week when it was feeling like summer times. Milder temps do return, and I mean pleasantly milder. We're not talking about big heat here in D.C. We're talking about spring warmth in D.C. Though ahead of those milder temperatures, could have some morning showers early tomorrow morning. And look, we had a cool down, but it wasn't extreme. In fact, so much of this month has been so warm, and I'm missing the first 8 days of it on this graphic, but much of the first 8 days were well above normal. So despite the last 3 being on the chilly side, we'll get back to some 70s and pleasant conditions as we get through the remainder of the week. Why am I showing this to you? Well, so far through today, it has still been the warmest April on record here in Washington. Now, we'll see how the data adjusts as we head through the next few weeks here and wrap up April, as it's not going to be quite as hot as it was the last few weeks. So we'll see if we don't moderate. Right now, 2023, I believe, so a couple years back, 3 years back, is the warmest April on record as things stand right now. As we look outside, Rockville Courthouse all aglow, 52 degrees at Reagan National Airport, downtown D.C. Taking a look up towards Rockville right now. I'll go a little bit farther north of there to Gaithersburg in Montgomery County, 50 degrees for them. 53 Dulles, 50 Manassas, 57 Quantico, Fredericksburg, Virginia, sitting at 48 tonight. Leathertown, good evening. You're at 50, while your neighbors to the north in Annapolis, 55. Baltimore to their north at 51. Frederick, Maryland, 49. Cumberland has actually been one of the warmer spots all day. They were near 70 this afternoon. They're at 54 degrees right now. Chilly overnight, down about 51 D.C., 49 for Manassas, 50 Winchester, 49 Hagerstown, 51 Fredericksburg, Leonardtown down to just 50 degrees. So most locations aren't going to drop all that much more from where they are right now. You can think cloud cover moving in and actually southern winds getting some enhancement out ahead of a frontal boundary that's going to drop in tomorrow morning and bring some rain showers. Not expected to be overly wet, but there will be a period of some light rain here in the D.C. area early tomorrow morning as that front swings on through. Once it gets by, milder conditions should take over, and we will see some sunshine by tomorrow afternoon, along with those temperatures popping into the 60s and 70s. I do want to warn you, once the first initial batch of rain goes through, we could still fire a pop-up shower and over the mountains, even a rumble of thunder tomorrow afternoon, but they will be much more isolated than what comes through tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning has the most widespread coverage in terms of the showers, so just something to keep in mind for tomorrow. By the afternoon, just about everybody does get into the 70s. We're going 74 here in Washington. Should feel very, very pleasant and should be a great night for baseball, as by the evening hours, rain shower threat should be out of here. You see 0% chance of rain for the ball game. Nationals taking on the Braves. They got the job done today. Can they do it again tomorrow? 72, first pitch at 6:45 p.m. Comfortable conditions, 67 by the seventh inning stretch, and after the game, still in the middle 60s. So pretty comfortable night for baseball here in the D.C. area. Temperatures then right around 80 on both Thursday and Friday before we dive down into the weekend. And yes, unfortunately for anyone who has those weekend plans, watch your day on Saturday in particular. Morning hours may kick things off dry, but you see these wind barbs coming off the North Atlantic. That ocean water still, even as warm as we've been, the ocean hasn't warmed up all that much, and it is going to bring down some much cooler air as we work our way through the day, and that will combine with a bit of a frontal boundary coming in out of the west. And you see some pretty widespread showers expected as we get into the second half of the day on Saturday and right through Saturday evening. Technically a washout, no, but of the 2 days, Saturday does look like it has the weather potential to it. By Sunday, could be some lingering showers during the first part of the day. We'll hold on to that northern wind for much of it. But in the afternoon, we could get some late day clearing as wave of low pressure pushes down to the south and east. So some drier air should move in late, and we may see some late day sunshine, though temperatures are still expected to be on the cooler side. So enjoy the 70s to near 80 right through the end of the work week. Late day showers there on Friday. Saturday, not the best day. Sunday's got some showers in the morning, back to sun late in the day. Next week looks kind of up and down with those temps, mostly in the 60s. Kenneth?
All right, Mike, thank you. A surprising winner taking the top spot on the new list of summer travel hotspots. Kansas City, Missouri now ranks as the top trending U.S. summer travel destination for 2026. That's according to Travel and Leisure magazine and Google Flights data. One major factor adding to its allure this year, the city is hosting 6 FIFA World Cup matches. They are expected to draw an estimated 650,000 people to the area. The other top destinations include Sarasota, Florida, Asheville, North Carolina, and Dallas, Texas. When we come back, the Tidal Basin is back open and has undergone a lot of changes. What you can expect the next time you head down that way. Next.
Now rumor has it she ain't got your love anymore. Rumor has it.
2 confirmed cases of measles has the Virginia Department of Health scrambling to identify people who may have been exposed. These are the dates, times, and locations of possible exposure sites in Stafford and Fredericksburg. The patients are described as school-aged children between 0 and 12 years old. You can report your possible exposure on the Virginia Department of Health's website. The Commonwealth has reported 19 cases of measles so far this year. Montgomery County passed a ban on private ICE detention centers. The ICE Out Act prohibits the kind of facility like the one that was proposed in Hagerstown. Council members saying the vote sends a message to ICE that the agency is not welcome. The bill doesn't block ICE from building its own facilities, but the agency usually contracts out to third parties. A federal judge ordered ICE to halt construction on that Hagerstown facility earlier this month. A judge in D.C. has stopped the removal of the 15th Street bike lane in Northwest. The Trump administration wanted to take it out, calling it common sense planning. But the Washington Area Bicyclist Association sued to stop it, citing safety risks. The 15th Street bike lane is known for its scenic views of some of the capital's most historic landmarks. A major facelift of the Tidal Basin and Potomac River seawalls is now complete. Crews reinforced more than 6,000 feet of shoreline. The public can now check out the newly restored area. The project also added wider paths and new cherry trees. The Department of the Interior says the upgrades ensure the area is safe and is ready for the record crowds expected this summer for America's 250th birthday celebrations. When we come back here at 11, tickets have been pricey and hard to come by, but more will be made available in a few hours. We'll give you the details straight ahead. If you haven't been able to score World Cup tickets yet, you're in luck. FIFA says a new wave of tickets will be released tomorrow at 11 a.m. on the agency's official ticketing website. They'll include tickets for all 104 matches at several price points. FIFA says there will be more ticket releases in the weeks leading up to the tournament. And don't forget, Fox 5 is your home for World Cup action this summer, including every match for Team USA. Fox 5 is also the home for the Final Five. Here's Jim Loke.
And right now on the Final Five, we're going to follow the latest on the Virginia redistricting race. Reaction from all sides. This is your Final Five. Let's do this.
It's listen good. Don't mess with America.
Welcome into the Final Five. It was election night in Virginia. One question, that's all voters were asked. And tonight, the people of Virginia spoke. The congressional maps of the Commonwealth will take new form before the midterms later this year. For days, record turnout in rural areas led to an early lead for people voting no on that amendment. But in the final hours, in-person voting in more populated parts of the Commonwealth drove the yes vote to the lead. Right now, more than 90% of the votes are in. About 51% of Virginians choosing yes, just about 48% voting no. You can see that on your screen right now. And when you tally these up, this is still significantly fewer voters than voted in last year's statewide race to pick a new governor, but still nearly 3 million Virginians making their voices heard tonight. Now, there are still some votes being counted, and there's still a long way to go with potential legal challenges in the offing. Today's ballot initiative was the last remaining obstacle to new maps. State lawmakers already approved the map that will be used a while back. The current one is on the left. The new one is there on the right. This makes Virginia the latest of 7 states that have advanced new maps in recent months. More than a dozen states are still trying to do the same. And this all started deep in the heart of Texas. State lawmakers brought in for a special session to approve new Republican-favored maps after President Trump specifically called on them to do so. Normally, states, red, blue, whatever, only redistrict once every 10 years after the census.
We know that this all began when President Trump said that he was, quote, entitled to extra seats in Congress. That's where we saw Texas first launch into a redistricting process to begin to try and stack seats within the halls of Congress. And so now, as we have seen states take action, Virginia has the ability to do something responsive.
Now, before all this redistricting got started, we only had history to go by when trying to predict what will happen in the midterms. Historically, whichever party the president belongs to is the one that loses seats in Congress in the first major national election cycle of his presidency. It has happened to just about every single president since World War II. There were exceptions, Bill Clinton in 1998 and George W. Bush in the midst of the Iraq War in 2002. The results tonight mean 4 more Democrats could very well likely represent Virginia in Congress next year, and that could make the difference between which party controls Congress.
And so where Virginia goes, so goes the nation. 4 Republican congressional seats are at stake today. So I'm asking everyone to vote no. This is an unconstitutional, illegal power grab. We've got to win the midterms. I'm sure you know what will happen with President Trump's administration and everything else if we don't win the midterms.
Now, whichever party wins in the midterms will have a lot of influence as to how the final 2 years of the Trump administration look. Right now, Republicans control the Senate with a 53-47 majority, including 2 independents that caucus with Democrats. They also control the House with a much slimmer majority, down to an historic 217 to 214. Usually a party needs 218 to control the chamber, but the whole thing has been shaken up by several vacancies on both sides of the aisle. The latest of those, Florida Democrat Sheila Sherfilis McCormick, who resigned today as calls ramped up over an ethics probe and federal indictment. She's accused of embezzling $5 million in federal FEMA funds. Before she resigned, the House Ethics Committee planned to investigate her.
It's kind of interesting that literally minutes before the hearing convened, she issued her letter of resignation, which then the House Ethics Committee immediately loses jurisdiction of her because she's no longer a member of the House.
The story, by the way, broken by our pal Reese Scorman over at Notice. Meanwhile, Florida Republican Corey Mills is facing an expulsion resolution. He's been accused of everything from sexual misconduct and revenge porn to stolen valor and unpaid rent.
With respect to Corey Mills, based on public reporting, he had committed domestic violence, and then there was a cover-up. People covered this up. Could be people in administration, could be local officials. There needs to be an investigation by the local officials of the people involved in the cover-up.
Congressman Ted Lieu there of California. If Democrats do win the House back, they have promised a slew of investigations of their own into members of the Trump administration. That includes FBI Director Kash Patel. Democrats like Maryland's Jamie Raskin have started their own probes, accusing him of things like using FBI aircraft for personal travel. Complaints are coming in from elsewhere as well. Recently, The Atlantic published an article titled, quote, "The FBI Director is MIA. Kash Patel has alarmed colleagues with episodes of excessive drinking and unexplained absences." In response, Patel filed a $250 million lawsuit calling it fake news, but he took particular issue with one claim about how he once, quote, struggled to log on to an internal computer system. The Atlantic piece says that he, quote, panicked, frantically calling aides and allies to announce he had been fired, and later people described his behavior as a freakout. Oh, yeah, that came up today.
Explain the computer login issue. Just explain the computer login issue. You were not able to log into your lawsuit contends that you were not able to log into the system. What did you think after you were unable to log into the system.
Let's have a survey. How many of you people believe that's true? Hang on.
Did you communicate
You
with
asked the
anyone?
question. Let me answer it.
No, let me
No.
Did you communicate with anyone that you thought you were fired after you were unable to log into
The problem with you and your report, don't cut me off. You asked the question.
Straightforward question.
The problem with you and your baseless reporting is that is an absolute lie.
That brings us to a final five fact check. The claim FBI Director Kash Patel was unable to log into internal FBI systems as the Atlantic had claimed. Well, if you look at the lawsuit that Patel filed himself in district court, it states, quote, on April 10th, 2026, Director Patel had a routine technical problem logging into a government system, which was quickly fixed, which means the claim he did not have trouble logging onto his computer can also be certainly labeled.
It's all fake news. It's phony stuff. It didn't happen.
By the way, that clip is from 2016. Some things never change. Recent shakeups have spread recently to the upper echelons of the Trump cabinet as well. The White House this week announcing Labor Secretary Lori Chavez-DeRemer was leaving. That one comes in light of a growing scandal over alleged misconduct, including an affair with a subordinate and drinking on the job. She is the third cabinet member to exit in recent weeks, including former Attorney General Pam Bondi and former Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. Some expect more changes to come after the midterms, and that includes people like Republican Senator John Kennedy.
I think she should go home and have a very serious conversation with her husband based on the reporting that I've seen. Will there be others? I don't know. My guess is after the midterms, win, lose, or draw, there will be some more changes. But, you know, that's up to the president.
Back to Virginia now. Today's ballot referendum has massive implications for national politics and the state of play in the Commonwealth. Let's start tonight with my first guest, Democratic Virginia Delegate Dan Helmer of the 10th District. I'll be tonight here on the Final Five. Good to see you again. Thanks for joining us this late.
Good to see you, Jim.
Talk to me about the referendum today. I mean, look, we talked about Governor Spanberger winning by 15 points. This was certainly a much slimmer margin here. So what do you take back from that? A win is a win.
Jim, this is how I see it. Donald Trump sought to deny Democratic accountability for his deeply unpopular policies, which are putting our troops in danger in Iran, gutting access to health care, driving up the price of groceries and gas, and challenging the very core of our democracy. And knowing that it was unpopular, instead of just putting it out to the people, instead of a regular election, he went to Texas, he went to Missouri, he went to North Carolina, and he said, you are going to change the districts so that people don't have a chance to vote against my policies. And we trust the people in Virginia. We put it to the people to say, are we going to fight back? And Democrats across the country have been looking for a fight. Virginians, volunteers, our elected officials stepped up, and we delivered to make sure that there can be accountability for the deeply popular and deeply challenging policies of this administration. And I'm so proud of Virginia tonight.
When you look at what Virginia did tonight, what California did a couple of months ago, which was pass their own measure to override their own redistricting commission, and voters signed on to it. They signed on to it, by the way, by a bigger margin than what we saw in Virginia tonight. But again, in that case, a win regardless. But you still have some statewide Republicans, former AG Jason Miyares, who said Democrats were just trying to rig elections moving forward by overriding a redistricting panel that voters passed in 2020.
What I hear from Jason Miyares time and again is that every election that Republicans lose is rigged. I am proud of the fact that Virginians have stood up for democracy. They have stood up to Donald Trump. We are fighting back. It is the fight that folks are looking for. We've given hope to so many Americans and so many Virginians who are deeply affected by the terrible policies of this administration and the MAGA politicians like Jason Miyares and Ben Klein and the other members of this delegation who lack the backbone to stand up to Donald Trump.
As we move ahead now, the focus turns to the Virginia Supreme Court. There will be some court challenges. And look, you know, anytime we've seen this, there's been court challenges in Democratic states and Republican states when it comes to redistricting. How do you feel about the chances of this passing muster in the Commonwealth?
I feel very confident that the constitutional process that we laid out following Virginia's Constitution is how we got to where we are today, that the Constitution was respected and that the Supreme Court is going to accept the will of Virginia voters, which was to not let Donald Trump dictate that his policies never face Democratic accountability. And we're going to have a chance to take on the spineless folks who are unwilling to stand up to Donald Trump, and we're unwilling to say what you've done in Texas, what you've done in Missouri, what you've done in North Carolina is wrong. And Virginians spoke, and I expect the Supreme Court is going to respect their decision.
We showed people the maps. There are going to be 4 Democratic-leaning districts, and in fact, you are going to be running in the new 7th district in Virginia. There have been a lot of people announcing their candidacies in that district out there. And the one thing that's important to note to everybody at home is that this measure tonight is a temporary measure as laid out on the ballot there. So let's say you run in this race, which you are, you win, you go to Washington. I mean, is it going to be easy for you or any Democrat who runs in one of these districts to know that come 2030, the district that they ran in is not going to exist in that current form anymore?
Well, every single decade, normally every decade, although recently because of Donald Trump it's happening more frequently, we have redistricting. I am proud to have served as campaigns chair for 2 cycles for the House Democratic Caucus in Virginia, helping us get our majority, expanding it to the largest, most diverse progressive majority in Virginia. And I've been endorsed by the likes of Congressman Eugene Vindman, Governor Ralph Northam, more than half the Democrats in the General Assembly, because they know that we need a fighter to represent us in Congress. And being a fighter who represents us in Congress means understanding how the democratic process works. And I'm excited to have an opportunity to fight for Virginians across Virginia 7 and all these counties and areas where I've campaigned for the last 4 years. And I expect that when we get to 2030, we're going to go through a normal process. And that is good for Virginia, and hope we restore that across America. We need true redistricting reform nationally. I'm going to fight for that in Congress.
By the way, you and I have talked quite a bit about what's happening in Richmond. And next time I see you, we'll talk more about that race in the 7th district. But tonight, it is about the referendum, and that is Delegate Dan Helmer. Great to see you again. We appreciate it.
Really appreciate being on tonight, Jim. Thanks for having me, and thank you, Virginia.
We'll see you soon. In the meantime, stick around here on the Final Five. Our pal Luke Ball is here to talk about the path forward for Republicans. He's live when the Final Five comes right back. Welcome back. Let's continue our conversation on today's vote in Virginia with a conservative voice. The voice coming from our friend, Republican strategist Luke Ball, is up late with me tonight live on the Final Five. Luke, welcome back. Good to see you again.
Good to see you, Jim.
Let's talk about the vote tonight. I looked at that map, and I think predictable where you see the areas where Republicans did very well in the southwestern parts of the state. Northern Virginia, Democrats did quite well. But as you look at that, what does that say about the state of the Commonwealth?
Let me start from the 30,000-foot view. I was told by my friends on the left that any form of gerrymandering was an attack on our democracy. Those weren't my words. Those were Eric Holder's words. And then I get this map that basically looks like an advertisement for Red Lobster. I was looking for a coupon on the back of it, and a language in a ballot initiative that is so confusing. I had to read it 3 times in the voting booth today. And it just really upsets me that it seems as if the DMV and the D.C. area is all concentrated from where all of these districts are pulling out, and now we have lost representation as Republicans, or even a significant portion of Virginians. 49% or 48%, depending on how it shakes out at the end of the night, are going to lose their voice. This is not an overwhelming victory for the Democrats. And the most egregious part of this, in my opinion, is that they're saying it's temporary. Nobody gives up power voluntarily. I think this is going to extend far beyond the defined period of time, because there's always going to be some emergency, always some reason to continue to redistrict and gerrymander the way they did this evening.
As you heard the delegates say, and this is the line from Democrats, and I saw this ad nauseum in the ad, there's the clip from President Trump who said we're entitled to 5 seats in Texas. Texas went through this process through the legislature. They did not go to the people. The Democrats are saying, well, look, we at least went to the people over this, but they also went to the people 5 years ago with that bipartisan redistricting commission that is now, for the time being, neutered.
And the people in Virginia voted 2-1 to have that independent redistricting commission. In Texas, the Census Bureau actually found that it had underestimated Texas's population by 500,000 individuals who had no representation in Congress. And since the last redistricting process, 2 million more people had moved to Texas. So I think there was some probable cause to redistrict in Texas. And Democrats are not uniquely absent from gerrymandering here. If you look at Texas's 18th congressional district, it looks like Swiss cheese, and it has more liberals in it than a Portland Starbucks. So both sides do this. I would suggest to my friends on the left to save me the clutching of pearls, saying that the Republicans are the only ones gerrymandering. This happens all over the place and all the time. But here in Virginia, we had fair maps. If the Democrats are submitting that gerrymandering is wrong, then I would submit back that 2 wrongs don't make a right. And if you want to use your power, that's fine. And if you want to take it to the people, that's fine. But to do it at such a slim margin after the voters had already said a few years ago that we want an independent redistricting commission, I don't think it's fair for those voters.
Okay, so let's talk about the temperature of the Virginia electorate, because we went from Abigail Spanberger winning by 15 points to tonight this passing by just about 1.5 points, maybe 2 points. But we still have primaries to get through. We still have a general election to get through. It is not a fait accompli that these seats all go Democratic, although if you look at the registration, it certainly would indicate as much. So where do Republicans and conservatives go from here? How do you get people to the polls, and what will be the rallying points to possibly prevent these seats from flipping?
Well, it's going to be really difficult because the Democrats have solidified their blue wall in Virginia with these new maps. So maybe I'll speak from a nationwide perspective. I think you're going to see a lot of back and forth. DeSantis has already indicated that they're probably going to take up redistricting in Florida. We're going to probably have some back and forth down there as to whether or not Republicans are going to pick up more seats. And this is just going to cascade nationwide, in my opinion. From the Republican Virginia perspective, we desperately need some new leadership. We had a poor candidate at the top of the ballot this past cycle that led to this whole process that we saw this evening. So if we don't have some leadership in this vacuum and have it soon, then unfortunately, I think for Republicans, we're going to see this cascading in future elections.
Who do you see? I mean, looking ahead to future elections, Jason Miyares is front and center for this effort here. He's certainly somebody who doesn't seem like he wants to go gently into that good night looking ahead, because it is an open governor's seat coming up in 2029. But who looks like promising faces for leadership of the future?
I think Miara is for sure. Youngkin is not out. I don't know what he might want to run for. I don't know what his future might look like, but he was uniquely involved in the election that happened this evening, and he's been a very, very strong voice over the last few years in every aspect of Virginia politics for the Republicans. And he was somebody who was able to pull out a win in an off-year election and rally independents, and I would submit some Democrats, around his candidacy at a time when the nation was really experiencing a push for school choice and parental rights, and he was able to unify around that singular issue. So I think that he's uniquely talented to lead our party moving forward. If it's not him, I'm sure it's going to be somebody that he rallies behind, because I think had he been at the top of the ticket, had he not been termed out, that we probably would be sitting here right now had he gone up against Spanberger with another governor Republican or another Republican governor in office.
Luke Ball on the Final Five. Luke, good to see you again. I appreciate you staying up late with us.
Thanks, brother. Appreciate it.
We're back after this on the Final Five.
I walk a lonely road, the only one that I have ever known.
All right, welcome back to the Final Five. Time for the third block, and we stay in Virginia for this one because all over the political spectrum, Virginian politicians were talking a big game ahead of the election. That includes the Senate President Pro Tem, Louise Lucas. There she is, sporting a pair of boxing gloves for an official campaign picture from her 2023 campaign as she was pushing for the amendment to pass. She put out a final push last night saying, quote, "It's 420 and I'm getting excited for a big win tomorrow," along with a picture that said, "I fill my bong with Republican tears." And to that we say, proof or it doesn't count, Senator. A big mix-up with some teenagers leading to a massive unnecessary police response in Germantown, Maryland. Oh, wait, no, not Maryland? No, we're talking about Germantown, Wisconsin? Oh, yeah. You know, police say they got concerning calls late at night on April 16th about 4 teens carrying, quote, what was described as AR black guns, all wearing dark clothing, and one individual had a ski mask on. The next day, police clarified, saying, quote, this activity is known as Germantown High School Paranoia 2026, a.k.a. Nerf gun wars. There were no actual guns involved and no injuries were reported, but police say anybody caught taking part after dark in public places could still face criminal charges. And speaking of misunderstandings with police, that's exactly what inspired us to hand out a special Finals 5 exclusive award to a very special person tonight. No. It is not tonight's Dumb Criminal. We're talking about tonight's World's Best Grandma. That's right. Tonight's World's Best Grandma mug goes out to an inspiring 91-year-old woman in Westlake, Ohio. She lives alone and is part of the city's Are You OK program, which means she gets a phone call every day to make sure nothing's wrong. So she didn't pick up one day earlier this month. A police officer went out and checked up on her.
The officer gets into the house because we couldn't get a hold of the woman, and they find her in her bedroom actually playing a game. She's apologetic. She's saying, sorry, I was enthralled in this video game that I was playing, trying to get my top score. So they all got a good laugh out of it. She apologized for wasting the officer's time.
The game, by the way, was a bubble-popping mobile phone game. She said she didn't answer because she was, quote, locked in. Coming next in the Final Five, we have one more thing. Stick around. You know, one of the best things about working at a TV station is you get to meet a lot of great people over time. And one of the worst things is when those people leave. And tonight's the final five for our dear friend Claire McKissick, who is up there in the control room tonight. She came here about 3.5 years ago, from Salisbury, Maryland, with a couple other folks from Salisbury. And what impressed us from the get-go was how professional they were, how good they were, and what good friends they became to the entire newsroom. Claire is so generous. She is so much fun to be around. Okay, that's loud. Let me say my peaceful message, my nice message to Claire here, guys. She bakes banana bread like nobody else. She is going to some great new endeavors in New York City. We are going to miss her dearly. So, Claire, thank you so much. We appreciate you. We love you. We will miss you very much. And I want to thank you for never, ever clipping me on the air when we play sound bites, because God knows there's another director. Oh, is Sean up there? Oh, Claire, we'll miss you. Please come back.
you on Fox.
Good morning. I'm Julie Donaldson. It is 4 a.m. on this Wednesday, April 22nd.
And I'm Homa Bash. So good to be with you. Thanks for starting your morning with us here on Fox 5 and streaming on Fox Local. Here's a look at what's happening for you today.
Voters in Virginia approving a measure to redraw congressional districts in the Commonwealth. What this means for the balance of power in Congress.
And a step closer to making juvenile curfews permanent as the district looks to tackle dangerous teen takeovers. The legislation City Council is moving forward with.
Plus, after a few chilly days, warmer temperatures are making a comeback, but we may have to dodge some rain showers today. The news at 4 starts right now. And welcome on in. Glad to be here with you halfway through the week.
Yes.
Caesar.
Yes.
Glad to have you with us as well. It was a little it almost felt a little bit like fall this morning when I was walking into work.
It's better than the winter-like feel we've had over the last couple of days.
Yeah, no, certainly. It's much better today. But the thing is, like Julie mentioned, we do have some rain showers on the way. So that is the most important thing that you need to know as you're heading out the door. We are expecting to see a few of those late chance rain showers making their way towards part of the later morning hours. So we are expecting to see some of these clouds stick around with us, but we are getting back in towards those mid-70s. So, hey, after all that little stretch of cold weather, we continue to see a warmer stretch starting to shape up here, and I'll have more details coming up in just a couple of minutes. Over to you.
Caesar, thank you. We begin with breaking news now at 4 a.m. 11 people injured overnight in an incident at Metro Center. WMATA says a work vehicle was on the Silver Line. It made contact with a stationary train. This all happened just before midnight. Metro is investigating at this hour, and at this time, we don't know how this is going to impact your morning commute. We're sending a crew to the scene right now. We're going to get you live updates once they get there. The other big story of the morning, Virginia voters approving a new redistricting plan by a slim 51.5% majority margin. That approval could bolster Democrats' chances of flipping the House during the upcoming 2026 midterm elections. We have more on that in a live report in just a moment.
And the D.C. Council approving legislation for permanent juvenile curfews in an initial vote. But they will wait until next month to vote on an emergency curfew bill that could take effect immediately. The curfews, they are in response to teen takeovers that have at times turned dangerous. Now the new curfew zones could take effect this fall.
One person dead, 2 others injured in a shooting in Southeast D.C. This happened last night on the 1300 block of Morris Road. A man was killed, another man and a woman wounded. No word yet on the condition of those surviving victims. No description of a suspect to share with you just yet.
A Virginia woman accused of shooting a Columbia gas station clerk under arrest this morning. Police say that Shantae Lachey O'Donnell is currently in custody in another state on unrelated charges. O'Donnell is accused of shooting the clerk this past Saturday during an attempted robbery. The clerk suffered serious injuries.
President Trump has extended the ceasefire with Iran just hours before it was set to expire. The second round of negotiations were called off in Pakistan. According to Trump, Pakistani officials asked the U.S. to stand down because the government of Iran is, quote, seriously fractured.
Well, Virginia voters have decided in a high-stakes redistricting referendum. Unofficial results show that the measure passed, setting up a potential shift to congressional maps ahead of the midterms.
But the fight may not be over just yet. Maureen is live in Fairfax with those details for us. Good morning, Mo.
Good morning. So, yeah, the results are in, and this controversial measure passed, but just barely. Take a look at the unofficial results that we have right now. Keep in mind, this could still change, but not by much. Right now, the unofficial results are showing about 51% of Virginia voters approved the measure with just over 1.5 million votes, while 49% voted no. This is now setting up a legal fight where the Republican leader is vowing to challenge this. The referendum amends the state's constitution, allowing the General Assembly to temporarily redraw congressional districts ahead of the 2026 midterms. Now, Democrats who control the legislature supported the plan, saying it is a response to redistricting moves in other states. Republicans, though, opposed it, calling it an unfair power shift that could tilt the map. If implemented, the new districts could give Democrats an advantage in 10 of Virginia's 11 congressional seats. Now, reaction from national and state leaders quickly poured in overnight. In a statement, Virginia Governor Abigail Spanberger praised the election results, writing in part, quote, "I understand the urgency of winning congressional seats as a check on this president, and I look forward to campaigning with candidates across the Commonwealth working to earn Virginia's trust and their votes. Former President Barack Obama praised voters, saying they stood up for democracy. Now, on the other side, former Governor Glenn Youngkin called the result an egregious power grab, urging the state Supreme Court to step in. And former Attorney General Ken Cuccinelli warned, quote, the legal fight is just beginning.
I'm definitely here to make sure that Virginia has the best chance it can to stop what's happening on Pennsylvania Avenue. The best thing that we can possibly do to stop that is to let our voices be heard.
I think that gerrymandering is never a good thing. I think everybody, just because other states, they did that, I don't think we should be doing that. I think having an advantage on one side is never a good thing for any state.
Now, again, even though voters have approved this measure, things are far from over. Legal challenges are not being mounted. In fact, the Virginia Supreme Court is weighing a couple of legal challenges. And as I said in the report, a couple of Republican lawmakers are vowing to wage some legal battles against this. So this is far from over. Again, unofficial results showing that voters approved this 51% to 49%. We'll continue monitoring those results and bring you the latest as we get them. Back to you in the studio in the meantime.
All right, we'll see you all morning, Mo. Thank you. Time now, 4:06, as we take a live look outside National Harbor. The big wheel all lit up dark and early for you.
Well, right now, the good thing is we're not necessarily needing to see too much rain just yet. But, hey, you know what's a good thing right now? We're not near freezing like yesterday.
We'll take that.
Right? So temperatures right now, most of us are sitting well in towards those mid to low 50s and certainly feeling much nicer out there. But that's all thanks to this one warm front associated with our next rainmaker. So as we hop over to satellite, right here, satellite and radar, right? You can see that warm front, that red bumpy line, that is slowly making its way into our area, allowing us to warm up. But you can see it also brings in some rain showers. So little by little, we're expecting to see it make its way in from west to east. So at the moment, still on the dry side of things, but you could start to see parts of West Virginia slowly getting some rain showers, and that's expected to make its way a little closer towards the almost afternoon hours, late morning into afternoon hours for us. But the good thing is, because of that warm front, we are expected to get back in towards those 70s here by the time we head towards the later parts of the afternoon hours. We're going to talk about how long these warmer temperatures stick around with us in the 7-day forecast in just a couple of minutes. But let's take a look here at traffic right now. So Interloop main lanes over in McLean, construction between the Georgetown Pike and the GW Parkway. It's in the clearing stages from the right lanes, so there are no delays at the moment. As we hop over to the GW Parkway in the north and southbound direction over in Arlington, it's that milling and paving project between Spout Run Parkway and 395. One lane is open in each direction until 5:30, but as of right now, there are no delays. Over to you, Homa.
Caesar, thank you. A Maryland man behind bars after prosecutors say he carjacked and kidnapped a man in Atlanta. This is a wild story. Ahmed Karoma is being held without bond. The charges coming from an incident at Mount Calvary Baptist Church on Sunday where police say he stormed the stage in the middle of a sermon. He allegedly got into the driver's seat of a car then and drove off with a man in the passenger seat.
Well, I mean, you know, the church, especially a church like ours, you know, our doors are open. We always welcome the unsaved, the drug addicts, whoever you are, you're welcome to come. We just hope and pray that they all can behave.
Yeah, well, the man jumped out of the car at an intersection. Karoma due back in court May 20th.
Fairfax Commonwealth's attorney Steve Descano responding after a murder victim's family filed a complaint with the Department of Justice. The mother, Stephanie Benter, who was killed at a bus stop on Route 1, has asked the DOJ to investigate Descano's office, alleging practices favoring illegal immigrants. The complaint says Descano's office ignored police warnings about the suspect, who is in the U.S. illegally.
I can tell you that the idea that we favor one group over another is completely wrong. You know, that has been fed by, in my opinion, purposeful misreporting and people taking things out of context for political gain. I can tell you that my job and our office's job is to keep us safe. And regardless of what somebody's status is, our job is to hold people accountable when they hurt our neighbors. And that's what we do.
Descano has also been called to testify next month in front of a House Judiciary subcommittee.
D.C. Council approving legislation for a permanent juvenile curfew in an initial vote, but they'll wait until next month to vote on an emergency curfew bill that could take effect immediately. The curfews are in response to these so-called teen takeovers that have at times turned dangerous and often chaotic. The new curfew zones could take effect this fall. The curfews prohibit minors from gathering in groups of 9 or more starting at 8 p.m. and that all minors be off the streets every night from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m.
We had craft things going on, so there was music always. So, I mean, you just don't have, the kids don't have access to these kind of things anymore.
Critics have argued the curfew zones are not a solution and children need more resources. The council tabled emergency legislation that would extend Mayor Muriel Bowser's emergency order through May 1st.
Still ahead, potential tax hike. Lawmakers in Maryland's largest county appear to be split on the best way forward.
And a man smashing through a glass door of a local convenience store. It is all caught on camera. A store employee talking only to Fox 5 when we come back.
Plumbing to electrical, heating to air conditioning. If you can't, we can. Michael and Son.
Welcome back now to a Fox 5 exclusive. Fairfax County Police need your help catching a burglary suspect. Now, it happened on April 6th around midnight at Village Shops Drive. An employee tells us that a suspect used a rock to smash the front door of the store. The suspect, dressed in all black, headed straight to the cigarettes, then grabbed a buzzball before leaving the scene.
Very sad, very distraught.
Now, the suspect stole not just one pack, but how much? What are we talking about here?
It's about 12, 13, 14.
Packs of cigarettes?
Cigarette. And a big balls.
Fairfax County Police are offering a reward of up to $1,000 for information that leads to an arrest and conviction in this case. 2 adults and a teenager are now behind bars, accused in this street takeover that damaged police cars in Montgomery County. Investigators say that the group started a car rally in Prince George's County back in February before heading to Connecticut Avenue and East-West Highway in Bethesda. Authorities say that one police cruiser had its rear window and windshield shattered, while a second police vehicle was also vandalized. Now, all 3 suspects face multiple charges, including malicious destruction of property.
A judgment handed down for the 18-year-old convicted of groping girls in the hallway at Fairfax High School. The judge sentencing Israel Flores-Ortiz to 360 days in jail, 40 days for each of the 9 victims he assaulted. With time served and good behavior, he could get out in just 6 months. His attorney telling the judge, Flores Ortiz, initially thought groping his schoolmates was funny, just a prank.
I think it sends a strong message that you don't touch people in the inappropriate way. And I'll say it's not just in a school setting, on a metro, at a concert, at a mall, no matter what.
The Department of Homeland Security says Flores Ortiz entered the U.S. illegally in 2024. ICE has indicated its intention to detain and deport him after he serves his sentence. 4:15, time to check in on your weather and traffic. Taking a look outside here, just waiting for the world to wake up on this Wednesday. And we're going to bring in Cesar Cornejo to know what are they waking up to, because it's been pretty cold.
Yeah.
But I feel like we might be getting a little warmer. Like, I was wearing a full puffer coat yesterday, even though it was sunny and nice out. The looks were deceiving. The blue skies and the sunshine, definitely deceiving, Cesar.
It was definitely one of those deceiving days for sure. Luckily, today should not be as deceiving. So we're already seeing temperatures back in towards those mid-50s. And as we just take a look here throughout the rest of this area, not only is D.C. seeing a temperature of 53 degrees, but you could see most others like Quantico already at 56. Same deal over in Dulles and in Winchester at 52. So as we continue to see a lot of that warmer air, well, that's that warm front slowly pushing into our area. The only thing is, though, with that warmer air, it does bring in a few showers possible for parts of later on today. You could already see most of it affecting parts of West Virginia at the moment and parts of Pennsylvania. But as we head in towards later today, the time frame for some of those showers could be around, it should start to wrap around noon, right? So we could expect to see a little bit of that rain picking up by the time we get towards 10:30 and really then clearing on out as we head in towards the rest of the afternoon. That's where the sunshine starts to break through and we get a little bit warmer as well, along with that southerly flow getting us back to the mid-70s. So if you've missed the warmth, well, it is back for sure. Then as we head into the overnight hours, it's not expected to get as cold either. Look, most of us will be back in towards those mid-50s with some of those clear skies. So certainly seeing nicer temperatures for the second half of the work week. And then look at that. By the time we get to Thursday and then even parts of Friday, temperatures will be at 80 degrees. We could see a few rain showers going in towards late Friday, and then that'll blend into parts of Saturday and even into Sunday morning. But temperatures do expect to cool back down before we warm back up as we head into the new work week. So as we take a look here at traffic now, we're going to see, again, interloop main lanes, right? McLean. So we have construction between Georgetown Pike and the GW Parkway. It's in the clearing stages from the right lanes, but at the moment there are no delays. So you can see traffic at the moment moving pretty smoothly. I-395 northbound main lanes here, looking between the Beltway and the 14th Street Bridge. We're at about 9 minutes, so everything's moving pretty smoothly for us this morning. 95 northbound main lanes. So the drive time between Quantico and the Beltway at the moment is around 23 minutes. So all smooth for us so far. Homa?
Cesar, thank you. Montgomery County passing a ban on private ICE detention centers. The ICE Out Act prohibits the kind of facility like the one that was proposed in Hagerstown. Council members say the vote sends a message to ICE that the agency is not welcome in Montgomery County. The bill does not block ICE from building its own facilities, but the agency usually contracts out to third parties. A federal judge ordered ICE to halt construction on the Hagerstown facility earlier this month. Deputies at the Arlington County Detention Facility will now wear body-worn cameras on the job. The sheriff's office says it is to enhance safety, transparency, and accountability by providing a record of interaction between staff and inmates. And a huge milestone in Prince George's County today. The sheriff's office celebrating 330 years of service. The sheriff's office commemorating the milestone by sharing historical photos and highlights over the course of its evolution. Founded in 1696, the agency serves nearly 1 million residents with about 395 sworn and civilian employees. Well, Montgomery County leaders also hearing from the public yesterday on a potential tax increase. Now, the county manager's proposed budget is $420 million higher than last year's budget. It is funded in part through a proposed 6% property tax increase and a 0.1% income tax increase. Now, most of the testimony was from residents and organizations urging Montgomery County not to pass the tax increases.
It needs to be said as many times as possible. A property tax increase will be borne squarely on the shoulders of our middle-class families. The county must grow its way out of these pressures, even though current economic conditions make it difficult.
The county council is also considering an alternative that would require $25 million in cuts to county agencies. The council has until June 1st to approve next year's budget.
Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy unveiling a new $12 billion overhaul to the country's air traffic control system. The new system integrates AI more into air traffic control and includes new software to spot traffic conflicts hours before they happen. Duffy says the project will start at 4,600 airports.
Our people deserve the most technologically advanced air traffic control system, and that's what we are going to deliver for the American people. These upgrades are going to make travel more seamless. We're going to make our skies safer. We're going to unleash the next wave of innovation.
The upgrades are expected to be completed by 2028. FAA is also pushing to hire more air traffic controllers.
Spirit Airlines days, they may be numbered. The airline is reportedly out of cash and facing liquidation that could come in just a few days. Spirit has been struggling to emerge from its second bankruptcy in less than a year, and if it goes under, experts say the travelers will likely be left to fend for themselves, even if they already paid for their tickets.
They're going to be focused on their creditors, trying to, give back as much money as they can there. Consumers, unfortunately, fall towards the bottom end of the priority chain in a liquidation event.
It's unfortunate for many. Spirit is reportedly looking for an emergency bailout from the White House. Top executives are expected to meet with the Secretary Duffy this week.
Time now, 4:21, still ahead. A popular and scenic bike lane in the district could be sticking around. The new ruling from a D.C. judge to tell you about.
And could the beloved Preakness Stakes leave Maryland? The major new purchase by Churchill Downs that could change things. A judge in D.C. has stopped the removal of the 15th Street bike lane in Northwest. The Trump administration wanted to remove it, saying it is common sense planning in the district. But the Washington Area Bicyclist Association, well, they sued to stop it, citing safety risks. The 15th Street bike lane is known for its scenic views of some of the capital's most historic landmarks.
A major merger in the world of horse racing. Churchill Downs, the operator of the Kentucky Derby, has entered an agreement to acquire the branding rights of the Preakness Stakes and the Black-Eyed Susan race for $85 million. This is going to let Churchill Downs manage the rights to the first two legs of horse racing's Triple Crown. The deal is expected to close after the Preakness. This year's race is being held at Laurel Park, while the Pimlico race track undergoes renovations. Pepco is dropping its plan to hike energy rates based on predicted future costs. It comes after the Maryland legislature passed the Utility Relief Act. The change to Pepco's plan effectively cuts $8.6 million from the company's original rate request. While this is not going to lower your bill, sorry, it means increases over the next year will likely be smaller than originally expected.
The Smithsonian announcing the appointment of Linda Roscoe Hartigan as the director of the Smithsonian American Art Museum. Hartigan is currently CEO of the Peabody Essex Museum in Salem, Massachusetts. Her new position is a homecoming of sorts, as Hartigan began her career at the Smithsonian, where she served as its chief curator. Her term begins at the beginning of September. And happening today in honor of Earth Day, Union Station will have a large-scale sustainability installation. This will feature interactive elements like mini flower bouquets for visitors. There will also be a full day of programming to offer ways to take care of our planet and live performances from the Guitar Renegades.
All right, 4:25 on your Wednesday. We made it halfway through the week, and Caesar, waking up this morning did not feel as brisk and crisp as it has the last couple of days.
No,
Still chilly.
It's still chilly, but thankfully this warm front right here, that's really been allowing for a lot of that warm air to really just help bring in some of that much nicer feel forward. Not only just this morning, but also later on today. It could bring in some showers too, especially towards the second half of the morning, right, as we head closer towards the afternoon. But the good thing is, though, temperatures are expected to be back into the 60s and even 70s. You can see all of that warm air there, and we start to get some second half sunshine as we go in towards the evening time frame. And if you want to see have even warmer temperatures, just wait till parts of Thursday and Friday. But then as we head into the weekend, things do start to cool down. We'll have more details on that in just a couple of minutes. But hey, let's take a look here at traffic right now. Interloop main lanes between 95 and the Dulles Toll Road. We're looking at 11 minutes so far right now. So pretty smooth sailing there. As we go to 66 eastbound main lanes between Gainesville and the Beltway, also looking pretty smooth, 18 minutes so far for us. And now as we jump over towards the Dulles Toll Road in both directions, you can see things are moving pretty smoothly as well. Over to you.
Thanks, Caesar. Well, still to come in our second half hour, Virginia voters choosing yes on that referendum that would allow new districts to be drawn, how this could impact how Congress is balanced.
And an update on that breaking news we're following for you this morning. A Metro train coming into contact with a work vehicle. A live update when we come right back. Right now at 4:30, more on that breaking news we brought you at the top of the show. A Metro train coming into contact with a work truck. We have a live report for you in just a moment.
And a redistricting measure passing in the Commonwealth. We break down how this will impact Virginia's political outlook.
And invasive fish in the Chesapeake threatening our beloved blue crab. How fishermen are trying to combat them.
I'm really concerned. I like the crabs.
Oh, I know you do.
And I don't know, these invasive fish, they cannot disrupt my summer plans, Caesar.
No. Hopefully it's not that bad, right? You know, we all love having a nice little crab bushel there in the summer. But one thing right now that we do continue to see, and I actually like, are these more milder temperatures here during the morning hours, right? Most of us sitting in those mid to even low 50s. So this is really a good start to our day. We do see some late morning showers, and we're going to talk about the details of that coming up here in just a couple of moments. Over to you.
Well, breaking this morning, Metro says morning service could be impacted by an overnight incident at Metro Center.
Yeah, officials say a work vehicle made contact with a stationary train. Let's get right out to Mel, who's live at the scene with those breaking details. Hey, Mel.
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, here at Metro Center, Metro Transit Police are still here on the scene. They were in charge of the command center here overnight when this incident first happened. And we know that WMATA is investigating to try to figure out what went wrong down there on the rails. It was after midnight when a train stopped here at Metro Center, was struck by that work vehicle. Let me show you that photo provided by WMATA. And you can see the work vehicle. It's kind of like a flatbed rail car on the right, and that appears to have struck the rear of the Silver Line train. I can tell you that DC Fire and EMS sent out a very large response, as they do whenever there is a crash or an incident down in the Metro tunnels. They have specialized units that are trained for this. They do training all the time. Now, I can tell you that according to our sources, 11 people were injured. Non-life-threatening injuries, we're told. We're still trying to get some sense of the nature of those injuries. So all of this is still a very fluid situation at this hour. Again, we know that Metro is investigating, Metro Transit Police investigating, and Metro normally opens at 5 a.m., so stay with us. We'll let you know what those service updates are going to be and what impact it might have to riders.
All right, thank you, Mel. Turning to your top stories right now, the D.C. Council approving legislation for permanent juvenile curfews in an initial vote, but they will wait until next month to vote on an emergency curfew bill that could take effect immediately. The curfews, they are in response to teen takeovers that have at times turned dangerous. The new curfew zones, well, they could take effect this fall.
One person dead, 2 injured in a shooting in Southeast D.C. This happened last night in the 1300 block of Morris Road. A man was killed, another man and a woman wounded. No word on the condition of the surviving victims just yet. No description of a suspect.
President Trump has extended the ceasefire with Iran just hours before it was set to expire. The second round of negotiations, they were called off in Pakistan. According to President Trump, Pakistani officials, they asked the U.S. to stand down because the government of Iran is, quote, seriously fractured.
Virginia voters approving a new redistricting plan by a slim 51.5% majority margin yesterday. While some voters and lawmakers celebrate voting yes, others showing concern that approval could bolster Democrats' chances of flipping the House during the upcoming midterms.
I voted yes because we need to save our democracy from Trump, and we need to be able to take back our country from Trump.
This just seems... it's just not fair, and even the language they used in the proposal is it's just sketchy.
Well, the deal may not just be done yet. The state Supreme Court is considering whether the plan is illegal, which could potentially flip the vote.
President Donald Trump's approval rating on the economy, well, it has slumped according to a new Associated Press poll. Only 33% of U.S. adults approve of Trump's overall job performance. That is down slightly from 38% last month. The results, they come as the Consumer Price Index rose by more than 3% in March compared to a year ago.
A recent study published in the Journal of American Medical Association shows that drinking 2 to 3 cups of caffeinated coffee could reduce the risk of dementia. With similar benefits from drinking 2 cups of caffeinated tea as well, suggests it may be the caffeine offering the cognitive benefits. Caffeine may reduce a toxic chemical that is related to Alzheimer's. It's like you guys knew I needed that story with the 2 a.m. alarm today.
See, and I'm actually not a big coffee person, but, you know, I don't want Alzheimer's, so maybe
the studies say.
It's telling me I need to drink coffee, Caesar. How many cups have you had so far?
I think technically it's been 2. I think so.
Technically
2 cups
two.
right now.
Can't
2
even
cups.
count.
Well, I
Can't even
put it
count
all.
right
I
now.
put it all into a giant Yeti, so like I lose track
of coffee. It's hard
Right?
to count the cups.
Oh my goodness, it's hard to count the cups, especially when again that 2 a.m. alarm clock. You know, it just comes up so quick, and you're just like, what's going on?
It's almost like it comes up in the middle of the night.
Almost, right? But hey, you know what else is coming up? Our temperatures, and that's exactly what we're all ready for, right? Lots of warm air finally returning to our area, and it's all thanks to this one warm front. The only thing is, though, it does bring in some rain showers as we head in towards the second half of the morning time frame, right? Going in towards the afternoon, we can see a few rain showers popping up there. But for the most part, most temperatures are well in towards those mid to low 50s, even a few spots in the 40s. But otherwise, we still deal with a much milder start off to our day, right? So that warmer base allows for temperatures to get back into the 70s by the time we head towards that 5 p.m. hour. Look at that, 72 degrees. And like I was mentioning, some of those rain showers popping up around that noon time frame. So certainly something to keep in mind. Temperatures throughout the entire afternoon for everyone, well, we're all expected to get back into the 70s, even maybe some 60s a little further north, closer towards Pennsylvania. But otherwise, it is looking up to be a nice little Wednesday for us. And as we head in towards the second half of the week, we are also expecting to see not only temperatures back into the low 80s, but also some more sunshine. We're going to talk about that coming up here in just a couple of moments. But let's take a look here at traffic now as well as we hop over and see what's going on. I-270 southbound at the moment between 70 and the Beltway. Drive time is about 27 minutes right now, so not necessarily too bad. Things are moving pretty smoothly there for us. As we look here at the outer loop, so drive time between 95 and 270. 8 minutes at the moment. You can see things also moving pretty quickly there. And now as we look over towards the BW Parkway in both directions between 195 and the Beltway, you can see drive times between 16 and 17 minutes right there in both directions. Over to you, Homa.
We like the green. Caesar, thank you. Still to come this morning, a third House lawmaker resigning in just the past week. Why a Florida congresswoman is stepping down.
And later, it's all hands on deck to remove an invasive species of catfish from the Chesapeake Bay. We will show you what is being done.
Plumbing to electrical, heating to air conditioning. If you can't, we can. Michael and Son.
Democratic Congresswoman Sheila Sherfilis McCormick has resigned ahead of a House ethics hearing on possible punishment. The Florida lawmaker was under investigation for campaign finance and reporting violations with the threat of expulsion looming. The ethics panel found more than 24 violations. She also faces federal charges accusing her of misusing millions in COVID relief funds, claims that she denies. Now, her exit marks the third House resignation in just over a week, following Eric Swalwell and Tony Gonzalez, both facing separate allegations.
President Trump's nominee for Federal Reserve Chair says his main goal is fighting inflation. Financier and attorney Kevin Warsh questioned during a confirmation hearing on Capitol Hill yesterday. Trump says he expects interest rates cuts once Warsh replaces current Fed Chair Jerome Powell. Warsh says he aims to create a reform-oriented Federal Reserve.
Monetary policy independence is essential. Monetary policy makers must act in the nation's interest. Their decisions the product of rigor, deliberation, and unclouded decision-making.
Warsh is facing criticism from Senate Democrats that he will simply follow Trump's orders. The president has publicly criticized current Fed Chair Powell over his interest rate decisions.
Still ahead, statewide teacher development program, the educator coaches coming to schools across Maryland.
And reducing work zone crashes in the state. New data showing the success of speed cameras across Maryland. It is 4:40. Stay with us.
Fishermen out on the Chesapeake Bay, they are fighting to save the bay from an invasion. And we are talking about the invasive blue catfish. Now, the fish, they are wrecking the ecosystem and eating the beloved blue crab. Jay Fleming is a local photographer and fisherman, and he has been using his time on the water to fight back against blue catfish.
I love to fish, number one, and I care about the Chesapeake Bay. And, combining those two passions, catching these blue catfish, which are invasive, and removing them from the water is actually doing good for the Chesapeake Bay.
It's a lot of fish to catch. Maryland lawmakers this year passed a bill to explore new ways to cut down on the catfish and help anyone who wants to catch blue catfish.
A major facelift of the tidal basin and Potomac River seawalls is now complete. Crews reinforced more than 6,000 feet of shoreline. The newly restored area is now accessible to the public. The project also added wider paths, new cherry trees. The Department of the Interior says the upgrades ensure the area is safe and ready for the record crowds expected this summer for America's 250th birthday celebrations. It is going to be popping all summer long, Caesar, with all the events that we're going to have out there.
Oh, yeah.
And it was beautiful to see the seawall all done for the Cherry Blossom Festival as well. All right, coming up on 4:45 as we take a live look outside at the big wheel. Caesar, how are we looking?
Well, right now we are looking pretty calm out there. And for the most part, not necessarily too cold, so that's the one good thing. Most temperatures are still in the 50s for us. But you can start to see that we do have some rain showers that we have to keep in mind as we head in towards later parts of this morning, right? Closer towards that afternoon time frame. That's when we can start to see the rain showers really pushing in towards the rest of our area. I wouldn't be surprised, though, if areas in parts of northern Maryland start to see a few rain showers a little earlier. But for the most part right now, we are dry. And looking here at Futurecast, you can see by the time we get towards 11 o'clock, you see that one front starting to make its way through, drawing in some of those rain showers, right? But by the time we head towards the afternoon, clear zone out, we actually start to break up the cloud cover as well, and that actually helps us out in terms of not only temperatures, but also just getting a little bit more nice out there, feeling more spring-like. And temperatures will certainly reflect that. Most of us will be back in towards those mid to low 70s. And again, warm afternoon is expected, especially with winds still blowing in out of the south, drawing in that warmer air as well. Then as you look here for tonight, temperatures are expected to be back in towards those mid to, I want to say almost upper 50s, but it is going to certainly be nicer. Another warm base to give us another warm day ahead. And that's exactly what we expect out of Thursday. 80 degrees is going to be our high, seeing 80 on Friday as well. But Friday does come with the chance for some later showers that blend into parts of Saturday and actually cool us back down into the 60s. So we are going to drop significantly as we head in towards the weekend. And talking about the weekend here, 7-day forecast shows that we are going to see some rain showers still blending into parts of not only Saturday but also Sunday morning, at least there, the time frame as well. Temperatures could be around 60 degrees. By the time we head towards Monday, temperatures slowly end up returning back to the mid to upper 60s and even low 70s possible by the time we get to Tuesday with our next best rain chance as well. So certainly going to be a little bit of a stretch of some wet weather going on as we head into the new work week. But let's take a look here at traffic now as we hop over to Maryland 5 Ranch Avenue northbound, right? Looking at the drive time between 301 and the Beltway, around 9 minutes. Things are moving pretty smoothly so far. 210 northbound right now, so drive time between 228 Berry Road and the Beltway. Also green right there, 10 minutes. Not too bad for us on this Wednesday morning. Now, as we look at 295 northbound, we are seeing drive times between the Beltway and the 11th Street Bridge at around 6 minutes for us this morning. Homa?
Caesar, thank you. Speaking of traffic, new data on Maryland's tier citation system, which uses speed cameras in work zones between 2024 and 2025. Work zone crashes dropped by 12%. Fatalities fell by 25%.
We ask drivers to obey speed limits, do not drive distracted or impaired, stay alert, see orange, pay attention, slow down, save lives.
The enforcement is part of the Maryland Road Worker Protection Act, which was created after a deadly crash on the Baltimore Beltway.
Maryland elementary schools are getting a boost in the classroom. State Superintendent Carrie Wright announced plans to hire 61 new math and literacy coaches for the next school year. More than $14 million was approved by the legislature, the latest budget for the statewide teacher development.
Instructional coaches are basically adults that work with teachers, literally help teachers teach. They don't do any recess duty. They don't do any hall duty, no cafeteria duty. Their main focus is helping teachers teach.
17 coaches will be specifically in Prince George's County thanks to a donation from an anonymous philanthropist. Frederick County Public Schools are hosting a redistricting community input session today. Now, that session taking place tonight from 6 to 8 at Robert E. Ayler Middle School. FCPS launched the redistricting initiative to address overcrowding, accommodate future growth, and prepare for new school capacity. Expansion projects are currently underway at Jordan Springs and Middletown Elementary Schools, with the fourth high school set to open in 2029.
2 confirmed cases of measles has the Virginia Department of Health scrambling to identify people who may have been exposed. So on your screen right now are dates, times, and locations of possible exposure sites in Stafford and Fredericksburg. The patients are described as school-age children between 0 and 12 years old. You can report your possible exposure on the Virginia Department of Health website. The Commonwealth has reported 19 cases of measles so far this year. Meanwhile, members of the U.S. military no longer required to get the yearly flu shot. The word coming down this week from Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. He called the policy overly broad and not rational. He says the new rule is effective immediately. And ticks are coming out earlier this year, courtesy of a warmer spring that has vegetation in full bloom. Experts say it is expected to be one of the worst seasons in a while. Adding to concern is the fact that we live in a region that puts us more at risk for contracting Lyme disease from ticks.
Lyme disease symptoms can be sort of slow and progressive and chronic, and it's really hard sometimes to actually even know that you were bit by a tick.
And some ways to prevent those tick bites: long pants, long sleeves, closed-toe shoes, and socks. Also, make sure you're checking yourself and your pets after you spend some time outside.
Not a fan of that. Well, it turns out Americans, they are picky about their water. A new survey finds that 65% admit that they have strong preferences. More than half say that they can tell what kind of water they are drinking, even without knowing the source. And many can spot the difference between tap or bottled water just by the smell. Most Americans prefer bottled over tap, and 37% said they would rather go thirsty than drink their least favorite kind. A U.S. district judge delaying the criminal sentencing of OxyContin maker Purdue Pharma to allow victims to attend the court proceedings in person. Well, families gathered outside the courthouse in Newark, New Jersey yesterday, where the sentencing was originally planned to be handed down. The judge changed her mind after seeing some of the victims of the opioid crisis protesting outside her courthouse. She says that they should be allowed to attend in person, too, and moved the hearing to next Tuesday.
I'm here today to ask the judge to reject the plea deal, because if she accepts it, it's done. It's over. Nobody's going to be able to sue Purdue anymore. Purdue's going to pay a fine for hundreds and thousands of lives. Hundreds and thousands of lives, including the life of my son and everybody left behind.
When the sentencing does happen, the judge is expected to order the company to forfeit $225 million to the U.S. government. This would clear the way for the company to finalize a settlement of nearly all of the thousands of lawsuits it faces over its role in the opioid crisis.
A new initiative to give female student athletes the gear they need. Former Washington Mystics star Alina Del Don kicking off the citywide effort in the district. She is helping the Mystics and Monumental Sports give out 13,000 sports bras. Started yesterday at Charles Hart Middle School.
I do very much feel like, it's achievable. It very much is. And seeing this many leaders out just around my community, in my own school, it makes me feel like I can shoot for the stars.
This is the next generation of girls, so if they believe in themselves, they can only go far.
The Mystics bus will travel across all 8 wards with giveaways at middle and high school team practices. Time now, 4:52, still to come. You are never too old for a second chance. The 53-year-old getting closer to living out his professional baseball dreams. Welcome back. The Washington Spirit hoping to turn the page when they return to Audi Field this weekend after a tough loss to start the season. At times, the offense has looked dangerous, creating opportunities in the final third, but finishing those chances has proven to be difficult. Defensively, a few late lapses also cost the Spirit valuable points early in the standings. Now comes the major test, facing defending champs, Kansas City.
I think it'll be a tough game. Kansas are obviously really, really dangerous with the players that they've got in the midfield and forward lines, and they're always really organised and solid defensively. So it'll be a difficult game, but we're excited for the challenge. We love playing at Audi, so excited to be back in front of our fans.
Well, 5 games in has resulted in 1 win, 3 draws, and a loss. Kickoff against KC, 8:30 Friday night.
A local standout athlete returning to the pros after more than 3 decades. 53-year-old Vincent Towns is the newest member of the Hagerstown Flying Boxcars. The Suitland High alum was drafted by the San Francisco Giants in 1991 and spent 2 seasons playing in the minors, but he never gave up on his pro dream. Towns will start on Sunday for the Boxcars, making him the oldest player to ever appear in an Atlantic League game. Congrats to him. I love it. It goes to show that you can do anything that you put your mind to, Caesar.
Yeah, no, certainly can put your mind to anything. You know what we should put our minds to? Better weather. And that is exactly what we're getting to for parts of today. Look at that. Most of us sitting back already in towards those 50s. We're seeing 52 degrees in Washington, D.C., 51 over in Gaithersburg and Dulles, and even 48 in Manassas at the moment. So still seeing nice, I want to say milder temperatures, right? Not necessarily a warm start just yet, but temperatures are only expected to get warmer as we head in towards the rest of today. So as we head into the later morning hours, we could run into the occasional stray rain shower or two. So certainly something to keep in mind, but it's not going to last all day. By the time we get towards the later parts of the afternoon, look at that, 5 p.m., we're expected to see temperatures back towards 72 degrees, as well as also seeing a little bit more of a break in the clouds. So we start to see some sunshine return for us, and that is going to certainly feel nice because by the time we head towards Thursday and Friday, well, temperatures are expected to get back into the low 80s, and we'll talk about that here coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. But let's take a look at traffic at the moment as well. So as we take a look here, DC 295 southbound, right now we can see drive times between Kenilworth Avenue and the 11th Street Bridge. And drive times around 5 minutes at the moment. Now as we hop over towards inbound US 50 New York Avenue, so between Kenilworth Avenue and the 3rd Street Tunnel, we're looking at 9 minutes so far for us this morning. And just a reminder here for the GW Parkway north and southbound over in Arlington, there still is that milling and paving project between Spout Run Parkway and 395. 1 lane is open in each direction until 5:30 this morning, but there are no delays as of right now. Julie?
Thank you. Well, the Strathmore is celebrating the 40th anniversary of its popular afternoon tea program. It is using the 34th annual juried exhibition entitled Steeped to highlight the past 4 decades. It will include more than 100 works of art, all focused on tea, the taste, traditions, and emotions that surround it. Well, some of the art was created using tea itself or vessels crafted for serving it.
We've got many different themes now, everything from children's teas to tea and talks that we are now having.
Either using tea as a medium or using tea as a theme, it is really, really exciting to see such a unique concept being brought to life in the galleries in this show.
You can enjoy a cup of tea and attend one of their programs by registering online. The sessions include finger food and live music. Homa.
Tyson's is getting its own Willy Wonka experience. Hershey is launching the Super Sweet Adventure in Tyson's with interactive challenges and games. Different zones celebrate Hershey's Kisses, Reese's Cup, and other candy.
There's not a lot of places like Tyson's and not a lot of malls like Tyson's Corner Center. Yes. So we had this amazing attraction experience and just super fun for kids of all ages, and just wanted to bring it to a place that is vibrant the way that it's vibrant inside these walls.
Parents can bring their kids in at the mall or book it for a birthday party. Grand opening is this Friday. Hope that's not just for kids, because that looks good for me too. All right, we have lots more news, weather, and traffic coming up for you. Fox 5 Morning at 5 a.m. starts right now.
Well, right now at 5, voters in Virginia approving a measure to redraw congressional districts in the Commonwealth. What this means for the balance of power in Congress.
And a step closer to making juvenile curfews permanent as the district looks to tackle dangerous teen takeovers. The legislation City Council is moving forward with.
Plus, after a few chilly days, warmer temperatures are making a comeback, but we may have to dodge some rain showers today. Your news at 5 starts right now. And good morning, everyone. I'm Akia Turner. We're coming up on 5 o'clock. It is April 22nd, Wednesday, hump day.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm Homa Bash. Thank you so much for starting your morning with us right here on Fox 5 and streaming on Fox Local. It is so good to be with you. And Caesar, I hope you have some better weather news for us to kick off our hump day.
Yeah, no. So we definitely do. You know, temperatures are expected to be on the warmer side of things. Nice. So that is going to be the better part of the news, right? The one thing that we do have to deal with, though, are some late morning showers, right? That is something that is still sliding in towards our area. So that is the one thing that you really need to know for parts of today. So hold on to the umbrella. If you do expect to go out to go grab some lunch during the workday, maybe the kids out for recess, have them with a raincoat. But for the most part, we are expecting also temperatures to get warmer out there as we head in towards the rest of today. So certainly going to look much nicer. We'll talk about when we can see those temperatures finally back into the 70s coming up here in just a couple of minutes. Over to you, Homa.
Breaking this morning, 11 people have been hurt in an incident involving a train at Metro Center.
Officials say a work vehicle made contact with a stationary train. Let's get out to Fox 5's Melanie Alwick, who's live at the scene this morning with what we're learning. Mel.
Hey, good morning. So that happened a little after midnight, although it does appear that the station is open this morning and that won't have any impact on rail service. We'll still check to see, but when we first got here, the station was closed, and now you can see on the sign there, right there, it shows that it's open. So what we can tell you is that, again, Metro is investigating, Metro Transit Police and WMATA will be trying to figure out what exactly went wrong here. So there was a Silver Line train that was stopped at the platform here at Metro Center when it was struck by a work vehicle. We have a photo that was provided by WMATA. You can see the work vehicle on the right. It's yellow. It looks something like a flatbed rail car. And again, it appears to have struck the rear of the Silver Line train. Now, we believe there were about 30 people on board at the time. DC Fire and EMS sent out a very large response. As you mentioned, 11 people injured, but we were told those injuries said to be non-life threatening. We're still checking with DC Fire EMS to try to understand the extent of those injuries. But we know that, DC Fire and EMS, they do have sort of a specialized team. They do training all the time for incidents that may happen in Metro. So certainly a full contingent was out here overnight, but fortunately it does not look like it's going to have any impact on service this morning. We'll be checking with customers later to see if it has any impact on their feelings about the safety of Metro. I'll send it back to you.
Mel, thank you. Here's a look at 5 things you need to know this morning. Virginia voters approve a new redistricting plan by a slim 51.5% majority margin. That approval could bolster Democrats' chances of flipping the House during the upcoming midterms. We have a live report coming up for you at 5:30.
The D.C. Council approving legislation for permanent juvenile curfews in an initial vote, but they will wait until next month to vote on an emergency curfew bill that could take effect immediately. Curfews are in response to teen takeovers that have at times turned dangerous. New curfew zones could take effect this fall.
1 person is dead, 2 others injured in a shooting in Southeast D.C. This happened last night on the 1300 block of Morris Road. A man was killed and another man and a woman were wounded. No word on the condition of the surviving victims just yet, and no description of the suspect to bring you right now.
A Virginia woman accused of shooting a Columbia gas station clerk under arrest this morning. Police say Shante Lachey O'Donnell is currently in custody in another state on unrelated charges. O'Donnell was accused of shooting the clerk this past Saturday during an attempted robbery. The clerk suffered serious injuries.
President Trump has extended the ceasefire with Iran just hours before it was set to expire. The second round of negotiations were called off in Pakistan. According to President Trump, Pakistani officials asked the U.S. to stand down because the government of Iran is, quote, seriously fractured.
Well, Virginia voters last night approving new House districts that could aid Democrats in the midterm elections.
All right, Julie Donaldson in the newsroom now with the latest on this. Julie?
Good morning, ladies. The approved measure with 51% of the vote will amend Virginia's constitution, giving the General Assembly the power to temporarily redraw the state's congressional districts. Democrats are currently in control of the General Assembly. Well, they have already voted yes. They say this is in response to other states doing the same thing, whereas Republicans, who call this an unfair power grab, are voting no. Democrats currently hold 6 of Virginia's 11 congressional seats. The new map would likely give them an edge in all but one. Now, here's what voters shared with Fox 5.
I voted yes because we need to save our democracy from Trump, and we need to be able to take back our country from Trump.
This just seems, it's just not fair, and even the language they used in the proposal is, it's just sketchy.
One more thing to keep in mind, this may not be a done deal just yet. The Supreme Court is considering whether this plan is illegal, which would make this election essentially meaningless.
All right, thanks so much, Julie. 5:05 is your time. Let's take you outside to Frederick, Maryland this morning. Temps a little more comfortable than what we saw yesterday. Low 50s out there. And Caesar, I'm just hoping this is a sign that we are inching back up to the 70s, the 80s.
We are.
We can keep the 90s.
For now. I'll take 90s. I'll take 90s.
Right?
I'll take 90s, but throw away the 20s and 30s that we've been waking up to.
I'm with you on that one, Homa. Yeah.
Right. So, yes, definitely. Right now, what we do have on tap is going to be the 70s and the 80s as we head in towards the rest of this work week.
Where's that tip jar?
Where's the tip jar? It's somewhere in the weather station. I think Tucker hit it. He's like Caesar's been getting too many good tips. He's had all the good weather, all the fun stuff to talk about. But right now, one thing that we could talk about that's a little bit more on the fun side, right, is not seeing any 30s on the temperature map. Look at that. Most of us are sitting well in towards those low 50s, upper 40s, and that really becomes the main case for our warmer start to the day. So a warm front is moving into our area. Warm front, warm air, that's going to help certainly get us back in towards those 70s. But you could see also there are some rain showers associated with it. So as we head in towards a little closer here, you can see parts of West Virginia seeing a few rain showers popping up, and that's for the most part where it's going to start, right over towards West Virginia into Western Maryland. But by the time it moves closer towards us here by the DMV, well, we're expecting to see it towards the later morning hours. So between that almost 10 o'clock time frame to about noon, that's where we can see some of those rain showers. But as that then starts to break through, we start to get a little bit more clearing in terms of cloud cover, and temperatures actually back into the 70s. So we sit quite nicely as we head in towards the second half of the day, which will lead to another warm start for our Thursday. So certainly looking to have warmer temperatures really settling on in. We're going to talk about how that impacts us and then what surprises this weekend holds in store for us here in the 7-day forecast in just a couple of minutes. But let's take a look at traffic at the moment. Right now we see it is not too bad. It's not too bad out there, right? Wednesday morning commute. Look at that. Mostly green on the board for us this morning. So we're going to look at morning commutes. Right here for your DC majors, everything's pretty smooth for the most part, not seeing much in any real delays this time of morning. Here for your Maryland majors as well, everything's also pretty smooth so far for us as well. So you can see the same deal going on with the Virginia majors as well for your Wednesday morning commute. Homa?
Caesar, thank you. A Maryland man behind bars after prosecutors say he carjacked and kidnapped a man in Lanham. Ahmed Karoma is being held without bond. The charges come from an incident at Mount Calvary Baptist Church on Sunday where, look at this video, he stormed the stage in the middle of a sermon. You see him right there. He allegedly got then into the driver's seat of a car, drove off with a man in the passenger's seat.
Well, I mean, you know, the church, especially a church like ours, you know, our doors are open. We always welcome the unsaved, the drug addicts, whoever you are, you're welcome to come. We just hope and pray that they all can behave.
Yeah, that's the key. The man jumped out of the car at an intersection. He is due back in court on May 20th.
A Fairfax Commonwealth's attorney, Steve Descano, responding after a murder victim's family fielded a complaint with the Department of Justice. A mother of Stephanie Mentor, who was killed at a bus stop on Route 1, has asked the DOJ to investigate Descano's office, alleging practices favoring illegal immigrants. A complaint says Descano's office ignored police warnings about the suspect who's in the U.S. illegally.
I can tell you that the idea that we favor one group over another is completely wrong. You know, that has been fed by, in my opinion, purposeful misreporting and people taking things out of context for political gain. I can tell you that my job and our office's job is to keep us safe. And regardless of what somebody's status is, our job is to hold people accountable when they hurt our neighbors. And that's what we do.
Scotto has also been called to testify next month in front of a House Judiciary subcommittee.
D.C. Council approving legislation for permanent juvenile curfews in an initial vote, but they'll wait until next month to vote on an emergency curfew bill that would take effect immediately. The curfews are in response to teen takeovers that have at times turned dangerous, often very chaotic. The new curfew zones could take effect this fall. The curfew prohibits minors from gathering in groups of 9 or more starting at 8 p.m. and that all minors are off the streets every night from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m.
We had craft things going on, so there was music always. So, I mean, you just don't have, the kids don't have access to these kind of things anymore.
So critics have argued the curfew zones are not a solution and children need more resources. The council tabled emergency legislation that would extend Mayor Muriel Bowser's emergency order through May 1st.
Well, the ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran extended even as the two countries still have no concrete plans for more talks. A second round of negotiations were called off in Pakistan, and according to President Trump, Pakistani officials asked the U.S. to stand down, saying on Truth Social, quote, based on the fact that the government of Iran is seriously fractured, we've been asked to hold our attack on the country of Iran.
The president's made it very clear they've got two options: a negotiated settlement, which will give up the enriched uranium and give up any hope of having a nuclear capability and stop the terrorist financing, or they can feel the wrath.
The decision comes just a day after the president told Bloomberg it was, quote, highly unlikely he would extend the ceasefire and said he hopes both sides can reach an agreement. Meantime, President Trump says the military blockade in the Gulf of Oman will continue. Also to come this morning, potential tax hike. Lawmakers in Maryland's largest county appear to be split on the best way forward.
And a man smashing through a glass door of a local convenience store. And look at this. It is all caught on camera. Store employee talking only to Fox 5 when we come back.
Plumbing to electrical, heating to air conditioning. If you can't, we can. Michael and Son.
I'll come back into Fox 5 with an exclusive this morning. Fairfax County Police need your help catching a burglary suspect. This happened on April 6th around midnight at Village Shops Drive. An employee tells us that a suspect used a rock to smash the front door of the store. A suspect dressed in all black headed straight to the cigarettes and grabbed a buzz ball before leaving the scene.
Very sad, very distraught.
Now, the suspect stole not just one pack, but how much? What are we talking about here?
It's about 12, 13, 14.
Packs of cigarettes?
Cigarette. And a big balls.
This is a look at the suspect here. Fairfax County Police offering a reward of up to $1,000 for information that leads to an arrest and conviction in this case.
Meantime, a judgment handed down for the 18-year-old convicted of groping girls in the hallways at Fairfax High School. The judge sentencing Israel Flores Ortiz to 360 days in jail, 40 days for each of the 9 victims he assaulted. With time served and good behavior, he could get out in 6 months. His attorney told the judge Flores Ortiz initially thought groping his schoolmates was funny and just a prank. The Department of Homeland Security says Flores Ortiz entered the U.S. illegally in 2024. ICE has indicated its intention to detain and deport him after he serves his sentence.
Your time now is 5:15. Let's take you outside for a live look this morning from our cameras over at the wharf. Folks out and about this morning on the 14th Street Bridge. Cesar, today's not going to be a bad one.
No, not at all, Makia. We are expecting to see temperatures finally back into the 70s, right? A little cold start to the work week, but as we continue to see temperatures mostly at all 3 airports sitting in the low 50s, well, that gives us that warm base to start off and only climb from here. So as we continue to see this warm front moving into our area, that's going to draw in some of the warmer air as well, but it does bring in some rain showers. The good thing is, though, the rain showers will help to break up some of the cloud cover. So by about 10:30, that's where we can start to see most of the rain making its way closer to the DMV here around the Beltway area. You can then see by the time we get towards around 1, 2 o'clock, things start to break apart, becomes a bit more on the partly cloudy to mostly sunny side of things, and then it just leads to a clearer and drier later on into Wednesday night, Thursday morning time frame. So again, forecast for today, we're expected to get back to 75 degrees, winds out of the south between about 10 to 15 miles an hour. So could see a little bit of some winds, but not necessarily too much out there. By the time we get towards tonight, again, it's going to be relatively calm, temperatures back in towards those mid-50s. So no longer having to worry about a lot of that cooler air out there because we do have this mild pattern really developing. But as we head in towards the rest of this weekend, you can see things turning cooler again as winds move out of the north, a few rain showers as well. That's exactly what the 7-day forecast shows here. After a nice little stretch of temperatures in those low 80s going into Thursday and Friday, we then cool down as we head into Saturday as some rain showers start to blend in from Friday night into Saturday, and then even still lingering at times into Sunday morning. So we could see temperatures even just dropping as cool as the low 60s. But things start to warm back up as we start off the new work week back into the upper 60s with our next best chance of rain then becoming on Tuesday after the weekend. Let's take a look here at traffic as well now as we hop over and see what's going on with 395 here on the northbound main lanes. We're seeing drive times between the Beltway and the 14th Street Bridge at around 9 minutes, so it's pretty smooth so far for us this morning. Now as we hop over towards 95 and northbound main lanes, right, we're seeing drive times between Quantico and the Beltway around 25 minutes, so slightly a little bit more just normal people being out and about having to drive into work, so you can start to see that slowly becoming impacted. Inner loop main lanes here between 95 and the Dulles Toll Road, we're sitting at around 11 minutes for us this morning. Over to you, Homa.
Cesar, thank you. Montgomery County passing a ban on private ICE detention centers. The ICE Out Act prohibits the kind of facility like the one that was proposed in Hagerstown. Council members say the vote sends a message to ICE that the agency is not welcome in Montgomery County. The bill doesn't block ICE from building its own facilities, but the agency typically contracts out to third parties. A federal judge ordered ICE to halt construction on the Hagerstown facility earlier this month.
Deputies at the Arlington County Detention Facility will now wear body-worn cameras on the job. The sheriff's office says it's to enhance safety, transparency, and accountability by providing a record of interaction between staff and inmates.
A huge milestone in Prince George's County. Today, the sheriff's office celebrating 330 years of service. The sheriff's office is commemorating the milestone by sharing historical photos and highlights over the course of its evolution. Founded in 1696, the agency serves nearly 1 million people with approximately 395 sworn and civilian employees.
Montgomery County leaders also hearing from the public yesterday on a potential tax increase. The county manager's proposed budget is $420 million higher than last year's budget. It is funded in part through a proposed 6% property tax increase and a 0.1% income tax increase. Most of the testimony was from residents and organizations urging Montgomery County not to pass the tax increases.
It needs to be said as many times as possible. A property tax increase will be borne squarely on the shoulders of our middle-class families.
The county must grow its way out of these pressures, even though current economic conditions make it difficult.
The county council is also considering an alternative that would require $25 million in cuts to county agencies. The council has until June 1st to approve next year's budget.
Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy unveiling a new $12 billion overhaul to the country's air traffic control system. The new system integrates AI more into air traffic control and includes new software to spot traffic conflicts hours before they happen. Duffy says the project will start at 4,600 airports. The updates are expected to be done by 2028. The FAA is also pushing to hire more air traffic controllers.
Also to come this morning, a scenic bike lane in the district could be sticking around. The new ruling from a D.C. judge.
And could the beloved Preakness Steaks leave Maryland? The major new purchase by Churchill Downs that could change things up. 520, stay with us.
Welcome back in. A judge in D.C. has stopped the removal of the 15th Street bike lane in Northwest. The Trump administration wanted to remove it, saying that it, quote, it's common sense planning in the district. But the Washington Area Bicyclists Association sued to stop it, citing safety risk. A 15th Street bike lane is known for its scenic views of some of the capital's most historic landmarks.
A major merger in the world of horse racing. Churchill Downs, the operator of the Kentucky Derby, has entered an agreement to acquire the branding rights of the Preakness Stakes and the Black-Eyed Susan race for $85 million. This is going to allow Churchill Downs to manage the rights to the first two legs of the horse racing's Triple Crown. The deal is expected to close after the Preakness. This year's race is being held at Laurel Park while the Pimlico racetrack undergoes some renovations. Pepco is dropping its plan to hike energy rates based on predicted future costs. It comes after the Maryland legislature passed the Utility Relief Act. Now, the change to Pepco's plan effectively cuts about $8.6 million from the company's original rate request. Bad news, this is not going to lower your bill, but it does mean that your increases over the next year will likely be smaller than originally expected.
Well, happening today in honor of Earth Day, Union Station will have a large-scale sustainability installation. This will feature interactive elements like mini flower bouquets for visitors. There will also be a full day of programming to offer ways to take care of our planet and live performances from the Guitar Renegades. All right, that's a fun way to celebrate Earth Day.
I love it.
You know, I wish I had a bit of a green thumb, Homa, but...
You know, I have been trying to plant flowers because my girls love flowers. It's all pink in front of the house. And then we had a hard freeze, Caesar, and everything is gone, dead and gone. I didn't cover anything up. I didn't bring anything inside.
Oh, man. It becomes difficult. Yeah, this time of year is always so tough because, again, you could still potentially see some of those freezes out there, and that could potentially always kill sensitive plants. Good thing is, though, right now we don't have that going on. Look at that. Most temperatures at the moment are well above freezing, with D.C. sitting at 52. We're seeing 51 in Upper Marlboro, as well as La Plata, Waldorf as well. So lots of warm air, especially in parts of just the DMV area. And that's certainly going to be the case as we head in towards not only the rest of this morning, but also in towards this afternoon. So you're going to see that we do expect to see temperatures slowly getting back into the 70s. We do see the chance for some scattered showers by the time we head towards the later morning hours. So again, something to keep in mind, but the warmer temperatures do continue in towards the second half of the work week. So certainly something to look forward to. But now let's take a look here at traffic and see what's going on, right? Well, things are moving along here between 66 eastbound in the main lanes. You can see drive times between Gainesville and the Beltway at about 19 minutes so far for us. So again, smooth, moving pretty smoothly. Then here in the Dulles Toll Road, east and westbound directions, both around 11 to 12 minutes for us this morning. Over to you, Homa.
Caesar, thank you. Still to come in our second half hour, Virginia voters choosing yes on a referendum that will allow new districts to be drawn, how this could impact how Congress is balanced.
And also, I had a new approval rating on the economy. We'll tell you what a new poll is showing next.
Right now at 5:30, a redistricting measure passing in the Commonwealth. We break down how this is going to impact Virginia's political outlook.
And a new poll is detailing how Americans are feeling about the current state of the economy. We'll take a look at new data this morning.
Invasive fish in the Chesapeake threatening our beloved blue crab, saying so how fishermen are trying to combat them. All right, good morning. Happy Wednesday. It is 5:30. Yeah. And it's feeling much better.
Yeah. We can get with the 50s to start our morning off, Caesar. It's the 30s and the 40s in April where it's just, it's not making sense.
No, it definitely doesn't. But, it's not unexpected. So that's the big thing, right? And the good thing is, though, that we are certainly going to see temperatures back in towards those 50s and then later on into the afternoon hours, the 70s, thanks to that warm front that is going to push through our area. You can already see that it does bring the chance for some rain showers as we head in towards the second half of the morning time frame. So we're going to talk about the details for that, how long this warmth lasts, and take a little bit of a sneak peek as to what this weekend holds for us as we head into the 7-day forecast here in a couple of minutes. Over to you.
All right. Thanks so much, Caesar. Let's turn now to your top stories this morning. The D.C. Council approving legislation for permanent juvenile curfews in an initial vote. But they will wait until next month to vote on an emergency curfew bill that could take effect immediately. Curfews are a response to teen takeovers that have at times turned dangerous. The new curfew zones could take effect this fall.
One person dead, 2 injured in a shooting in Southeast D.C. This happened last night on the 1300 block of Morris Road. A man was killed and another man and woman wounded. No word on the condition of the surviving victims. No description of a suspect just yet.
President Trump has extended the ceasefire with Iran just hours before it was set to expire. The second round of negotiations were called off in Pakistan. According to President Trump, Pakistani officials asked the U.S. to stand down because the government of Iran is, quote, seriously fractured. Meantime, Virginia voters have decided in a high-stakes redistricting referendum. Unofficial results show the measure passed, setting up a potential shift in congressional maps ahead of the midterms.
But the fight may not be over just yet. Marino May is live in Fairfax for us this morning with all the details. Good morning, Mo.
Good morning. So, yeah, the results are in, and this measure did pass, but just barely. Take a look at the unofficial results that we have right now. It is showing that 51% of voters did approve this plan. Let's show you those results again from the unofficial sites of Virginia, and also the AP saying that 51% of the Virginia voters approved the measure, with just over 1.5 million people voting, and then 49% voted no for this. So, again, very, very close vote right now. This is now setting up a legal fight, Republican leaders vowing a challenge. The referendum amends the state constitution, allowing the General Assembly to temporarily redraw congressional districts ahead of the 2026 midterms. Democrats who control the legislature supported the plan, saying it is a response to redistricting moves in other states. Republicans opposed it, calling it an unfair power shift that could tilt the map. Now, if implemented, the new districts could give Democrats an advantage in 10 of Virginia's 11 congressional seats. Reaction from national and state leaders quickly poured in overnight. In a statement, Virginia Governor Abigail Spanberger praised the election results, writing in part, quote, I understand the urgency of winning congressional seats as a check on this president, and I look forward to campaigning with candidates across the Commonwealth, working to earn Virginians' trust and their votes. Former President Barack Obama praised voters, saying they stood up for democracy. Now, on the other side, former Governor Glenn Youngkin called the results an egregious power grab, urging the state Supreme Court to step in. And former Attorney General Ken Cucciolini warning, quote, the legal fight is just beginning. Here's what voters had to say.
The best thing that we can possibly do to stop that is to let our voices be heard.
I think that gerrymandering is never a good thing. I think everybody, just because other states, they did that, I don't think we should be doing that.
So now, just because voters did approve this redistricting plan, it doesn't mean that things are over. As I said, a legal battle is shaping up. The state Supreme Court still has to weigh in on this. And of course, you just heard that some lawmakers are vowing legal challenges. So while the voters might have had their say, it might be settled ultimately in the courts. That's the very latest from here in Fairfax. Send it back to you guys in the studio.
Maureen, thank you. A mass trial continuing for nearly 500 alleged MS-13 gang members in El Salvador under a controversial practice. They're accused of nearly 50,000 crimes, including homicide, extortion, arms trafficking, and femicide from 2012 to 2022. The joint trial practice has been criticized for the country suspending the right to be informed of reasons for detention and the right to access legal counsel.
President Donald Trump's approval rating on the economy has slumped, according to a new Associated Press poll. Only 33% of U.S. adults approve of Trump's overall job performance. That is down slightly from 38% last month. Results come as the Consumer Price Index rose by more than 3% in March compared to a year ago.
A recent study published in the Journal of American Medical Association shows that drinking 2 to 3 cups of caffeinated coffee could reduce the risk of dementia. It was similar benefits from drinking 2 cups of caffeinated tea, so it suggests maybe the caffeine offering the cognitive benefits. Caffeine may reduce a toxic chemical that is related to Alzheimer's. Yes, caffeine, coffee makes me sharp. I needed a study to tell me that.
You know, I'm more of a matcha girly. There's some caffeine, not as much as coffee, but, you know, there's still some benefits over there, too. But,
yeah,
hey, more coffee without feeling guilty about it.
There we go. The science says so, Caesar.
Yeah, no, I'll definitely take this. I'll definitely take the science's word on that, because if it's more coffee, more caffeine at 2 a.m., why not, right? So right now, one thing that we do have going on is some pretty calm skies going on over in Frederick. And really, temperature-wise, we're all pretty calm also. Look at that. Most of us back in towards those low to, I want to say even some, well, at least there were beforehand some mid-50s, but right now we continue to have a little bit of a cooler cool down right now. But places like Frederick at the moment, mid-40s, not necessarily too bad. Big difference compared to those 30s that we saw yesterday. Right now, though, satellite radar does show that we do have a few rain showers starting to develop over towards western Maryland as well as parts of West Virginia. So as that continues to move on towards our area with that warm front, well, we could expect to see some rain showers by the later morning hours. So it'll start to affect us and start to really push out towards around midday, right? Temperatures also will increase back in towards those 60s, 70s by the time we head towards 5 p.m. So look at that. Also, we get a little bit more of that sunshine as the clouds break apart, as this one system continues to move out of our area, bringing us much needed warmth that we've certainly been lacking as we head in towards the rest of this afternoon. Most of us are expected to sit well in towards those low to mid 70s as we wrap up the day. Look at that. A lot of nice warm air. That's actually going to really help us stay on the warmer side of things as we head in towards Thursday and Friday, where temperatures are expected to sit well in towards the low 80s. So certainly going to be a nice little warm up there. But the weekend is going to throw us a little bit of a mixed bag of things, and I'll have those details coming up here in just a couple of minutes with the 7-day forecast. But let's take a look at traffic before that as we take a look here for Wednesday morning, right? The rail commute. So on the blue, orange, and silver lines, significant delays in both directions as trains single track between McPherson Square and Smithsonian due to the ongoing investigation at Metro Center. So you can go to WMATA.com for more information. As we head over to I-270 southbound in Urbana, we do have a crash to report after Maryland 80. So use caution and follow police direction. We're seeing delays building from Maryland 85 to about 14 minutes for us right now. So certainly something to keep in mind for us. Nakia?
All right. Thanks so much, Caesar. Here's what's ahead in the next 45 minutes for you at 5:40. A third House lawmaker resigning in just the past week. I'll tell you why a Florida Congresswoman is stepping down. And coming up at 5:45, it's all hands on deck to remove an invasive species of catfish from the Chesapeake Bay. We'll show you what's being done.
And in our next hour at 6, we're continuing to follow the election results in the Commonwealth, how the measure could change the balance of power in Congress. 5:38. Stay with us.
Plumbing to electrical, heating to air conditioning. If you can't, we can. Michael and Son.
Welcome back in. Democratic Congresswoman Sheila Sherfless McCormick has resigned ahead of a House ethics hearing on possible punishment. The Florida lawmaker was under investigation for campaign finance and reporting violations, with the threat of expulsion looming. The ethics panel found more than 24 violations. She also faces federal charges accusing her of misusing millions in COVID relief funds, claims she denies. Her exit marks the third House resignation in just over a week, following Eric Swalwell and Tony Gonzalez, both facing separate allegations.
President Trump's nominee for Federal Reserve Chair says his main goal is fighting inflation. Financier and attorney Kevin Warsh questioned during a confirmation hearing on Capitol Hill yesterday. Trump says he expects interest rate cuts once Warsh replaces current Fed Chair Jerome Powell. Warsh says he aims to create a reform-oriented Federal Reserve.
Monetary policy independence is essential. Monetary policy makers must act in the nation's interest. Their decisions the product of rigor, deliberation, and unclouded decision-making.
Warsh is facing criticism from Senate Democrats that he will simply follow Trump's orders. The president has publicly criticized current Fed Chair Jerome Powell over his interest rate decisions. Time now, 5:42, still ahead. Statewide teacher development program, the educator coaches that are coming to schools all across Maryland.
And also reducing work zone crashes in Maryland. New data showing the success of speed cameras in the state. Next. Welcome back in. Fishermen out in the Chesapeake Bay are fighting to save the bay from an invasion. We're talking about the invasive blue catfish. The fish are wrecking the ecosystem, even eating our beloved blue crab. Jay Fleming is a local photographer and fisherman, and he's been using his time on the water to fight back against blue catfish.
I love to fish, number one, and I care about Chesapeake Bay. And, combining those two passions, catching these blue catfish, which are invasive, and removing them from the water is actually doing good for the Chesapeake Bay.
Maryland lawmakers this year passed a bill to explore new ways to cut down on the catfish and help anyone who wants to catch blue catfish.
A major facelift of the tidal basin in Potomac River seawalls is now complete. Crews reinforced more than 6,000 feet of shoreline. The newly restored area is now accessible to the public. The project also added wider paths, new cherry trees. The Department of the Interior says the upgrades make sure the area is safe and ready for the record crowds they're expecting this summer for America's 250th birthday celebrations. We all enjoyed those during the Cherry Blossom Festival. It was gorgeous, and we love it.
Yeah. All right. It's going to be even better after all those repairs are done. All right. We'll be checking in with Caesar. 5:45 down, about 10 seconds to see how your forecast today is shaping up. Stay with us.
Well, we continue to see temperatures still hanging well in towards those 50s for us as we start off our Wednesday morning. You can see Washington, D.C., 52 degrees. Quantico, we're at 54. We could even see 51 in Dulles and Gaithersburg. Winchester at 55. So not necessarily a cold start to the day. Much different than yesterday where we had temperatures sitting in those 30s. And yes, those freeze warnings that were in place now we're much milder. And that's going to actually lend to a nicer day for us. So you'll see Futurecast showing that we do have some rain showers associated with this warm front that is going to bring in some of that warmer air. So by about 11 o'clock, we can see some of the rain showers throughout most of the DMV area, but it's going to be on the light side. So not necessarily expecting too much rain out of it. And then by the time we get to the afternoon, things start to dry on out. Cloud cover breaks apart some and gives us some of that sunshine that's going to help boost our temperatures back into the 70s. And that's exactly what you have for the forecast today. Temperature of 75 degrees is what we're expecting as a high. Winds out of the south at about 10 to 15 miles an hour. So not necessarily too breezy out there. And then some, again, warm afternoon, right? That is certainly something that we're all looking forward to. And given the fact that we have a warm day on tap, well, that means as we head into the overnight hours, temperatures are expected to stay a little bit on the elevated side as well, with most of us back in towards those mid to even upper 50s, giving us a warm base to work off of as we head in towards our going into Thursday and then Friday. So this entire system like this brings in a lot of that warmer air for both days and plenty of sunshine going into Thursday. Look at that. As we head in towards the rest of this work week, temperatures will be back in towards those low 80s. But then by the time we get towards Saturday and Sunday, we have our next little cool down with some rain showers as well. Look at that. Temperature, a high of 64 on Saturday, 60 on Sunday. The good thing is, though, these temperatures do rebound quite quickly as we head in towards Monday and Tuesday. Temperatures back in towards those upper 60s for us, with the next chance for rain being on Tuesday itself as well. As we take a look here at traffic, as we hop over towards that right, I-270 in the southbound direction in Urbana. So it's a crash that's reported after Maryland 80. So you can see that the right lane and shoulder are blocked. And delays are building from around 17 minutes right now from Maryland 85. So certainly keep that in mind if you use that way for work. Outer loop this morning, we have drive times increasing to now 13 minutes between 95 and 270 on the Maryland side of the outer loop. So something, again, to keep in mind. You can see some of that congestion building right there. And then BW Parkway in both directions between 195 and the Beltway. They're about 17 to 19 minutes for us in both directions. Over to you, Makia.
All right. Thanks so much, Caesar. And time right now is 5:48. Steve and Marissa are here with what we have coming up in our next hour.
Hi, friends.
Hi, good morning.
Nice. We got a lot coming up. As a matter of fact, we're going to check back in with Mel. Obviously, the breaking news of the Metro vehicle that hit a Metro train at Metro Center overnight. That left 11 people hurt. So we'll have the latest from investigators. We'll let you know about your commute as well. The other big news of the morning, Virginia's referendum to redraw the congressional maps. Voters turned out voting yes, but it was a close one. So we'll talk about that. The results already prompting some to call for the Supreme Court to now step in. We'll break down the latest reaction in Washington and in Virginia.
Plus, today is Earth Day, and all over the DMV, plans are in place to give back to our planet. We're going to share how you can get involved, as well as a special origin story behind today's environmental movement.
All right, all that and much more coming up at the top of the hour. We'll see you guys then.
We'll see you then. Looking forward to it. Thanks, guys.
See you in a bit.
All right, positive data on Maryland's tiered citation system, which uses speed cameras in work zones between 2024 and 25. Work zone crashes dropped by 12%, fatalities falling by 25%.
Drivers to obey speed limits, do not drive distracted or impaired, stay alert, see orange, pay attention, slow down, save lives.
The enforcement is part of the Maryland Road Worker Protection Act, which was created after a deadly crash on the Baltimore Beltway.
Maryland elementary schools are getting a boost in the classroom. State Superintendent Carrie Wright announced plans to hire 61 new math and literacy coaches for the next school year. More than $14 million approved by the legislature, the latest budget for the statewide teacher development.
Instructional coaches are basically adults that work with teachers, literally help teachers teach. They don't do any recess duty. They don't do any hall duty, no cafeteria duty. Their main focus is helping teachers teach.
Now, 17 coaches will be specifically in Prince George's County. That's thanks to a donation from an anonymous philanthropist. Frederick County Public Schools are hosting a redistricting committee input session today. That session taking place tonight from 6 to 8 at the Robert E. Ayler Middle School. FCPS launched a redistricting initiative to address overcrowding, accommodate future growth, and prepare for new school capacity. Expansion projects are currently underway at Jordan Springs and Middletown Elementary Schools, with the 4th high school set to open in 2029.
2 confirmed cases of the measles has the Virginia Department of Health scrambling to identify people who may have been exposed. So now on your screen, dates, times, locations of those possible exposure sites. They're in Stafford and Fredericksburg. Patients are described as school-age children between ages 0 and 12. You can report your possible exposure on the Virginia Department of Health's website. The Commonwealth has reported 19 cases of measles so far this year. And members of the U.S. military no longer required to get the yearly flu shots. The word coming down this week from Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. Hegseth called the policy overly broad and not rational. He says the new rule is effective immediately. Still to come, you are never too old for a second chance. The 53-year-old getting closer and closer to living out his professional baseball dreams. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back. The Washington Spirit hoping to turn the page when they return to Audi Field this weekend after a tough start to the season. At times, the offense looking dangerous, creating opportunities in the final third, but finishing those chances has proven difficult. Defensively, a few lapses have also cost the Spirit valuable points early in the standings. Now comes the major test, facing the defending champs, Kansas City.
I think it'll be a tough game. Kansas are obviously really, really dangerous with the players that they've got in the midfield and forward lines, and they're always really organised and solid defensively. So it'll be a difficult game, but we're excited for the challenge. We love playing at Audi, so excited to be back in front of our fans.
5 games in has resulted in 1 win, 3 draws, and a loss. Kickoff against KC, 8:30 Friday night.
A local standout athlete returning to the pros after more than 3 decades. 53-year-old Vincent Towns is the newest member of the Hagerstown Flying Boxcars. A Suitland High alum, was drafted by the San Francisco Giants back in 1991 and spent 2 seasons playing in the minors. But he never gave up on his pro dream. Towns will start on Sunday for the Boxcars, making him the oldest player to ever appear in an Atlantic League game. That's incredible.
What an accomplishment. It proves it's never too old, right?
It's never
too late. Never too late.
Nothing but a number. Way to go. He's inspiring us all.
Yeah, no, that's pretty awesome, honestly. Wow, look at that sunrise. Slowly but surely, we're starting to see more and more sunshine out there as well. And you know what? Hey, It's going to only help us as we continue going into the afternoon hours, getting back in towards those 70s and even low 80s as we head in towards Thursday and Friday. But then as we head towards the weekend, that's where things start to cool down as we have our next rainmaker moving on in. So the best chance for rain is expected to be throughout parts of Saturday. We could also see some lingering rain showers into early Sunday morning, so something to keep in mind. But that cooler air does stick around for the most part throughout this weekend. Then we start to slowly rebound back into the upper 60s by Monday and Tuesday, with Tuesday being our next best chance for some rain. But otherwise, it's not necessarily looking too bad. We're not expecting to see any super cold air making its way towards us. But let's take a look here now at traffic as we take a look at the incident going on over on I-270 in the southbound direction over by Urbana. It's the crash reported after Maryland 80, so right lane and shoulder are blocked. You can see delays have increased to now 24 minutes from Maryland 85. So certainly keep that in mind if you use that way to go to work. Maryland 5 Branch Avenue in the northbound direction, we're looking at about 15 minutes between 301 and the Beltway. So as we head over to Maryland 210 northbound, we're seeing drive times between 228 Berry Road and the Beltway at 17 minutes so far this morning. Makia?
All right, thanks so much, Caesar. Well, the Strathmore is celebrating the 40th anniversary of its popular afternoon tea program. It's using the 34th annual juried exhibition entitled Steeped to highlight the past 4 decades. It'll include more than 100 works of art, all focused on tea, the taste, traditions, and emotions that surround it. Some of the art was created using tea itself or vessels crafted for its serving.
We've got many different themes now, everything from children's teas to tea and talks that we are now having.
Either using tea as a medium or using tea as a theme, it is really, really exciting to see such a unique concept being brought to life in the galleries in this show.
You can enjoy a cup of tea and attend one of their programs by registering online. The sessions include finger food and live music.
Tyson's is getting its own Willy Wonka experience. Hershey launching the Super Sweet Adventure in Tyson's Corner Center with interactive challenges and games. Different zones celebrate Hershey Kisses, Reese's Cups, and other candy. Grand opening is this Friday.
All right, looks like a lot of fun, not just for the kids, but adults too.
Oh, yes.
All right, guys, we have a lot more news, weather, and traffic coming up, so don't go anywhere.
Fox 5 Morning at 6 a.m. starts for you in just 60 seconds.
Right now at 6, Virginia votes yes to reshaping its political future.
Virginia voters approve a controversial redistricting plan, but now it may be headed to court. I'm Maureen Newman in Fairfax with reaction coming up.
So when I question the school budget, it's because the people that need it the most are not getting the money that is being requested.
Tense moments during a Prince William County School Board meeting as the district's $31 million budget takes center stage. The push to slash funding that opponents say could hurt teacher pay and student programming. D.C. Council inching closer to solving its teen crisis, the latest step to make the city's juvenile curfew permanent. How soon the new rules can take effect. And get ready to shake off the chill after several days of cooler weather. A warm-up is on the way. Your news at 6 starts right now.
Saturday, starting to see a little bit of that warm up this morning. Much warmer than this time yesterday, that's for sure. Thanks for being with us here on Fox 5 and always streaming on Fox Local.
Yes, we appreciate you joining us. Good morning, Taylor and Caesar.
Welcome back, Marissa.
Thank you. For those who are wondering, I was at the Michael Jackson new movie premiere in L.A. I'm a huge fan, so I could not miss it.
How was it?
It was everything.
Was it really?
Yes.
Oh, I can't wait to hear more about it throughout the morning.
Don't get me started.
Well, you have to be happy you missed all the cold weather that we dealt with. You were out of here. I mean, we're back to a little bit more seasonal conditions this morning. We're in the 50s for some of you. We do have the chance for maybe some brief showers out there. We'll talk more about this over the next couple of hours, and then we'll also have the chance to return to the 70s today with that warm up extending through the end of the week. So we'll talk more about that forecast in the 7-day coming up. Caesar?
Thank you, Taylor. So far right now, looking here at the Wednesday morning commute, we have a few trouble spots, but the big story is, of course, the metro, right? Hey, so what you're going to need to know is that on the blue, orange, and silver lines, we're seeing significant delays in both directions as trains single track between McPherson Square and Smithsonian due to the ongoing investigation at Metro Center. You can go to WMATA.com for more information. Over to you, Marissa.
All right, along with that breaking news, Caesar, out of the Metro Center, 11 people have been hurt after a work vehicle hit a stationary train just after midnight.
This morning, Metro's investigating what was it that led to that incident. Let's get to Mel this morning. She's been on the scene since the early morning hours. Morning, Mel.
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, so we are down here live, and you can see NTSB here on scene as well as WMATA engineers. We're looking right now at the spot where that work vehicle, and I mentioned to you before in our earlier hits, that work vehicle sort of looks like a flatbed rail truck, and that collided with the back of this rail car, 7698. Now, I did have some information that the operator of the vehicle is okay. I want you to listen to some of the radio transmission in the moments after this happened, which was a little after midnight.
What's going on the lower level? 35, 52. Everything okay on the bottom? Loud bang. That was about it. This 52, we on the lower level. Something hit the back of the train. TM unit collided with the 691. Unit 33. Does anyone need medics at this time over?
And what we do understand is there were about 30 people on board the train at the time. It was just toward the end of service, and up to 11 people did ask for treatment. They were treated for what were said to be non-life-threatening injuries. What I am hearing are, some bumps and bruises, because as people are standing here on the back of the train, if they're expecting to get off and they get bumped, then certainly they could fall over. So we're just trying to get a little bit more information there. But as you see here, NTSB on the scene. So this is going to be shut down for some time. The Silver Line, as you've been hearing Caesar telling us, the Silver Line is only going to take you from Ashburn to Clarendon and back. And then over here, we do have the Orange Line trains and the Blue Line trains. They are running here at Metro Center. However, they are single tracking. So that is the situation from here at Metro Center this morning. As we get more information from officials, we'll be sure to let you know.
All right, we'll continue to check in. Thanks, Melanie. A possible shakeup in the fight for control of Congress.
Virginia voters approved the rare mid-decade redistricting plan that could help Democrats in the 2026 midterms. But now the battle is shifting to the courts. Let's get to Maureen Newman. She's in Fairfax with the details this morning. Well,
good morning. So, yeah, a narrow win for supporters of this redistricting plan, but now a legal battle is shaping up. Republicans are vowing to take this to the courts. Let's show you the margins here. This is the unofficial results of this election right now. 51% of the vote, more than 1.5 million people, Virginians, saying yes, with about 49% voting no. The approval clears the way now for Virginia lawmakers to withdraw congressional districts ahead of the 2026 midterms. The change temporarily gives the General Assembly that power, and with Democrats in control, the new map could favor their party with 10 of the state's 11 congressional seats. Supporters say it's a necessary response to redistricting efforts in other states, but opponents are calling it political overreach and say it could undermine fair representation. Now, so far, the political reaction from both sides has been swift and it has been sharp. Virginia Governor Abigail Spanberger called the results important, saying in part, "I understand the urgency of winning congressional seats as a check on this president, and I look forward to campaigning campaigning across the Commonwealth. Now, former President Barack Obama, he praised voters, saying that they stood up for democracy. On the other side of the issue, former Governor Glenn Youngkin called the result an egregious power grab, urging the state Supreme Court to step in. And then former Attorney General Ken Cucciolini warned, quote, the legal fight is just beginning. This is what voters had to say.
I voted no because I believe it's a communist takeover of the state of Virginia.
I just want to even the Democrats in Virginia. I just want to be even.
Now, the redistricting plan, as I said, can now face legal challenges. The state Supreme Court, in fact, still has to weigh in. And as I said, Democrats and Republicans alike, they're watching this. So the vote may have been one thing, but now the legal battles could be something totally different. These redistricting plans may not actually come to fruition should these legal battles play out. We'll be watching what happens here. Again, Virginia, really sort of a test for what might happen in other states. So we're watching to see what happens here and certainly what will happen as a result in the midterms. That's the latest from here. More reaction to come this morning. Back to you in the meantime.
Hi, Maureen. Thanks very much. Maureen out in Fairfax this morning.
All right, a live view of Annapolis. So far, so good. But I see the clouds as well, Taylor.
I know. Yeah, we have some clouds around today, maybe the chance for some showers, which is actually something that would be beneficial because we need some rain. Not a huge chance for today, but we could see some roll through here shortly. So let's talk about the temperatures because it's not nearly as cold as what we dealt with yesterday. We're in the upper 40s to low 50s, so we're already off to a much warmer start. You still need an extra layer out there, and also just have an umbrella handy for today. A lot of these showers are kind of falling apart as they drift southward, but still a chance we get some showers out there rolling through more or less mid to late morning, and then that's kind of out of here. That's all associated with a warm front, which will help warm us up over the next couple of days. Today will be kind of the start of that as temperatures get to more seasonal highs towards the afternoon. Here we go with today's planner. We'll up that chance for a couple of showers mid to late morning into the very early afternoon, and then there we go. We'll dry out towards 5 p.m. with some clouds around, low 70s by then. Let's talk about the next couple of days. That warm up will continue, could near 80 degrees both Thursday and Friday. And although the weekend is trending a little bit cooler, we're going to have some beneficial rain out there. So we'll talk more about that, plus a look ahead to that 7-day forecast coming up. You can also go ahead and download the Fox Local app. That will take you to the latest, really everything you need to know, the weather, the news, everything. You can look ahead to that 7-day as well. All you have to do is scan the QR code right there on your screen. Caesar?
Thank you, Taylor. So far this morning, right now, we're going to talk about this one incident still going on over on 270 in the southbound direction by Urbana. So it's a crash reported after Maryland 80. It's been moved over. So the right lane and shoulder are blocked. It's been moved to the shoulder, though. It is involving 4 vehicles. You can see delays from Maryland 85 at around 25 minutes so far right now. Now, as we hop over towards Maryland 5 Branch Avenue, between 301 and the Beltway, we're seeing 17 minutes so far this morning, so not necessarily too bad. Then Maryland 210 northbound, we can see drive times between 228 at Ferry Road and the Beltway at around 19 minutes for us this morning. Over to you.
All right, Caesar, now to the latest in the war with Iran. The ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran has been extended just hours before it was set to expire.
The extension comes as the two countries still have no concrete plans for more talks. Julie Donaldson standing by in the newsroom with the latest for us. Jules.
Good morning. President Trump extending the ceasefire despite the second round of negotiations being called off in Pakistan. According to President Trump, Pakistani officials, they asked the U.S. to stand down, saying on Truth Social, quote, based on the fact that the government of Iran is seriously fractured, we've been asked to hold our attack on the country of Iran. The decision comes just a day after the president told Bloomberg that it was, quote, highly unlikely he would extend the ceasefire and said he hopes both sides can reach an agreement.
I want to make a good deal. I'm not going to be rushed. I have all the time in the world. I want to make not a good deal. I want to make a great deal.
I am glad that the president announced that the ceasefire will continue for whatever the reason. That is a good move. Everything gets harder for everybody if that ceasefire were to have expired today.
President Trump says that the military blockade in the Gulf of Oman will continue. Meantime, the British military said that 2 ships come under attack in the Strait of Hormuz, further complicating efforts for peace. Marissa.
Well, Julie, a live look now at the White House. New polls show the president's approval rating on the economy has dropped. According to the latest Associated Press poll, only 33% of U.S. adults approve of Trump's overall job performance. That's down slightly from 38% last month. The results come as the consumer price index rose by more than 3% in March compared to a year ago.
Major facelift of the tidal basin and Potomac River seawall now complete as crews reinforced more than 6,000 feet of shoreline. The newly restored area now accessible to the public. The project also added wider paths and new cherry trees. The Department of the Interior said the upgrades ensure the area is safe and ready for the record crowds expected this summer for America's 250th birthday celebrations. Work was complete this year for cherry blossom season. They just wanted to wait for the crowds to ease a bit before they open up the land. Yeah, there's some fragile new trees in there. They want to make sure that they get off to a healthy start. Coming up, police catch a burglar behind a recent smash and grab in Fairfax County. How that all unfolded on the other side of the road.
Plus, today is Earth Day, and the DMV is celebrating with several planned events to commemorate the day. How you can get involved. We'll be right back.
Dropping its plan to hike energy rates based on predicted future costs. This after the Maryland legislature passed the Utility Relief Act. The change to Pepco's rate plan effectively cuts about $8.6 million from the company's original rate request. Now, it won't lower your bill, but it means increases over the next year will be lower than originally expected.
Well, it is Earth Day, today marking the annual global environmental movement to raise awareness for conservation and sustainability. Earth Day was founded back in the 70s by former Democratic Wisconsin Senator Gaylord Nelson. He was concerned about the effects or impacts of greenhouse gas emissions and other pollutants on the planet. Earth Day's creation paved the way for the Environmental Protection Agency and also inspired the passage of the Clean Air and Water Acts. This year's official theme is Our Power, Our Planet. People are encouraged to think about their impacts on the world, with many volunteer groups planning trash cleanups and tree planting events.
And in honor of Earth Day, the Reston Town Center is hosting its annual R4 Collection Day. It's a drive-through opportunity for folks to responsibly recycle and donate household items. Starts at 9, runs till 4 this afternoon. You can drop off accepted items at the Reston Town Center Pavilion. Accepted items mean things like books, clothing, accessories, and shoes, electronic waste, and small kitchen appliances. They will not, however, take batteries at this event.
Tracking Metro today, they will be unveiling student-designed buses and ramps in honor of Earth Day. The artwork depicts public transit's role in protecting the planet and was created by local students from kindergarten to the 6th grade. More than 75 students submitted their work. The big reveal will happen today at 3:30 p.m. at Metro headquarters.
All right, we'll take a peek out of Frederick this morning, getting the daylight earlier and earlier these days, 6:15. Yeah. Got some cloud cover out there, but we're already, I mean, my goodness, this time yesterday up there was probably, what, upper 20s maybe, Ooh. Taylor, in Frederick?
Yes, it was. It was in the upper 20s, if not maybe the mid-20s even. It was so cold, I know. We were below freezing for several hours yesterday in Frederick, area suburbs. This morning, we're certainly a lot warmer, almost 30 degrees warmer, so for some spots. You will need an extra layer this morning. It's not that warm outside, but it certainly feels kind of balmy compared to yesterday. 52 degrees right now with winds out of the south and west. We're going to see this warmer air kind of move in throughout the daytime with a warm front. However, we'll have to talk about some showers first. So here's a look at the temperatures right now. We have some 40s, isolated 40s. Mainly, most of you are in the 50s currently. Do want to talk about the threat for a couple of showers out there moving down from the north and west. Some of it's falling apart. If we get anything, it should be very limited and will arrive late morning, early afternoon at best case scenario. So I know we need some rainfall. Hopefully we'll get something out of that. It's all associated with that warm front, which will help warm us up over the next couple of days. Temperatures today should get into the 70s, low 70s, that is for most of you. So that's a nice warm up compared to yesterday and brings us back to more or less seasonal high temperatures for this time of April. Let's talk about that shower threat again. 10 a.m. I should say. We should see a couple of showers out there, and then we'll kind of see that overspread closer to D.C. by noon today. Should be short-lived as it's out of here by early afternoon at best case scenario. 75 degrees for the afternoon high temperature today. It should be much warmer compared to this entire week so far. We'll only drop back into the 50s overnight with clearer conditions, and then tomorrow we'll keep things dry, and also we're going to warm up. Starting on Thursday, we could have the first day this week to get back into the low 80s, and we'll continue with that all the way into Friday. The weekend, though, is trending cooler. 7-day forecast, we're back to 80 tomorrow, 80 on Friday with some evening showers. Although the weekend is trending a little bit cooler, we need some rainfall. So we'll have the chance for some showers both weekend days. Neither of them are going to be total washouts, but at least we'll pick up on some beneficial rainfall, and then see temperatures kind of hover in the 60s throughout early next week, too. Caesar?
Thank you, Taylor. So far this morning, we're going to continue talking about the rail commute, right? So the blue, orange, silver lines are seeing significant delays in both directions as trains single track between McPherson Square and Smithsonian due to the ongoing investigation at Metro Center. So for more information, visit WMATA.com. That way you can get the latest updates on that. Then we'll talk about the I-270 southbound incident going on over by Urbana. It's the crash that involves 4 vehicles. So it's after Maryland 80. It's been moved to the right shoulder, and we're seeing delays still at around 23 minutes from Maryland 85. Steve?
All right, let's get to a Fox 5 exclusive. Fairfax County Police need some help catching a burglar. Someone broke into a store along Village Shops Drive around midnight, used a rock to smash the glass front door, all captured on camera. Suspect dressed in all black. He headed straight to the cigarettes and then grabbed a buzz ball before leaving the scene. Apparently knew what they were looking for. The employee at the shop is reacting to that break-in.
Very sad, very distraught.
Now, the suspect stole not just one pack, but how much? What are we talking about here?
It's about 12, 13, 14.
Packs of cigarettes?
Cigarette. And a big balls.
County Police offering a reward of up to $1,000 for information leading to an arrest and conviction in that case.
2 adults and a teenager are now behind bars accused in this street takeover that damaged police cars in Montgomery County. Investigators say the group started a car rally in Prince George's County back in February before heading to Connecticut Avenue and East-West Highway in Bethesda. Authorities say one police cruiser had its rear window and windshield shattered, while a second was also vandalized. All 3 suspects face multiple charges, including malicious destruction of property.
Maryland man behind bars after prosecutors say he carjacked and kidnapped a man in Lanham. Akme Karoma is being held without bond now. Those charges from an incident at Mount Calvary Baptist Church Sunday, where police say he stormed the stage in the middle of a sermon, allegedly got into the driver's seat of a car and drove off with a man in the passenger seat.
Well, I mean, you know, the church, especially a church like ours, you know, our doors are open. We always welcome the unsaved, the drug addicts, whoever you are, you're welcome to come. We just hope and pray that they all can behave.
The man ended up jumping out of that vehicle at an intersection. He's due in court May 20th.
A huge milestone in Prince George's County. Today, the Sheriff's Office celebrates 330 years of service. The Sheriff's Office will commemorate it by sharing historical photos and highlights over the course of its evolution. Founded in 1696, the agency serves nearly 1 million residents with approximately 395 sworn and civilian employees.
All right, still to come, a former Mystic star lending her hand to help some up-and-coming female athletes at some local schools. Plus,
You've seen us do that on our zip trips, too. Today at 11 a.m. on the Marissa Mitchell Show, the beloved artist who gave us the Cupid Shuffle, he's stopping by. And also, Cupid and I are going to try out his new line dance to Giddy Up. Plus, actors and comedians Raheem Johnson and Terry Goofy Jones are going to take to the couch to tell me all about their roles in the new star-studded Bedridden film. Also, I'm going to dive into their Virginia and Maryland roots. Then after that, meet the celebrity designer based right here in the DMV who takes an unconventional approach to women's wear, landing her looks on first ladies, pageant queens, and more. All of that starting at 11 a.m. Welcome back. Former Washington Mystics star Elena Delle Donne kicking off a new initiative to help make sure that female student athletes have some of the essential gear that they need. She's helping the Mystics and Monumental Sports launch a citywide effort to give out 13,000 sports bras to athletes. And it all started yesterday at Charles Hart Middle School.
This will help me very much because sports bras are very essential to just any sport in general for a girl.
This is a really special event. I'm so excited to be here representing Team USA and just being a representative here with the Mystics. But for me, I think this is so important because every girl should have access to sports bras as equipment. Hearing that confidence is so important. Sport, giving back.
Still a role model, the Mystics bus will travel across all 8 wards with the giveaways at middle and high school team practices.
All right, NFL draft is tomorrow night. The Commanders, of course, have the 7th overall pick, so they'll have a good choice of players. General Manager Adam Peters says the team is going to stay flexible, especially since the team only has 1 pick in the first 2 rounds. Meantime, the Ravens hold the 14th overall pick, and they have 11 picks in the draft overall. Coming up in the 7 o'clock hour, we're actually going to talk with a representative for the Ravens on what they are looking for this season. We'll get a chance to talk to our friends up in Baltimore much, but we'll do that coming up at 7. Make sure to tune in tomorrow night. Jim Lokay is going to be live in Pittsburgh for the first round of the NFL draft. So it'll be fun. It's all coming up.
Yeah, we blinking. Football season to be here once again.
Right.
Wow, time flies.
Right around the corner.
All right, it's 6:25 on this Wednesday morning. Tossing things out to Taylor now.
Yeah, going to be a nice day eventually. We have some showers maybe to get through this morning, and it's certainly not nearly as cold outside, which is nice. Currently, most of you are in the 50s to kick off this Wednesday morning. We'll get into the 60s between 10 and 1 p.m. and then into the 70s for the rest of the day. Once that sunshine breaks through, that will help warm us up a little bit. Let's fast forward through the rest of the week, which will warm up, but then turn cooler for the weekend. We'll also have the chance for some showers around for both weekend days. Caesar?
Well, thank you, Taylor. So far this morning, again, I-270 southbound still dealing with that one crash over by Urbana. It's just after Maryland 80, so you can see it's been moved to the right shoulder, and we're seeing delays slowly lighten up, but it's still at 18 minutes from Maryland 85, so certainly something to keep in mind if you do use that way to go to work in the morning. I-295 in northbound direction here between the Beltway and the 11th Street Bridge. We're looking at about 8 minutes for our drive time so far this morning. And 295 in the southbound direction. Drive time between Kenilworth Avenue and the 11th Street Bridge at around 13 minutes so far for us this morning. Marissa?
All right, thanks so much, Caesar. On the other side of the break, the latest on the breaking news out of Metro Center. A work vehicle hits a stationary train, injuring more than 10 people.
Latest is the investigation impacts your commute this morning. We'll tell you what it means for you, which lines are not operating, which ones are single tracking, all that and much more when we come back at 6:30.
Welcome back at Fox 5 Mornings here at 6:30. We're tracking breaking news out of the Metro Center. 11 people have been hurt after a work vehicle hit a stationary train just after midnight.
Metro Transit Police say that work vehicle hit the back part of the Silver Line train. About 30 people were on board that Silver Line train at the time. 11 were hurt, all treated for non-life-threatening injuries. Metro Center is open this morning, but not for the Silver Line. Services only running on the Silver Line between Ashburn and Clarendon. Orange and blue lines single tracking through Metro Center this morning.
Here are some of the other top stories that we're following for you today. A massive trial is continuing for nearly 500 alleged MS-13 gang members in El Salvador under a controversial practice. They are accused of nearly 50,000 crimes, including homicide, extortion, arms trafficking, and femicide from 2012 to 2022. This joint practice has been criticized for the country suspending the right to be informed or the reasons for detention and to get legal counsel.
Montgomery County passed a ban on private ICE detention centers. The ICE Out Act prohibits the kind of facility like the one that was proposed up in Hagerstown. Council members in Montgomery County said the vote sends a message that the agency is not welcome there. The bill does not block ICE, however, from building its own facilities, but the agency usually contracts out to third parties. A federal judge ordered ICE to halt construction on that Hagerstown facility earlier this month. Maureen?
A controversial redistricting plan in Virginia has passed, but just barely. Unofficial results showing that 51% of voters voted yes to the redistricting plan, with 49% voting no. Right now, it allows lawmakers to temporarily redraw congressional districts ahead of the 2026 midterms. Democrats say it is a response to redistricting efforts in other states, but Republicans are vowing to fight this legally. The state Supreme Court will have to weigh in on this, and so while voters might have had their say with a yes vote into redistricting, this might ultimately be settled in the courts.
And with that, we want to say good morning to you. It's 6:30. Welcome to Fox 5 and those of you streaming on Fox Local.
All right, in some parts of the area, we've doubled up on yesterday's temperature this time of the morning. So I'm going to look at that as a good thing so far, Taylor.
Hey, I know. We're off to warmer days ahead for sure. Today we'll get back to the 70s eventually, but we do have some showers to talk about out there early this morning. So just don't be surprised if you get hit by some showers between now and about midday. Otherwise, warmer temperatures on the horizon starting this afternoon, and then we're off into the 80s for Thursday and Friday. The weekend will trend a little bit cooler with temperatures in the 60s. Caesar?
Thank you, Taylor. So far right now, we're going to talk about the next big thing going on, right? It's traffic. So we are seeing a few trouble spots throughout the morning. But as we take a look here, again, blue, orange, silver line, we're seeing those significant delays in both directions as trains are single tracking between McPherson Square and Smithsonian due to the investigation going on at Metro Center. So for more information, go to WMATA.com and you can get the latest over there. McHugh?
All right, thanks, Caesar. I'm Makia Turner with this Fox 5 Health Alert this morning. 2 confirmed cases of measles has the Virginia Department of Health scrambling to identify people who may have been exposed. On your screen are the dates, times, and locations of possible exposure sites in Stafford and Fredericksburg. The patients are described as school-age children between 0 and 12 years old or newborn stage. You can report your possible exposure on the Virginia Department of Health's website. The Commonwealth has reported 19 cases of measles so far this year. Guys?
In the district, D.C. Council votes to move forward with tightening the juvenile curfew.
This initial vote is a step towards making the curfew, but still leaves D.C. without answers in some of the other areas. Fox 5's Stephanie Ramirez is live for us this morning in Navy Yard with the latest details. Steph, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. And, just as Melanie was explaining yesterday, there are actually 2 different juvenile curfew bill tracks moving through the city. The D.C. Council, in their deliberations yesterday, they were also referring to some of the more disturbing videos you'll see on your screen here, but coming out of the Navy Yard neighborhood here. And they were also discussing concerns with some of the recent negative teen law enforcement interactions we've reported on recently as well. So yesterday what the council did is in an 8-5 vote, they passed the permanent D.C. juvenile curfew bill, allowing for the 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. curfew and curfew zones, along with an amendment that would require some kind of alternative youth programming to also be planned for when a curfew zone is declared. But that is a permanent measure. That means it still has to go for a second vote and then go for congressional review. The issue is that the second track, the emergency juvenile curfew bill that would have allowed the curfew guardrails to take effect immediately, the D.C. Council couldn't agree to pass it, needing 9 votes to pass emergency legislation. So instead of letting that bill fail, it was again tabled. The D.C. mayor, she did issue a mayoral executive order so that D.C. police can still use juvenile curfew zones while the council debates, but her order expires May 1st, which could leave a gap before the council takes up the next emergency bill vote, and that is with the warmer and summer months ahead and more people outside. Here is the council chair on the permanent bill.
How do we address these takeovers? And I get it that we do not want to be criminalizing juvenile behavior, but we have to address these large takeovers, and that's what this legislation is about, is addressing something that hasn't happened in the past.
Now, guys, if the permanent bill passes, we could see that take effect in the fall. With the curfew zone, just want to make clear, remind people what it does is it allows police to declare a hotspot like the neighborhood here, a curfew zone, and then in that case, teens of 9 or more not allowed to group together from the hours of 8 to 11 o'clock at night. 11 is when the citywide curfew then kicks in. I'll send it back to you.
Judge in D.C. stopped the removal of the 15th Street bike lane in Northwest D.C. The Trump administration wanted to tear it up, saying it is, quote, common sense planning in the district to have more vehicle traffic. But the Washington Area Bicyclists Association sued to stop it, citing safety risks. The 15th Street bike lane, known for its scenic views of some of the capital's most historic landmarks.
Happening today in honor of Earth Day, Union Station will have a large-scale sustainability installation. This is going to feature interactive elements like mini flower arrangements for visitors. There will also be a full day of programming to offer ways to take care of our planet. Also live performances from the Guitar Renegades.
All right.
It's going to be a time.
A lot of stuff going on, for sure. And if you want to go outside today, celebrate Earth Day, as you should. If you look at the view from the top of the Washington Monument, courtesy of EarthCam. It's going to be a pretty nice day overall. I mean, well, maybe some pockets of clouds. Chance of some rain still in some places.
Maybe a little bit. Maybe some passing showers, but that will be more focused late morning, early afternoon, and then the rest of the day looks pretty nice. So we'll eventually get more sunshine out there, too. Warm-up starts today as well. We'll get back to more or less seasonal conditions with the temperatures. Once we get into the afternoon, we're talking upper 60s to low 70s. Right now, checking in with upper 40s to low 50s. Still talking about some cloud coverage around temperatures elsewhere. We do have some isolated 40s coming in. Areas like the cooler spots like Frederick at 45 degrees, Manassas at 44. Here's a look at the showers rolling in from the north and west. Again, they're trying to hold together. If they do so, they'll probably arrive within the next couple of hours. Get out of here early afternoon, and then we'll talk about that warm front, which will really impact us the next couple of days. For today, that will be the start of it, with temperatures getting into the mid-60s by noon. By 5 p.m., low 70s. Caesar?
Thank you, Taylor. So far, traffic-wise right now, we're still going to look at the inner loop here over between Branch Avenue and I-295. You can see that we're seeing some congestion going on. It's 18 minutes right now for us this morning. 295 in the northbound direction. We're looking at the Beltway between the 11th Street, between the Beltway and the 11th Street Bridge here. 10 minutes right now for us in that direction. DC 295 southbound. Drive time between Kenilworth Avenue and the 11th Street Bridge is at 17 minutes for us so far. Julie?
Thanks, Caesar. Yeah, I'm Julie Donaldson with what is ahead in the next 45 minutes. On the other side of the break, a late-night vote to slash millions potentially from the budget of Prince William County Public Schools, threatening teacher pay and student programming. Where the vote stands this morning. And then a fight in the Chesapeake Bay, how fishermen are trying to stop an invasive fish from taking over the precious waterway and save the blue crab. Also, take a step back to your childhood with a trip to Tyson's Corner, the interactive Willy Wonka experience for families and chocolate lovers. And in our 7 o'clock hour, Virginia votes yes to changing its congressional districts, what it could all mean for the balance of power in Washington. We are live with reaction from the ballot box, so stay with us.
Plumbing to electrical, heating to air conditioning. If you can't, we can. Michael and Son.
All right, welcome back. It is now 6:40. Man, it was a late night for Prince William County supervisors last night, holding a formal vote approving to adopt the fiscal year budget for schools, which could mean a $31 million budget cut for the school year. The board saying updating the way school funding is distributed helps lower taxes.
They approved to reduce the real estate tax rate, which will now average under the previous residential tax bill of $56. Critics of tax relief are concerned about the impact it will have on students and teachers.
I feel like we made some headway tonight. I definitely think that the tax cuts that were being offered to the residents of Prince William County were not significant enough to justify the cuts to our schools. And I think we really need to show what areas we emphasize and what's important to us as a county. And our schools are incredibly important.
More information is expected to come out from the board about this adopted budget later today.
All right, in the meantime, Montgomery County leaders heard from the public on a potential tax increase. County managers proposed budget $420 million higher than last year's budget, funded in part through a proposed 6% property tax increase and a 1.1% income tax increase. Most of the testimony came from residents and organizations urging the county not to pass the tax increases. Positive data on Maryland's tiered citation system, which uses speed cameras in work zones. Between 2024 and 25, work zone crashes dropped by 12%, fatalities down 25%. The enforcement is part of the Maryland Road Worker Protection Act, which was created after a deadly crash on the Baltimore Beltway.
So ahead, when we return, an invasive species is threatening the blue crab in the Chesapeake Bay. Now, fishermen that rely on the bay for work are banding together to try to stop this once and for all. We'll tell you how.
All right, also, before you grab your cup of coffee this morning, a new study is revealing something about the correlation between coffee and dementia. And we'll have that story when we come back.
Fishermen out on the Chesapeake Bay are fighting to save the bay from an invasion. We're talking about the invasive blue catfish. The fish are wreaking havoc on the ecosystem, and eating the beloved blue crab. Now we have trouble. Jay Fleming is a local photographer and a fisherman, and he's been using his time out on the water to fight back against blue catfish.
I love to fish, number one, and I care about Chesapeake Bay. And, combining those two passions, catching these blue catfish, which are invasive, and removing them from the water is actually doing good for the Chesapeake Bay.
Maryland lawmakers this year passed a bill to explore new ways to cut down on the catfish and help anyone who wants to help catch blue catfish. I'll go and help them if it'll save our blue crabs.
Yeah, I think a lot of people might join you on that mission. A recent study published in the Journal of the American Medical Association shows that drinking 2 to 3 cups of caffeinated coffee could reduce, this is per day, could reduce the risk of dementia. Similar benefits from drinking 2 cups of caffeinated tea, which suggests that it might be the caffeine offering the cognitive benefits. Caffeine may reduce a toxic chemical that's related to Alzheimer's. There's a live look outside this morning as we head down south to Fredericksburg. I mean, we're like full daylight now at 6:45, not even 7 o'clock yet, but comfortable. This Taylor, Taylor, she can't respond in 10 seconds.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
We can throw the question out to her.
Let's put her on mute until 10.
To me, yesterday, it felt like fall. I don't know if it's the NFL draft in my head, but, you know, yesterday with comfortable conditions in the 50s felt very fall-like here in the nation's capital.
Coming up on 6:46 with your time right now, like Steve just said, yes, it is not nearly as cold this morning, a little bit warmer out there. Going to be a nice day eventually. We do have some clouds, maybe a couple of showers, though, to work through first and foremost. So right now we're dry. We're at 52 degrees. We have cloudy conditions. It's a live look overlooking Reagan Airport right behind me. You can see some of the cloud coverage in place currently. We do have some 40s popping up with the temperatures, all highly dependent on where you're located. Generally speaking, pretty much everyone's in the 50s with the exception, of some cooler spots like Bowie, Columbia, even Haymarket sitting in the mid-40s. Here's a live look at radar. Again, have maybe an umbrella handy just in case. We will see maybe a couple of sprinkles roll throughout the course of this morning through the very early period of the afternoon. Again, not a huge threat for today. I know we need some rainfall. Unfortunately, we're not going to get a whole lot out of this system. However, a warm front moving through will help us warm up into the coming days. So following a very cold start to this week, today will be one of those days we finally get to more or less seasonal conditions. Temperatures by the afternoon should get into the low 70s for most of you. Let's talk about that shower threat. Looks like some showers may roll through by 9, 10, 11, even noon today. And then by the afternoon, that's pretty much out of here. I do think we'll see the sunshine come out once we get into later in the day. 73 to 75 degrees for the afternoon high temperature. So again, more or less near the seasonal average high, which is around 69 degrees. If anything, we'll get a little bit above that for today. 50s for the overnight low temperatures. And then here we go tomorrow. We'll continue with that warm up. I think Thursday, even Friday, we could near 80 degrees for the 2 days this week. 7-day forecast. Again, warmer tomorrow, even warmer on Friday. The weekend, I know it's trending a little bit cooler and not exactly the prettiest weekend, but it's not going to be a total washout. More or less say it is in terms of we need some rainfall. So some beneficial showers will be possible for both weekend days. And then we'll kind of have seasonal conditions by Monday and Tuesday. Caesar?
Thank you, Taylor. So far this morning, right now, we're going to take a look here over at what's going on with the rail commute, right? So, again, blue, orange, silver lines right now are experiencing significant delays in both directions as trains single track between McPherson Square and Smithsonian due to the ongoing investigation over at Metro Center. So, for more information, for further information, just go over towards WMATA.com so you can keep up to date with that. And looking here at 395 northbound main lanes, between the Beltway and the 14th Street Bridge. 15 minutes so far for us this morning, and it's not necessarily too bad at the moment. 95 northbound main lanes. We're seeing drive times between Quantico and the Beltway picking up a little bit in traffic-wise. 40 minutes so far for us this morning there. Over to you, Steve.
Maryland Elementary School is getting a boost in the classroom. State Superintendent Kerry Wright announced plans to hire 61 new math and literacy coaches for the next school year. More than $14 million approved by the legislature in the latest budget for the statewide teacher development.
Instructional coaches are basically adults that work with teachers, literally help teachers teach. They don't do any recess duty. They don't do any hall duty, no cafeteria duty. Their main focus is helping teachers teach.
17 of those coaches will be specifically in Prince George's County, thanks to a donation from an anonymous philanthropist.
Frederick County Public Schools hosting a redistricting community input session today. That session takes place tonight from 6 to 8 at Robert E. Ayler Middle School. FCPS launched the redistricting initiative to address overcrowding, accommodate future growth, as well as to prepare for new school capacity. Expansion projects are currently underway at Jordan Springs and Middletown Elementary Schools, with a fourth North High School, set to open in 2029.
Linda Roscoe-Hartigan will be the new director of the Smithsonian American Art Museum. Hartigan, currently CEO of the Peabody Essex Museum in Salem, Massachusetts. Her appointment, full circle. She began her career at the Smithsonian, where she served as the chief curator. Her term begins in September. Tyson's Corner Center getting its own Willy Wonka experience. You saw it here yesterday on Fox 5 Morning. Hershey launching the Super Sweet Adventure at Tyson's with interactive challenges and games. Different zones celebrate Hershey's Kisses, Reese's Cups, and other candies.
There's not a lot of places like Tyson's and not a lot of malls like Tyson's Corner Center. Yes. So we had this amazing attraction experience and like just super fun for kids of all ages, and just wanted to bring it to a place that is vibrant the way that it's vibrant inside these walls.
Annie Mae even got a candy bar with her face on the wrapper. Parents can bring the kids in at the mall. You can book it for a birthday party. You do have to have tickets in advance. Grand opening is this Friday.
Yeah, now parents can send their kids somewhere for the sugar rush and the recreational all in one place.
Sugar rush was the word of the day yesterday. Yeah. She was out there for sure. Another great option in the area, though. When we come back, move over singing competitions. There's a new one looking for America's Funniest Comedian. It's a new project from Kevin Hart.
Plus, coming up in our next hour, Virginians say yes to redistricting. We're going to be live with reaction on that vote that could end up reshaping Virginia's future and Washington. Kevin Hart is teaming up with Netflix to look for the next great American comedian. The series Funny AF with Kevin Hart is a nationwide search for the best comedy clubs in the country. The final 10 comedians will then have the chance to land a coveted hour-long Netflix special of their own. Viewers will help determine who wins with a live voting competition in May to pick the champion. Sounds like fun. Well, a local standout athlete returns to the pros after more than 3 decades. 53-year-old Vincent Towns
is the newest member of the Hagerstown Boxcars. The Suitland High alum was drafted by the San Francisco Giants back in 1991 and spent 2 seasons playing in the minors, but he never gave up on his pro dream. Towns will start Sunday for the Boxcars, making him the oldest player to ever appear in an Atlantic League game.
That's a pretty awesome story.
Yeah, it is.
I wishing him the best.
Never too late.
Throwing more than knuckleball these days, but getting the job done. And, man, hey, listen, if you could keep yourself in good enough shape to be playing professional ball in your 50s, more power to you. That's awesome.
You got it.
All right, very, very cool. It is not cool out there this morning, not nearly as much as the last couple of days, Taylor. Starting to warm things up finally.
Yeah, finally getting back to more or less where we should be for this time of April. Not so bad of a start, which current temperatures are in the 50s. Will stay in the 50s through 9 a.m. Maybe a brief shower at that point in time. 5 p.m. We'll break out some sunshine, get temperatures into the 70s, and then we're off into the 80s for Thursday and Friday. So we'll warm up the rest of the work week and then cool down by the weekend with the chance for showers for both weekend days. Caesar?
Thank you, Taylor. So far this morning for us, the Interloop main lanes. We're going to take a look here between 95 and the Dulles Toll Road. 17 minutes so far for us this morning, so not necessarily too bad. And then as we hop over to 66 eastbound in the main lanes, we're looking at drive times between Gainesville and the Beltway at 34 minutes so far for us. We can see a little bit of an increase in some of those cars out there. Then the Dulles Toll Road in both directions, we're looking at around 11 and 12 minutes for us to and from the airport. Steve?
All right, let's check 5 things to know. Members of the military will no longer be required to get yearly flu shots. This is a big change. The word coming down from Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, who called the policy overly broad and not rational. He says the new rule is effective immediately. It's been in place since the 40s.
Questions mounting over a narcotics operation in Mexico that resulted in 2 CIA agents dying in a car crash. This all happened over the weekend, killing 2 Mexican officials as well. Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum says a probe is underway because Mexican law requires foreign agents to receive authorization to operate in the country.
Democratic Congresswoman Sheila Phyllis McCormick resigned ahead of the House ethics hearing on possible punishment. The Florida lawmaker under investigation for campaign finance and reporting violations, with the threat of expulsion looming. The ethics panel found more than 24 violations. She also faces federal charges, accusing her of misusing millions of dollars in COVID relief funds. She denies the claims.
Prominent civil rights organization, the Southern Poverty Law Center, indicted on federal fraud charges by the Department of Justice. It's related to past payments made to confidential informants to infiltrate extremist groups like the Ku Klux Klan. The organization calls the allegations false.
The Gates Foundation will cut up to 5,000 jobs over the next couple of years. This announcement comes as they opened an external review into ties with Jeffrey Epstein. Earlier this year, Bill Gates apologized for having affairs with 2 women and said that he regretted his relationship with Epstein, but added he did not participate in the sex offender's crimes.
We have a lot more news, weather, and traffic ahead when Fox 5 Morning at 7 a.m. starts in 60 seconds.
Right now at 7, a commuter alert. An overnight incident involving a metro train and a work vehicle left people hurt and is causing delays. We're live on scene with what you need to know. Virginia votes for change. The redistricting results show voters approve the redrawing of congressional maps, which could shake up the balance of power in Congress. This morning, reaction from both sides. Violence escalates overseas in the Strait of Hormuz, with Iran firing on multiple ships. It comes on the heels of President Trump indefinitely extending a ceasefire in the regime. We have the major developments that are happening. And after a frigid start to the week, we can expect a warm up and even a chance for rain. Our weather team has your latest. Your news at 7 starts now. It is 7 o'clock. Thanks for joining us here on your Hump Day, Wednesday, live on Fox 5 and streaming on Fox Local.
All right, trying to get some sun out there today. Clouds are winning this round of the battle, but we have a long way to go. It's just 7 o'clock this morning. Hi, guys.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, it's a nice morning. I mean, I'll take it over what we've dealt with this week, right? It has been so. Yesterday was just so cold in the morning. I was like, I can't do this anymore. It's late April. Like, I'm done with this. But today is a little bit warmer out there. We're in the 50s. We'll get back to the 70s most likely towards the afternoon. Maybe a couple of showers rolling through midday. Not a huge deal. We need some rainfall. It looks like we'll have a much better chance by the weekend. So we'll have more on that coming up. Caesar?
Thank you, Taylor. So far right now for us, we're going to take a look here over as to what's going on overall, right? We do have a few trouble spots out there, but nothing out of the ordinary. But we're going to talk about the specific main thing going on today. It's the rail commute. So the blue, orange, silver lines is still dealing with significant delays in both directions as the train's single track between McPherson Square and Smithsonian due to the ongoing investigation at Metro Center. You can go to WMATA.com for more information, and we'll also have Melanie Alnwick out there as she continues to keep us updated here on Fox 5. Over to you.
All right, Caesar, we're going to continue on with that top story at Metro Center, where 11 people have been hurt after a work vehicle hit a stationary train just after midnight.
So this morning, Metro obviously investigating what led up to the incident, and Mel is down there underground with the latest for us this morning. Mel?
Yeah, good morning, guys. I hope you can hear me. It's very loud here with the trains coming by and the announcements. What the announcements are saying is they're telling people that they're single tracking over on one side. I want to show you the issue here. Come on over and take a look at the corner here where you see that yellow rail vehicle. Now that is sort of like a flatbed, and it rides the rails, and that is a maintenance vehicle, and that is what struck the back of the Silver Line train overnight. We don't know how fast it was going, but the force of the collision certainly sending people flying. We know that at least 11 people were taken to the hospital to be treated for non-life-threatening injuries. I want you to listen to some of the radio transmission from overnight, right when this happened.
What's going on the lower level? 35, 52. Everything okay on the bottom? Loud bang. That was about it. Just 52, we on the lower level. Something hit the back of the train. PM unit collided with the 691. Unit 33. Does anyone need medics at this time over?
And so, again, as we know, there were medics needed. A lot of D.C. fire and EMS crews came here to the scene. They do train specially for any kind of operations that they may have to do underground and on the rails. And fortunately, they were able to get in here very quickly and get those people to treatment. Now, as far as this NTSB investigation, we see NTSB investigators on the scene. Not only are they looking at the striking vehicle, they're looking at the train as well. It's probably going to be a while before this train moves out of here. And, you know, just talking to some passengers casually, none of them wanting to go on camera, they did say they're concerned about just what went wrong. What was the failure here? Because clearly there was some kind of a failure here that caused this collision, and you would want to know what that is before you can safely put passengers and other trains back on this track and on this route. For now, the Silver Line not going anywhere here. It is going from Ashburn to Clarendon only, and then you see over here the crowds are starting to pick up, certainly here at Metro Center, a very busy metro station. And now you have single tracking on one line of the orange line and the blue line. We've seen some folks basically standing here for more than 20, 30 minutes waiting for their train. So, guys, if you are taking Metro today, please check those schedules, because I think there are going to be some serious delays for you this morning.
Absolutely. Big changes there. Thanks, Melanie. Virginia voters have decided in a high-stakes redistricting referendum. Unofficial results show the measure passed, setting up a potential shift in congressional maps ahead of the midterms.
Well, the fight might not be over, though. Fox 5 Maureen Ume is live in Fairfax with what the next step could be. Morning, Mel.
Good morning. So, yeah, voters did approve this, but just barely. And if you look at the results, you'll see that, the legal challenges being mounted, they may have some legs there. A lot of people, 51% voting yes. A lot of people voting no, 49% right there. This is from the unofficial results, so the numbers might change, but not by much. Republicans are saying that because it is so close, it shows that Virginia is still very much a purple state, not a blue state, as some people had thought it would be. But right now, they are saying that they're going to mount some legal challenges to that. Democrats who control the legislature supported this plan, saying that it's response to redistricting moves in other states. Republicans opposed it, calling it an unfair power shift that could tilt the map. If implemented, the new districts could give Democrats an advantage in 10 of Virginia's 11 congressional seats. Now, reaction from national and state leaders quickly poured in overnight. In a statement, Virginia Governor Abigail Spanberger praised the election results, writing in part, quote, "I understand the urgency of winning congressional seats as a check on this president, and I look forward to campaigning with candidates across the Commonwealth, working to earn Virginia's trust and their votes." Former President Barack Obama also weighed in. He praised voters, saying that they stood up for democracy. On the other side, former Governor Glenn Youngkin called the result an egregious power grab, urging the state Supreme Court to step in. And then former Attorney General Ken Cuccinelli warned that, quote, "the legal fight is just beginning." Voters also had something to say. Here it is.
The best thing that we can possibly do to stop that is to let our voices be heard.
I think that gerrymandering is never a good thing. I think everybody, just because other states, they did that, I don't think we should be doing that.
Now, former Attorney General Ken Cuccinelli said that there are 4 constitutional challenges already teed up to this. Plus, the state Supreme Court still has to weigh in on this and might do something. A lot of people before thought it would be unlikely they would overturn voters' wishes in passing this redistricting plan. But now that's looking like it could be something very much on the table. We'll have to see how this plays out. So while the voters had their say at the ballot, right now this whole thing is shifting to the courts. We'll have to see how this all plays out. Of course, we'll be following it every step of the way. That is the latest from here in Fairfax. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Guy Maureen, thanks very much. And we will take a peek outside at Fredericksburg this morning.
Oh, yeah.
A little clearer skies down there.
Out there. Yeah, it actually looks really nice there, doesn't it? It looks like the bright blue sky, but we do have some showers rolling through some areas this morning, so it's something that we'll have to deal with throughout the day, but it's not going to be a washout or anything like that. It's almost like wishful thinking that we would get some more rain out there because we need it. Current conditions, we have cloudy skies. Temperatures are in the upper 40s to low 50s. Maybe a brief shower or two here shortly, but here's where we are with the temperatures currently. Significantly better than this time yesterday. Showers are rolling in from the north and west. As they do, could impact us mid to late morning, maybe even early afternoon. Shouldn't be a huge deal, but we will warm up after these showers roll through with that warm front. We're going to see the sunshine break through and temperatures get back into the mid 60s by noon and then low 70s by 5 p.m. I do think the day will eventually get better once we get these showers out of here. Heading into tomorrow and Friday, we're going to warm up into the 80s. Then the weekend turns cooler, but we do have some beneficial rainfall on the way. So we'll talk more about the timing of that, how it could impact your weekend plans coming up. Caesar?
Thank you, Taylor. So far right now, we continue to see that we do have some drive times that are a little bit on the not so fun side for us, right? So you're looking at 270 southbound between 70 and the Beltway. It's around 58 minutes so far for us there. So again, you're seeing some of those delays starting to slowly build up with the normal traffic for this time of day. Outer loop here between US 1, Baltimore Avenue, and Georgia Avenue. We're looking at 23 minutes. You can see that we're starting to see some congestion building up here on the outer loop over on the Maryland side of things for the Beltway. And then BW Parkway. Southbound, we're looking at about 25 minutes. And then here for the northbound, drive times between 95 and the Beltway, we're looking at 15 minutes so far for us. 18 minutes. Homa?
I'm Homa Bash with a Fox 5 News alert for you. Major developments overseas in the war with Iran. State media reports Iran has fired on 3 ships in the Strait of Hormuz. The attacks come after President Trump extended the ceasefire despite the second round of negotiations between the two countries being called off in Pakistan. According to President Trump, Pakistani officials asked the U.S. to stand down, writing on Truth Social, quote, based on the fact that the government of Iran is seriously fractured, we have been asked to hold our attack on the country of Iran. Meantime, President Trump says the military blockade in the Gulf of Oman will continue. Marissa?
Thanks, Homa. A massive trial is continuing for nearly 500 alleged MS-13 gang members in El Salvador under a controversial practice. They are accused of nearly 50,000 crimes, including homicide, extortion, arms trafficking, and femicide from 2012 to 2022. That joint practice has been criticized for the country suspending the right to be informed of the reasons for detention and the right to access legal counsel.
Questions mounting over a joint operation in northern Mexico that resulted in the deaths of 4 U.S. Embassy and Mexican officials over the weekend. 2 of the officials, reportedly CIA, killed in a car crash, which has led to questions about their activities there. In a news conference yesterday, Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum underscored that a probe is underway as Mexican law requires foreign agents to receive federal authorization to operate in the country. Department of Justice says the Southern Poverty Law Center has been indicted on federal fraud charges. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche said, and FBI Director Kash Patel said the civil rights group is facing charges of bank and wire fraud as well as conspiracy to commit money laundering after a criminal investigation showed they claimed that they paid people affiliated with groups such as the KKK and the National Socialist Party of America to get information on their activities. The center's CEO pushed back against the probe, saying the Trump administration has, quote, made no secret who they want to protect and who they want to destroy, end quote.
NFL teams are gearing up for the draft tomorrow in Pittsburgh. And this morning, we're going to speak with a rep from the Ravens about what to expect as they hope to be a playoff contender this time.
Also, footage of a possible tornado. We'll take a look at the video from a place that rarely sees scenes like this. So we'll discuss coming up. It's now 7:11.
Plumbing to electrical, heating to air conditioning. If you can't, we can. Michael and Son.
This
Well, your morning jolt this hour. A possible tornado spotted in, of all places, California yesterday in the Fresno area. It looks like funnel cloud. A warning went out urging residents to seek shelter, but there were no reports of any damage or anyone hurt. This part of California only sees maybe one tornado a year. Most recent one happened in 2019, so sometimes they go years without a tornado, but that's what it looked like in that part of Central California yesterday.
Oh, my. Glad to know no one was hurt. So,
Yeah, most
all
important
right.
part.
Well, check this one out. In Colorado, a baseball fan makes a one-handed catch at the Rockies game yesterday. The ball ricocheted off the stairs in an upper section, bounced back down to the lower seats, and there it is. The fan giving it his all and taking a spill in the process.
Yeah, I saw some of the captions saying, hey, he really wanted that baseball. He went tumbling for it for sure.
Yeah, he got it.
That's wild. I got my second ever foul ball at the Nats game over the weekend.
Did you really?
Yeah, I didn't have to fall down for it though. It was nice. It bounced right to me. So.
Didn't spill anything?
No, I didn't. Nope. There was no casualties, no broken fingers or even bruises. Just bounced off a seat right to me. So no hero catches, but right place, right time.
Yeah. A win is a win, Steve.
We'll take it. We'll take it. And there's a look outside this morning at 7:15 for courtesy of our camera at the wharf. As we turn things over to Taylor with a look at what we are expecting later today. I'll explain the football gear, Taylor. I'm going to do that story in a minute. I was told that you were not using that space, so I went ahead and set it up and claimed it as my own.
I like it.
So as soon as
I think we're talking about the Ravens, are we not?
As soon as you move out, I'll move back in. Yes, after the weather and traffic, we're going to talk with some Ravens folks.
I like this. This is nice.
Yes.
I like it has like
Very
the scary bird on the side too.
I know, right?
The scary
like
raven.
Red eyes.
Can't wait to hear it. Anyway, going to be certainly a nice day eventually. We'll talk about temperatures yesterday. It's certainly warmer than where we were this time yesterday. Afternoon highs will jump nearly 10 degrees from where we were yesterday. Yesterday, we topped out in the low 60s for most of you. Today will be more or less in the lower 70s. 51 degrees with winds out of the south and west for now. It's going to be a little bit of a kind of a cloudy start to the day, but once we get that sunshine breaking through in the afternoon, that will help warm us up. Current temperatures are in the 40s to low 50s. Here's that shower threat I was just talking about. We have some of this activity holding together from the north and west. It's struggling a little bit, but will eventually move in. I do anticipate any kind of showers out there between now and about midday. It shouldn't impact your outdoor plans too much, but we do need some rainfall, so at least we have a chance for today. Warm front will be moving through as it does. That will help warm us up for not only today, but also the next 2 days. We're talking some 80s out there by Thursday and Friday. Shower threat, let's talk about that after 9 a.m. Maybe some showers rolling through about noon today. Once that's out of here, I do think by the afternoon, we're going to see the sun break through, and that will help really more or less the temperatures get into the 70s for today. 75 degrees for the high temperature this afternoon, 50s for the overnight low. Here we go tomorrow. We're into the 80s for everyone. Going to have that spring feel, if not summer feel, back in the air by Thursday and Friday. The weekend is trending cooler, although we'll have some beneficial showers for both weekend dates. Caesar?
Thank you, Taylor. So far right now, traffic-wise, we are looking here at Maryland 5, Branch Avenue in the northbound direction between 301 and the Beltway. We're looking at around 20 minutes for us this morning. Now, as we look at Maryland 210 northbound, we're looking at drive times between Maryland 228, Berry Road, and the Beltway. It's at about 33 minutes, so a little bit of a slowdown there. But as we continue looking here towards the inner loop between Branch Avenue and 295, you can see drive times at around 17 minutes. Things are starting to pick up in the traffic department for us this morning. Steve?
Well, we're gearing up for the NFL draft. It's tomorrow night, and our very own Jim Lokay is going to be live in Pittsburgh tomorrow covering that. But we wanted to continue to check around the area. We talked a lot with Commanders fans and the Commanders about what they expect. And we know we have a lot of viewers who are fans of the Baltimore Ravens. So we never want to leave you out. And joining us now, Senior Director of Social Media, longtime social media guy up in Baltimore, Garrett Downing. Garrett, we're showing off some of the new threads that you guys just introduced recently, which look great. We'll talk about that in just a minute. But first, tell me about Baltimore and the plan for the draft tomorrow night.
Yeah, it's exciting. The draft is always a fun weekend, and I'm eager to see who the Ravens end up picking. They've got 11 picks in this year's draft. They could go a number of different directions in the first round and really throughout the entire draft. The Ravens are not used to drafting as high as they are right now. They have the 14th overall pick, and when they draft this high, historically, they come back with a great player. So expectations certainly are high. Ravens fans are excited, and I can't wait to see how this weekend plays out.
It's funny how the draft works because the Ravens are a perfect example when you're able to get Lamar Jackson at the end of the first round. You know, you never know, right? I mean, the player could develop from a lower spot or, you know, you nail that pick at the top.
Yeah, no doubt. The Ravens also have a history of whenever they pick, all the analysts end up saying on TV, how did this guy make it to the Ravens? What did the rest of the league miss? No one expected him to be there. And so they have a philosophy really from a organizational level of allowing the draft to fall to them. They don't necessarily force the issue. They're a team that typically sits and waits and watches all these other players get picked. And then once they're on the clock, they have a great scouting process and they're able to get an excellent player. The last time they picked at 14, they ended up taking Kyle Hamilton, who's the best safety in football back in 2022. So, and that was the same kind of situation where nobody expected him to be there, but the Ravens were patient and he made it to the Ravens at 14. So that's the model that they've gone with, and it's served them well over their history.
Yeah, it's a great model if you can afford to do that, if you don't have glaring needs out there. You know, if anybody who goes on any of the mock drafts kind of seems to be pointing toward maybe one of the big guys up on the offensive line as a need for the Ravens. Is there any consensus as to maybe what type of player you're looking for?
Yeah, the mock drafts are all over the place, as they always are, but I agree with you, Steve. I think the most popular projection for the Ravens is probably on the offensive line. A popular one is Penn State's Venga Ioane. He's an offensive guard who could end up filling in there for the Ravens. They want to continue to add in the trenches, the big fellas, really on both sides of the ball, so it would not surprise me if the Ravens ended up going with the offensive line in the first round. But look, that's the thing. That's the mystery of the draft. We can spend all this time talking about how they want to address the offensive line, and they'd love to find a pass rusher. But then if a wide receiver is there or if a cornerback is there, they could go in that direction as well. The Ravens have a best player philosophy, best player available philosophy. And so they're going to, as I said earlier, allow the draft to fall to them. They're not going to try to fit a square peg into a round hole. If they feel like the best player is at one of those positions that is not necessarily a huge position of need, they're still going to go that route, even though they may have bigger immediate needs on the team, but they draft both for the short term and for the long term in mind.
Gary, a couple things for our viewers who might not be big sports fans, and they're like, right now, some viewers are probably like, you're going way into the weeds right now. Give me something that I'm interested in or that piques my interest. I have two questions for you, just because you handle social media for the team. For a draft, this is kind of one of your Super Bowls of the year, because as soon as they draft that player, you got to push a lot of content out about this. So do you just have a bunch of reels ready to go? How do you manage this from your perspective when you don't know who they're going to take in the first round?
Yeah, it's a great question. And the reality is we don't have any insight. A lot of friends and family may think that, who are they going to take? You actually know. The truth is, no, of course I don't. And we have to be nimble and act quick. We have a team of people that operate out of our own draft room on draft weekend, where we're all in one place operating. It's a combination of video people, graphic designers, an editorial staff, and everybody is in that space being able to hit go once these things happen. So we have an experienced team and a really talented group, but it is really an all hands on deck effort, because like you said, the draft is one of the biggest events of the entire year. And so we want to make sure that whenever we draft that player, and really all 11 players, that we welcome them to Baltimore in exciting fashion and ensure that our fans are fired up about the new crop of Ravens.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Well, somebody is going to be wearing this jersey tomorrow night. I think this Fox 5, this is a pretty good first-round pick right here. So we're going to claim this one for now, Garrett. But I appreciate your time this morning. Best of wishes to you and everybody up in Baltimore.
Enjoy the new uniforms, no doubt.
Thanks very much. Social media digital host Garrett Downing with the Ravens. Marissa?
All right, good stuff. We'll be looking ahead. Well, curbing the chaos of so-called team takeovers, the moves from D.C. councilors in an effort to prevent any more outbreaks in light of recent incidents that have happened. Today at 11 a.m. on the Marissa Mitchell Show, the beloved artist who gave us the Cupid Shuffle stops by, and Cupid and I were going to try out his new line dance that's taking over. Plus, actors and comedians Raheem Johnson and Terry Goofy Jones are going to take the couch, and I'm looking forward to hearing about their roles in the star-studded new movie Bedridden. Also, we're going to dive into their Virginia and Maryland roots. Then after that, meet the celebrity designer based right here in the DMV who takes an unconventional approach to women's wear, landing her looks on first ladies, pageant queens, and more. All of this starting at 11 a.m. today.
Welcome back. Going to be a nice day out there. I do think we'll at least get nicer as the day goes on. Kind of cool to start out with temperatures in the 50s, maybe a brief shower or two once we go through the late morning, early afternoon period. You can tell by 11 a.m. we may have a couple of showers rolling through. Otherwise, sunshine breaks through after that, and temperatures should get into the upper 60s to low 70s for most of you. It will warm up for Thursday and Friday to near 80 degrees and then cool down this weekend with the best chance this week for some showers for both weekend days. Caesar?
Thank you, Taylor. So far right now, we're going to take a look here at the at 295 northbound. So the drive time there between the 11th Street Bridge in the Beltway and the 11th Street Bridge right now is at about 11 minutes. Excuse me. As we head to 295 southbound, that's where we could see Kenilworth Avenue and the 11th Street Bridge, seeing a drive time of about 18 minutes so far for us this morning. And then inbound US 50 New York Avenue, we're looking at 17 minutes between Kenilworth Avenue and the 3rd Street Tunnel. Over to you, Marissa.
All right, thanks so much. An effort to give air traffic control systems some major upgrades, what the Transportation Secretary aims to do and how much those renovations will cost.
Also, D.C. City Council members taking steps to prevent these so-called teen takeovers. We're live with a report on their latest plans. It's coming up at 7:30.
In the district, the D.C. Council votes to move forward with tightening the juvenile curfew.
The initial vote, a step toward making the curfew permanent, but it still leaves some other matters unanswered. Let's get to Stephanie Ramirez this morning down in Navy Yard. Steph?
Hey, good morning, guys. And as Melanie was explaining yesterday, there are really actually two different juvenile curfew zone bills moving or tracking through the district. And this is because of the teen takeovers that we've been seeing more in recent years. You'll see it on your screen here. But we've been reporting on these as sometimes resulting in violence, brawls, even gunfire in some cases. So what the city council did yesterday is on that first track, the council voted 8-5 to pass the more permanent D.C. juvenile curfew bill, allowing for the earlier curfew and for police to be able to declare curfew zone in hotspot neighborhoods like Navy Yard, U Street. The council also passed Councilmember Crawford's amendments that would require the city to create alternative youth programming when a curfew zone is declared and also revert the city curfew time to midnight on weekends and during the summer months. That did help some council members vote yes. but it is a permanent measure. That means that it still has to go to a second vote, and then it has to go for congressional approval. We could see that implemented in the fall. Now, the second track, the emergency juvenile curfew bill that would have allowed the juvenile curfew guardrails to take effect immediately and for 90 days, the D.C. Council was again not able to agree, needing 9 votes to pass an emergency measure. So instead of letting the bill fail, it was tabled again. D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser did issue a public emergency order last week so that D.C. police can still use the juvenile curfew zones while the council debates. But that order expires May 1st, and it could leave a gap in having this enforcement tool before the council tries to vote again on another emergency bill. And with the warm weather coming, more people outside, this is some of what was said yesterday.
And our officers are trained at handling First Amendment protests every single day and can plan for it. So I'm not sure why we can't do the preventative planning like we do for First Amendment protests without having to put a curfew in place that puts our young people at this risk.
That's what this legislation is about, is addressing something that hasn't happened in the past, something that is very, very present, and that we're seeing other jurisdictions struggling with.
And guys, the council chair there also noted in speaking on the emergency bill that they're aware members of the Trump administration especially are watching what they're doing with the emergency bill and don't want to give them any talking points or ammunition. Just to remind everyone on the emergency bill that allows for the curfew zones, what it does is it lets police bump up the curfew, right, the city bump up the curfew from 11 p.m. to 6 in the morning, but then police can designate an area like this as a curfew zone, and it limits the number of teens that can gather without an adult starting at 8 o'clock at night until when the citywide curfew kicks in. I'll send it back to you.
All right, thanks so much. It's time now for our weekly chat with WMAL host Larry O'Connor.
All right, later on now, good day. We're going to be talking about how to do some digital spring cleaning. So, Larry, we thought we'd invite you to take part in our conversation because, you know, our spring cleaning, we certainly want to keep you around. We're not going to, you know,
we don't want to clean you out, right?
In our cleaning.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Made the cut.
Want to keep you around.
Yeah.
When we talk about digital cleaning, go ahead, Larry.
I was just going to say, this is my Achilles. I'm awful at this.
Yes.
You remember that TV show Hoarders, you know, the reality show where you would like open up the door and you see people. Yeah, that's what every single one of my digital devices look like. This is what I do. I don't know why. I cannot get rid of stuff. I've got data and files and video from like 15 years ago that I can't purge. And it's stupid. It's like, I'm not Winston Churchill. There's not going to be some presidential library made of me. I don't need to keep an archive of my life. But for some reason, I can't let go of it.
I'll tell you why, for me, because I'm the same way. And I have, you know, tens of thousands of photos and all the files and, you know, the hard drives, the backups, everything. To me, it's overwhelming. And it's if you don't keep up with it and you suddenly realize there's a lot. How many times have we gone through, we're like, I'm going to clear out my photos. You get to go, you clear out like 100 photos and you're just like, I'm done. Like the rest can just live there and it just exists.
It seems so overwhelming.
And it's also finding the time. I traveled recently and literally on my flight out, I cleaned out some photos and live photos and video to make space on my phone. And I got tired after like 10 minutes. I'm just like, you know, I'll get back to it.
Yeah. I bow to you, though, with your discipline, because whenever I get that notification that I got to, you know, clear out space because I have too many videos or too many pictures, I'll just either upgrade my, you know, subscription to the cloud and take on a few more gigabytes for $1.50 a month, or I'll upgrade my phone and get more storage on it. It's like, that's probably not the best approach.
No,
it's weird. It's a psychological thing.
I'm the worst because when I do what Marissa did and I try to delete them and clean them out, you know, after a while, I'm like, oh, well, clearly I shouldn't be spending this too much time on my digital device, so I should probably stop now. But then, you know, I'll go back out and scroll Instagram for an hour. So, you know, it's just priorities. Priorities.
All right, quick check. If you had to guess right now, how many unopened emails do you have in your inbox right now?
Well, I mean, that goes both ways. All right, I can tell you my work one right now. If you give me, chat with Marissa for a second.
I'm going to say probably 13,000.
I'll tell you while you're looking. That's nothing.
But that's including work and mainly my home stuff because I get a lot of promotional emails and I don't open those.
So here's my disclaimer.
I've got 108,000 myself. 108,000 emails.
Here's my disclaimer. A lot of people's systems are set up like this. Okay, so the work system, after a certain period of time, they delete automatically. This is true. So guess who lets that process play out? 35,284. 35,000.
But if they didn't delete them, you'd be probably right up there with me too.
Then I would be buying the extra storage.
It's useful because how many times a day do you have to find some information and you go search your emails like, oh, I saw something about that, and then you pull it up and you reference it, right?
It becomes a library.
I'm rationalizing my mania right now, aren't I?
It's a library.
We
have work to do.
Much like when we have the Larry O'Connor library years in the future, at least we know where to go to get the goods.
Right.
Larry, we're going to leave it there for now. Next week, I promise we'll get more topics in, but appreciate you. Good luck with your
Well, that's
cleansing.
okay. I'm going to be watching about how to clean it up. I got to decide what sparks joy and what doesn't, and I got to trash it. I'm going to do it.
Good deal.
With you guys.
All right, we'll have that coming up on Good
See you
Day
guys.
today.
Thanks.
Get started at 9. Thanks, Larry. All right, to Taylor we go with a check on the forecast as we take a peek out at Gaithersburg and 270. Very, very green out there, isn't it? More rain to come, I guess, this weekend, perhaps.
It is. It's like the greenery really showed up the last 2 weeks or so, and unfortunately so did the pollen too. So we need some rainfall to not only help with the dry conditions this April, but also to help with some of that pollen out there too. Looks like we'll maybe get a couple of showers today, and then next best chance will actually come this weekend. Temperatures right now certainly feeling more spring-like, or April-like I should say, with 40s to low 50s. We do have some rain showers arriving from the north and west. Should be very light and also very limited too. So it's not going to be a huge deal. You may get briefly a little bit wet over the next couple of hours through about midday. Will bring the best chance for some showers out there. Otherwise, here's how the rest of today kind of shapes up. After noon today, we'll start to see the sunshine come out. That will help temperatures get into the upper 60s to low 70s for today. High temperatures, that's what we're looking at. 70s for pretty much everyone with a couple of showers. And then the next couple of days with a warm front today, we'll usher in some 80s for Thursday and Friday, and then turn a little bit cooler with some rain showers over the weekend. Marissa?
All right, Taylor, thank you. At 7:37, Spirit Airlines may be out of the sky soon. What that means for travelers who have already purchased tickets.
Also, we're in your hometown all year long, counting down to America's 250th celebration. Doesn't that look nice along the water?
It does.
Where are we this morning? Leonardtown, Maryland. Finding out about the history down there in St. Mary's County. Love to feature you guys at 7:37.
Plumbing to electrical, heating to air conditioning. If you can't, we can. Michael and Son.
Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy unveiling a new $12 billion overhaul to the country's air traffic control system. The new system integrates AI more into air traffic control and includes new software to spot traffic conflicts hours before they happen. Duffy says the project will start at 4,600 airports.
Our people deserve the most technologically advanced air traffic control system, and that's what we are going to deliver for the American people. These upgrades are going to make travel more seamless. We're going to make our skies safer. We're we're going to unleash the next wave of innovation.
Duffy says the updates will be completed by 2028. The FAA is also pushing to hire more air traffic controllers.
Spirit Airlines days apparently are running out. The airline reportedly out of cash and facing a liquidation that could come in just a matter of days. Spirit's been struggling to emerge from its second bankruptcy in less than a year. And if it goes under, experts say travelers will likely be left to fend for themselves, even if you already bought your ticket.
They're going to be focused on their creditors, trying to, give back as much money as they can there. Consumers, unfortunately, fall towards the bottom end of the priority chain in a liquidation event.
Spirit reportedly looking for an emergency bailout from the White House. Top executives expected to meet with Transportation Secretary Duffy this week. But a heads up, if you do have an upcoming flight on Spirit, please be aware. Fox 5 on a field trip this morning, heading down south, southern Maryland to Leonardtown.
And that's where we find Annie Mae this morning, who's there for us. Good morning. It's gorgeous behind you.
I know, it really is pretty, guys, here this morning, here in Leonardtown, Maryland, learning on the other side of the break a little bit more about what they are doing for America 250 and just the history of the wharf we're at right here in Leonardtown.
Back now with a check of your Good Day guest list. Aging experts say living longer has nothing to do with luck. Today, learn why your mindset may be taking years off your life and how to make it better. Plus, clearing out those digital dust bunnies. We just talked about it with Larry O'Connor. Manage your tech tools by tidying up cluttered photos or disorganized files in your cloud so you can reset your digital life. Also, we're going to celebrate Earth Day with a team from Planta. They're going to showcase their plant-based menu to prove how flavorful vegan cuisine can be. We've tried that for ourselves, Steve, and you don't even feel like you're missing out on anything. It's so good.
That was great. It was great. Looking forward to that coming up. And like you said, following up on the conversation we just had with Larry a few minutes ago about your digital detox or clean out session, spring cleaning, I guess.
We can all learn a thing or two. I know I do.
Yeah. And coming up next hour, actually, we're also going to talk about how to recycle some of your electronic devices safely, too. So all that and much more coming up. Hey, speaking of Leonardtown, if Annie Mae just kind of turned around and sprinted down the street a little ways, we'd be able to catch her in this camera view as well. She's down there with our Fox 5 field trip. We'll hear from her in a little bit, and we'll hear from Taylor in just 10 seconds.
Welcome back. Coming up on 7:45 with your time right now. A lot of green showing up right behind me. Certainly more or less going to feel like spring, as it looks like spring outside for today. 51 degrees. We have cloudy conditions, maybe some showers rolling through at times for today. A warm front will be moving through. That's what's going to bring us a change for the rest of the week. Today will start to warm up, and then Thursday and Friday we'll have the 80s actually back in the forecast. Temperatures right now, some of you are in the 40s. Otherwise, most of you are in the 50s to kick off this Wednesday morning. Some showers are starting to really materialize here north and west of the city for now, so we'll watch them closely. Do think we'll have our best chance for showers from right now through about midday. Won't last all day long, and we're not going to get a whole lot of activity out of this. I know we need some rainfall. We'll have a much better chance once we get into the weekend for some showers. Temperatures today should be more or less more seasonal, if not get above the average high, upper 60s to low 70s for most of you. Let's talk about that shower threat, as clouds will be out there for this morning, and then some showers from about now, like I just said, through about noon today. Then these showers should wrap up early afternoon. Once they do, they'll get out of here, and then we'll see the sunshine come out for the rest of the day, and that will really help us warm up for the remainder of the afternoon as well. 75 degrees for the high temperature today, 50s with clear skies and dry conditions overnight. By tomorrow, we're into the 80s. So finally, for the first time this week, we'll get back into the 80s, jump well above the average high after being well below that. They kick off this week. Spring-like feel, if not summer-like feel, will be in the air for Thursday. Also Friday. Heads up, Friday evening, we're going to see some showers start to develop across the area. Then we'll have on and off rain showers around for both weekend days as temperatures trend a little bit cooler. It's not going to be a total washout for any of the days, but we'll get some beneficial rain out there finally, and then see temperatures continue in the 60s by early next week. Caesar?
Thank you, Taylor. So far right now, looking at traffic, we still are dealing. So actually, excuse me, we do have a crash to talk about here for the BW Parkway in the southbound direction over by Beltsville. You can see that it's a crash reported after Powder Mill Road. So use caution and follow police direction. We're seeing delays from Maryland 198 at around 41 minutes so far for us this morning. Now, as we hop over to 395 in the northbound lanes, right between the Beltway and the 14th Street Bridge, we're seeing around 31 minutes in terms of our delays so far right now. Drive time as well between from 95 northbound main lanes between Conoco and the Beltway. We're looking at 47 minutes for us this morning. Marissa?
All right, thanks so much, Caesar. We're going to continue our coverage of America's 250th in your hometown.
All right, and this week we head down to Leonardtown, Maryland, with a look at how they are celebrating there. Hi, Annie Mae.
Hi, good morning, guys. Yeah, here in Leonardtown, Maryland, the mayor, Dan Bursch, joining me, as well as, of course, the council women as well. We talked a little bit about America 250 and just the kind of history here in Leonardtown. Tell us a little bit about, of course, the history of the wharf specifically and why Leonardtown is just so special.
Oh, welcome to Leonardtown to begin with. Actually, Leonardtown is the oldest municipality in the state of Maryland. We were first originated in 1708. Called Seymour Town after the governor at the time, John Seymour. And then 1728, we actually became a municipality, and the name was changed to Leonard Town after Leonard Calvert.
So there's a little brief history of it, but you have kind of a closer connection too. You were saying your family, spans back to kind of the early 1900s.
Yeah, actually, my great-grandfather was a dockmaster here at the wharf. They owned the house, 2 houses up from here. And, one of the stories I like to tell about that during Prohibition, because the wharf was built over top the water. Yeah. And I had a little store here with inside the building there, a little bar area, and behind the bar had a trap door that he would tie whiskey bottles to, and if revenuers came in, he'd just cut the string and the bottles would be gone. So.
I know, it's really an interesting time in history, too, to think back on. In specific to kind of Leonardtown, why do you think people always keep coming back? It's such a great little town.
Well, we are. We're, right off the Potomac River. Breton Bay's right here. And, back during the day when ships would come around from Baltimore to D.C. and back and forth, this is one of the places they would stop. So, we've been an active place all our lives. So, things are great here in town. We are one of the 2 designated growth areas of the county. We're an arts and entertainment district. I think about the only one in Southern Maryland. There might be one other. And we're a Main Street affiliate also. So we get people coming and going all the time. And There's a visitor center right here in town. They always tell us about all the people that stop by there that are out of town. So a lot of people come down to see us. So
Certainly
we're only an hour and 15 minutes or so from D.C. So
exactly, certainly a lot of uniqueness to Leonardtown. Where can we find a little bit more information if we, of course, the viewers want to come down and visit Leonardtown either for the summer or for the next few weeks as it's getting warmer here in the spring?
Yes, we've got a lot going on here. During the summer we have kayak rentals that you can come out and go around Breton Bay with. We've got events going on all the time. We've got a charter boat that comes in and we'll take people out a couple times on the weekends. Airplane rides. So just a lot goes on here. So.
All right. Well, thank you guys so much for joining us this morning.
Certainly.
Learning a little bit more about the history here in Leonardtown. America 250 do it every Wednesday here on Fox 5. Back to you.
All right, Annie Mae, thanks very much. It's a great view along the water this morning.
It is.
Number of schools in the area and across the country taking steps to limit students' screen time.
And in this morning's social scene, we're going to take a look at the major changes coming to one of the largest districts in the country.